for his redemption for the last 2 years.
I mean, all of the guys here are like the best players in the world, that's why they're here. But Group A specifically is just full of like renowned players. You've got a world champion, you've got one of the most popular streamers, or if not the most popular streamer, and he's popular because he's so good at the game.
The fan favorite Forsen, as I said, probably 500,000 people want to see him win the tournament, but at the same time he's a known streamer, a celebrity, but not known for his competitive results lately. We're going to analyst for the Esport Superstars, and we'll be playing with 16 top-tier players for a huge prize pool of 25,000 euros. I think in this lineup there are so many people that can win this tournament. Actually, anyone can win because it's such a stacked lineup. We have Firebat, the first world champion. We have Ostkaka, the second world champion. We have Pavel, the third world champion. So that's basically a huge lineup. And then we have from Temple Storm, we have Gara, who is kind of looking for his redemption for the last 2 years.
I mean, all of the guys here are like the best players in the world, that's why they're here.
and welcome to Neumünster, Germany. This is it, the day of recognition, the final day here at the Esport Superstars as we see 16 of the world's best Hearthstone players become just 8, and then we crown a winner. Each of the 8 players starting today have been guaranteed some of the €25,000 prize pool already today, but we know they are not playing for that. We'll see the quarterfinals, the semi-finals, and then 2 players will battle it out for the first place prize of €12,500 and this prestigious trophy, also known as one of our wheels from our Big Betty truck. Of course, everyone is going to be playing for that. Big Betty is the very first mobile esports venue, so that is what they are playing for. We're going to take a look now at the tournament rules. So all matches will be played in standard mode. The last hero standing, if a player loses with a deck, that deck is locked for this match. All matches are played in a best of 5 format. The first player who hits 3 points will win the match. And every player can only use 4 decks using 4 unique heroes. Players are not allowed to have multiple decks per class prepared. And at the start of a match, each player can ban 1 deck of his or her opponent. Moving on to the prize pool, we know they are all guaranteed €500 today. That's 5th place to 8th place. 4th place will take €2,500. 3rd place will take €3,000. 2nd, €5,000. And that first place prize, we've already told you, it's €12,500. This is how you follow us on social media. Facebook is ELC Gaming, Twitter ELC Gaming _, Instagram and YouTube ELC Gaming, Twitch is ELC Gaming TV, and that is how you follow us. Those are the rules, and we're going to take a little look at our quarterfinals and those players who are lining themselves up to play today. So our first match happening in just a few moments' time. It's match 21, 1 p.m. Thijs from the Netherlands from G2 Sports will play IKEALYOU. IKEALYOU from Poland and plays for Illuminar Honor Gaming. Second up is match 22 at 2 p.m. We will see RDU from Romania, ranked 13th in the world at Hearthstone, versus ECOP from Germany, who plays for Cloud9. Match 23 at 3 p.m. is Forsen, the fan favorite from Sweden, one of the most popular players with a fan base of over 500,000, versus Pavel from Russia, the current world champion of Hearthstone. And finally, the last game in the quarterfinals, match 24 at 4 p.m. is Life Coach, the half German, half Japanese player who also plays for G2 Sports. He will be facing Super JJ from Germany, ranked 4th in the world, who plays for Complexity Gaming. So those are our quarterfinals. We are looking forward to all of those games, but this first one, it's going to be a great one. Let's welcome to the stage Thijs from the Netherlands versus IKEALYOU from Poland. Let's start with you. You had a day off yesterday, but we saw you, of course, just a couple of days ago. You mentioned it was the group of death. Even though you were the first person to go through, it was a tough group, huh?
It was a really tough group, and I'm really happy to become there as the winner out of my group. It gave me quite some self-confidence that it's going to hopefully continue here.
Did you get some rest yesterday, or were you just watching all of the games that we were streaming?
I was watching most of the games, especially the group that I would face. But no, I took a really good rest. I slept 8 or 9 hours, so that's perfect preparation here.
IKEALYOU, you haven't had much rest because you were the last game played last night. And it was an exciting game, wasn't it? Tell us more about that versus Firebat, because it was pretty close.
Yeah, I mean, all of my games were really close, all ended with 3-2 results, but somehow I made it through, and I'm really happy about that. But Tai is going to be a tough opponent, so we'll see how it goes.
Okay, well, it's time to head to the towers, guys. Shake hands.
Good luck.
and best of luck. They are about to start the first game of the quarterfinals. Time to head to the casters.
It's finals day. Are you excited?
Yes, I am. So many great matches to come, 7 in total today, and we're starting with Thijs versus IKEALYOU. Thijs, he did win the group of death, as we call it.
That's right. He got a 2-0 in the group versus Zixo and then Ostkaka in the winners bracket, and then of course, and that was on Friday. Then of course yesterday, IKEALYOU didn't quite have quite an easy way through his group, but. He lost to Firebat first, then he beat Gara, and then he managed to come back against Firebat, earning him this place against Thijs.
Yeah, and his last match was kind of close, 3-2 in the end, and he banned the warrior of Firebat, which was a very control-heavy warrior, and he didn't do that in the beginning because he didn't exactly know what Firebat did bring, and that were some surprises there in the lineup.
It's a very interesting strategy from Firebat there because everyone else was bringing Dragon or Pirate. And so actually taking a completely different archetype, meaning that your first opponent is going to ban it wrong, is a good strategy, but unfortunately for Firebat, once the information gets out there, it does become a little bit trickier for him.
Okay, the match should be ready soon, so yeah, take it away.
Welcome back to ELC. We'll be starting the game, the first quarterfinal, in just a few seconds. I talked briefly with Thijs about his match and about his chances. How does he see the strategy in this matchup? And he said to me that every single of the games that he had predicted that can happen after the bans is very close to each other when it comes to the win ratio. You know, the decks that IKEALYOU is playing are very aggressive, so they don't have like super bad matchups against lineup from Thijs, because Thijs is not running like an insane anti-aggro lineup like some other guys, like Life Coach, for example, like Firebat, right? So it's very close. So he's not really that sure of not sure of his own chances in this. So he's not like super favored, but at the same time, Thijs is one of the players that is actually all going with confidence into every single game. But for IKEALYOU, this is the moment of truth for him. This is the first invitational tournament that he's playing ever in. So coming out of the group stage is already a huge achievement, but now he wants to just go as far as possible. So he will be for sure playing on top of his game.
Yeah, although he's a really experienced player, he played many Open Cups, and yeah, he also made it to the regionals once. And I still think that Thijs, you said it's kind of close, but I think Thijs has a slightly advantage just in bringing the Priest. And he leaves IKEALYOU with both Pirate decks open, so he banned the Warlock. And on the other hand, IKEALYOU banned the Warrior, so we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, banning the warrior is actually quite common nowadays, but at the same time, IKEALYOU is running his own shaman, his own warrior that is more aggressive than the dragon warrior, right? So
yeah,
it's
a
kind
pirate
of
one.
it's a question of how do you build your deck so it can be paired against other mid-range decks, and I feel like banning the warrior is probably the best choice. But at the same time, as you said, the priest might be the downfall for IKEALYOU if he's just not able to go through those really insane big minions every single turn, right? By the way, the turn 1 Finley is a great help against any aggro deck, since 3 points of toughness on this minion is just basically like an additional tool for trading. It acts like a spell damage, basically.
So Finley, the Slayer of pirates, not of dragons, pirates. Gets rid of all those pirates, like patches and stuff like that.
With that machete of his.
Yes, just slaying down them.
Yeah. IKEALYOU with a really good opener, by the way.
Yeah.
The Finley into a weapon The Jade Claws are doing massive work against the small-time Buccaneers. Perfect answer for that minion, actually, especially when the Shaman didn't have a weapon yet. So definitely an impressive opening for IKEALYOU. But at the same time, the 7-7 now is a risky move from Thijs, because if there will be a Flame Tongue Totem from IKEALYOU, and I think there actually was it? No,
no,
it is
it's
Harpy
a
Horse Rider.
I just felt in a heartbeat.
Yeah, he just grabbed it instantly and
yeah.
just played it, right? So I was like, oh my god, if that's a Flame Tongue Totem, he has a really easy trade. There's a Flame Tongue Totem for Thijs, a second one.
He's just pushing face here, says, I'm faster than you are.
Yeah, basically IKEALYOU wants to race now because he knows he can't really trade with the 7 right now. But at the same time, he has his plan that he has the Jade Lightning for the next turn, which can be used as a half of the Giant, basically. So he has some options. For Thijs now is the question, do I use my 7-7 as a racing tool, or do I use it as to trade, right? And the question is very important because of the fact that you have some board control as well with the mouse and portal in your hand, and with the taunt, you're able to kind of dictate the tempo in the future turns, right?
In those matchups, like the fast decks against each other, it's always important to play on the board in the first few turns. Often you see aggressive deck versus aggressive deck. Still, both decks are at 25 HP, having no cards left, because they neutralize each other. And Thijs' deck is slightly slower, so he should play on board here. He can't really race him. Jade Lightning does the job here, clears off the 7-7.
What do you think about it? Jade Lightning is such a sick card. It's just it's like Lava Burst without the overload, but it creates a minion instead of the 1 damage more and then overload, right? It doesn't maybe necessarily close out games as often as Lava Burst because it's the 1 damage difference, but at the same time it's way better during the mid game because it doesn't cripple your mana efficiency in the upcoming turn. It doesn't buff the Trog, but I think that's less important. But it's just so much better in the mid game.
It's just less important because you don't want to play too many spells in the early game. You just want to slam all your creatures on the board. Afterwards, play weapons and or spells. So it's completely fine here. Especially the Jade mechanic, you play 4 cards. Maybe some decks do run also Aya as an additional one. So you have in total with the Death Rattle effect 6 Jade golems. Or you can produce 6 of them. You won't get them normally, but that's pretty strong.
Seems that the board position for IKEALYOU is getting insane, to be honest. With his hand with the Flame Tongue Totem, and then in the upcoming turn, he can play just the Doomhammer, and with the hero power from Druid, that means insane amount of output, of the damage output against Thijs. It doesn't look good for him.
No.
Thijs is getting basically wrecked. Like, this is horrible.
Yeah.
4 mana available. Spell Power Totem doesn't even help that much. You just kill basically 3 minions, but still Flaming Totem and a Jade Golem remains. That's 5 damage. Your opponent already has a weapon.
Yeah, that's tough here. And thing from below that could stop the aggression. It's just not so good here because of the Flame Tongue Totem, of course. And that's really, really bad. And I kill you with the 3/3 Jade already in turn 6. For an aggressive deck, that's on top to your aggression. That's that's just insane.
Oh, Finley, really? Okay, that's interesting. I was thinking about 2 ways of either you've hero power and Rockbiter down the Flame Totem, so basically decrease 4 damage from the game. Or you just go for basically Buccaneer and then Finley.
Yeah, maybe he says like Finley trades kind of good into the Horse Rider if he lets him, but I don't see how this will go.
This is like a board matchup basically.
Yeah.
Whoever gets to make better trades probably wins the game just in a eye blink, you know. So in this situation, IKEALYOU most likely will trade the 3/3 into the Finley, push damage with other creatures, and that's about it. Well, now Thijs lost the ability to play his air power totem, so that's about it when it comes to the damage for the Maelstrom.
Yeah, maybe he says the only way I win is when my opponent misplays you. So I just put out creatures, but this won't happen, of course. He's just stuck with double Flame Tongue totem in his hand, and that's just so bad.
He gets the best
quality.
outcome from the Milestone Portal, but it's too late and too little.
Yeah.
He can still play the thing from below this turn, but it's still not really that helpful. I mean, your opponent has a Doom Hammer with the Druid Hero power, so he can basically deal 3 damage to the thing from below, then just use one of the Jade Golems to trade down, and that's only from the board state. He still has cards in his hand.
Yeah,
Horse
exactly.
Rider will help as well. So the question is, do you want to take 9 damage to the face? Most likely not.
Well,
So-
why not?
I mean, you are far ahead, but if you want to give your opponent maybe a slightest chance of winning this game, taking 9 damage to the face seems like a best idea to do that. You know, I mean, it's quite a lot. That's like 1/3 of the game.
Yeah, but you're going down to 17, right? Because you used the hero power, and 17 should be more than stable. You got 1 creature more on the board.
Your opponent still can get a second Milestone Portal, and then you lose all your minions, basically.
Yeah, playing it really doesn't feel too good then.
Oh, that's the second time we see a Pit Snake
Nice.
in this tournament.
He just goes for the board, as we said. Just clearing the board here seems fine, especially because Thijs only got 1 card left in his hand, and as we can see, it's just a 1-drop. Not charging here because there's no weapon, of course.
So in this scenario, Lightning Bolt has to be used for the Pit Snake, then the 2/3 goes into the 2/1. You kill yourself to 11, and your opponent still has, just on board, 9 damage.
Mm.
And 5 durability on Doomhammer.
Yes.
So even after striking next turn, he still has 6 damage from just the Doomhammer, plus the hero power, so that's 8. Basically 9 damage still remain. So if Thijs want to draw a Feral Wolves next turn, or at least Thing from Below, he is dead.
Yeah, but even think from below, there's still the snake. Most likely he will just kill it off now, but
Actually, killing the Jade Golem is way better what I'm talking about here. Makes no sense to leave a 3 HP minion on board. Sorry, 3 attack minion on board when the Pit Snake will still live. Will still trade. Unless you will not have a chance to kill the Pit Snake next turn, and then you top deck a Thing from Below and
Yes.
dice to the Pit Snake. So maybe actually killing the Pit Snake was better with the Lightning Bolt. Doesn't really matter. Jade Lightning will seal the game for IKEALYOU. It's 1-0 in the first quarterfinal, and that means Thijs is on the back foot. He will now need to battle from behind, having only access to 2 classes, and that will be Priest and Warlock.
yeah, but if you're just left with 2 classes, that are exactly the 2 classes you want to have here. Especially against the lineup which plays 2 pirate decks.
Yep.
The Warrior and the Shaman. So I wonder if you're going for the Reno Warlock here or for the Dragon Priest. What would you pick?
I don't exactly know the text in the Reno Warlock. I know it's a way different that from the one that Live Coach plays, because it's not sporting the Bloodseer Cursor and the patch as an example, which is very helpful against aggro decks. So I would say probably that he will go with the Priest, because it's one of the decks that if it curves out, turn 1 Twilight Whelp, turn 2 into 2/4 Taunt, and then into the Shadow Wards, Pain, Death, whatever is needed against the Shaman. Basically, we have an easy game, right? But it's still it would require you to have the early game, and might be problematic for a deck that is basically a mid-range.
Yeah, but he's going for the Dragon Priest, just as you said. Seems to be a really good choice here.
Well, he is lacking another dragon. The problem is now Twilight Whelp is not playable in turn 1, because it has 1 HP. It dies to patches.
Yeah.
It's completely horrible. No dragon still, but he can as well just play the Cleric, which is not bad.
No, it's not bad here. Because, as we just said in the last game, Sir Finley is just good versus those decks, because it trades well, and it, of course, has the same stats than the Cleric. So it goes and, slays patches all day long.
Yep. And now the question is for IKEALYOU, do I want to play the Small-Time Buccaneer to just give his opponent a draw if you won't play a taunt minion on turn 2, because then the cleric can attack into patches, can heal himself for 2, basically goes back to the original state, which is 1-3, but at the same time you're still developing a board while not losing anything, because the patches was for free.
Yeah.
So you can't really think about it like, oh man, I'm losing card advantage here.
Yes, because basically it wasn't a card that you played.
Yeah, exactly. So I feel like playing the the Small-Time Buccaneer is not a bad option, but as well you can also just Lightning Bolt and play Small-Time Buccaneer next turn.
Yeah, but he just passes the turn, not playing anything at all. So he can next turn he can kill off the cleric with the weapon
and the weapon, right?
Yeah, exactly. Still buffing his Small-Time Buccaneer if he wants to.
Interesting, because now this means that Thijs will have to think why my opponent didn't play anything on turn 1.
Yes.
There was actually like a lot of options for the shaman. Usually when you just see the chances of what can be drawn, right? He has the coin. He can even play Totem Golem. That means that what you can read from this, there's for sure no Totem Golem in the hand, because it would have been played 100%. So if there are pirates, why my opponent didn't play a pirate? I think like Thijs actually predicts now that there's a Small-Time Buccaneer and a weapon, and my opponent does just want to take advantage of the coin next turn to play it at the same time. So Patches will trade with one of the minions, right? But now the plan changes. A Lightning Bolt kills off the cleric, and the Patches kills the Twilight Whelp. So that's quite unfortunate for Thijs.
Yeah, that's so strong. And he can just follow up on curve with the claws if he wants to, buffing up the Small-Time Buccaneer. Yeah, and he got double claws. It's a bit unfortunate for him that he couldn't really play it earlier, but that's a nice top deck. Another 2 damage just rushing to the face.
I think he will be trading
just trading here, yeah, of course
right
you will. But 3 damage now, because then you're just saving the Small-Time Buccaneer here. It's even better.
Dragonid Operative and no dragons in hand. This is so terrible.
Still no dragons.
But at the same time, Black Corruptors are fine for turn 5. So I guess it's not that terrible. The problem is that there are no good targets for that Black Corruptor, because the Hydrogen Horse Rider is like, kind of ignores the projectile from it. But still, Thijs has to play something, so I guess Black Corruptor has to be played.
That's not a bad card in this matchup. But he's kind of fine. He's still at 26 HP in turn 5. That's
actually,
pretty comfortable.
That's true, but what do you think about actually just using Hero Power and the Shadow Word Pain? Turn 5 can be... Well, there's no curve basically in IKEALYOU's deck, so there's nothing for 5 mana, right? So the biggest baddest minion can be 7/7, which can be played because IKEALYOU was overloaded for 1 this turn, so Thijs doesn't really know if there's a 7/7. So the question is, even if he plays the Black Corruptor, can he trade up? And the answer is yes, if the Black Corruptor is preserved on the board, so he needs to kill the 1/1, because then actually it doesn't really matter, because then it's still claws to attack. So he has no way of
dealing with the 7/7. That's pretty bad here. But as we can see, IKEALYOU doesn't have the 7/7.
But he just top-decked the best card in this matchup.
Yeah, especially...
Doomhammer is insane.
Especially if you're holding Rockbiter.
Yeah. This is something that Thijs definitely didn't want to see at all, and probably, he will just shake his head because he knows that this card is nuts. It's so much damage coming straight to the priest face, and you can't really stop it without taunts. So in this case, I feel like it has to be Dragonid Operative.
Yep.
Well, what can you get? You can get a Malison Portal. You can get Feral Spirits, actually.
Feral Spirits.
Awesome.
A little bit of taunt.
Yeah, that is super important, especially when your opponent doesn't have the Druid Hero Power as last game.
Yes, exactly. But as we can see, Maelstrom Portal will help him here. But are there any other options? Because he's thinking of maybe the Flame Tongue Totem or the Lava
Totem
Dwarf.
doesn't really matter
But it
in
just
this matchup.
doesn't help, right?
The way you win as a priest against the shaman is just build up the board and your opponent is exhausted out of resources. The only way then the shaman can win is just by attacking with the weapons, you know, because they don't require board advantage. So I definitely don't see a pick in the flanking totem, and Lava Abyss is just so much mana.
Yeah, but maybe he was like, my opponent just smashed his face into my minion twice, so he's going down to 11 now. Maybe the lava burst will just surprise my opponent, and I can just kill him faster.
Look at that. You have a
but that won't
brand.
happen, right?
We have a brand with Corruptor that leaves your opponent at 5. Then Lava Burst could have actually
Yeah,
been
that
lethal.
lava burst. Damn.
But you can't really predict that. That is like such a small chance. You would have to get Bran,
Yep.
wait a turn, and then you need to play Bran with Corruptor on turn 8,
Yeah.
and then turn 9 you kill your opponent. So this then he would have to just survive. But
Yeah,
you
but
can't
it
really
would
predict
have
that.
been possible because he has Shadow at Pain and can heal up at the same time.
But it's like
Yeah, you
such a
can't-
small chance.
It's such a small chance. You never play for the one-off brand here, right? But I think he was thinking about it.
Well, if he was, that's really heads up. Alright, will the Rock Battle be played this turn? Most likely, I guess. No, not yet. He wants to surprise Thijs with the burst, because that means he's able to deal 10, 13, 14 damage next turn. He's only 3 off.
Yeah, and in addition, he can deal with Twilight Guardians if they come down. That's pretty important together with the Maelstrom Portal, because you're afraid of the taunts.
I mean, actually, I'm quite surprised that IKEALYOU didn't actually use the Rock Biter right now, because now I see that he only has 3 durability points on his Doomhammer, and that means 2 of those need to be used with the Rock Biter. And if a small amount of like smaller taunts will appear on the board, he would like to use the weapon, right,
Yeah,
for them.
but
I mean, maybe not. He's at 11 HP, so that's kind of weird.
But the smaller taunts, they are 2/4, and I don't think he's assuming Feral Spirits out of the priest deck.
Well, it still can be Twilight Guardian, which
Yeah,
has
but
6 HP, and then the Doomhammer is kind of awkward for that, right?
No, you just keep it. It would have been really good together with the Maelstrom Portal, but just the fact that you haven't seen the Guardians yet, it's just like playing either around the top deck by keeping Maelstrom Portal, or you still got the 1/1. So if your opponent will play the Twilight Guardian, you can still clear it off the 1/1. So that's fine.
Interesting that Thijs opted to Power Word Shield the Blackwing Corruptor instead of one of the Feral Spirits. What do you think about that?
Yeah, maybe. It's really interesting. He wants to protect it.
From Lightning Bolt, from the second Lightning Bolt, I guess?
Yeah, and he wants to swing the tempo now. So he says, okay, we are both like at low health, but I do have more health than you, Shaman. And
the Blackwing Corruptor is actually a huge threat for the Shaman if he just deals 5 damage to the face, right?
exactly.
Also, maybe he just wanted to get Holy Nova, because then if he will use for Holy Nova first, heal the Corruptor, kill all the small minions, and then can trade into the Totem Golem, or just smash the face for 5.
Yeah, and he just says, I will survive at least one more turn, but will you? And
Next turn he will have 7 mana, so an Azure Drake can be played and a Hero Power.
It's perfectly fine.
1 durability point is used now against one of the Taunters. Gets down to 9 HP. So, the Rock Biter has to be used defensively.
That's interesting.
Well, otherwise he would have been dead. So, pretty damn needed.
Yeah, exactly. Just because Thijs protected his minion here.
So now...
Fortunately, there was no spell in hand for IKEALYOU after the spell Power Totem was rolled.
He used one Milestone Portal already. Maybe would have been more impactful this turn, but at the same time, I'm going to predict that another Power Word Shield doesn't really matter that much. Now the question is, what do you do? Do you pressure for 5? Or oh, never mind. IKEALYOU just doesn't see a way coming out of this pickle, and to be honest, I don't blame him. Like, you're at 9 HP, your opponent has still a taunt, you don't have a way to go through it if you don't top deck a Jade Lightning. Even if you do that, you still have multiple minions to face, right? So
yeah, exactly.
Tough situation. 1-1. It didn't look good in the beginning for Thijs, especially with the 2-1 Twilight Orb that just got traded for 0 investment by the patches, right?
Yeah, but the shaman was just a little bit too slow here, and in the end he got raised by the priest.
Yeah.
And getting raised by the priest if you're an aggro pirate shaman deck, that doesn't feel too good. But yeah, the Wormrust Agent, he top decked it in the end, so he drew it in the end. Of course, he top decked it, and yeah, then that's it. And as we said, the priest is so strong against the lineup of IKEALYOU. But yeah, fortunately for IKEALYOU, he has at least the druid.
He has the druid, and he did get the wild growth. Fortunately for him, because otherwise that hand looked really bad. For Thijs, the matchup seems to be pretty straightforward. He just needs to be playing like Zoo.
Yes,
you know?
exactly.
Just play minion after minion after minion after minion, and then IKEALYOU will have a problem to keep up with the amount of threats being put on board. So definitely problematic matchup for the druid if he doesn't get first on the board. But now Thijs saw the wild growth, and that already puts the druid on 4 mana. So a Jade Spirit can be played on turn 4. That means a 2/3 and a 1/1 will get played, which is easily answerable by the 1/1 can be answered by the 1/3 that he just played, but Nefer and his Nefer-Sped Historian. 2/3 needs to be ignored. So now we have to play what's it, turn 3, turn 4, and it seems to be pretty damn straightforward, right? I mean, the Hungry Dragon is actually a viable pick because
actually it is.
you have the Historian that can most likely trade with a 1-drop. So if you play the Hungry Dragon on turn 4, it's a huge threat. It has the same stats as the Dragon Operative, but instead of discovering a card, you give your opponent 1-drop.
Yeah.
So is it worth it, right? But it plays on curve.
It plays on curve, and you have such a strong curve. But Operative, it's such a strong card. You don't really want to pass it. It was kind of close decision here. He thought about it a pretty long time. Totally understandable, because you can trade off the 1-drop so easy with the board, most likely.
Now we see that Innervate was used to play Azure Drake off curve, and just the top deck card was used for the 1 for the 1 mana.
That
so
came in handy.
it did. The question is, like, it kind of put you off when it comes to the next turn.
Yeah, you can still nourish.
I mean, you can,
Yeah, sure.
but it's very passive. 3 damage, well, that helps. The Living Roots now deals with the Vermeer's Agent that was buffed by Talon Priest, and still requires 2 damage, so not that easy to deal with by the Priest, right? But fortunately, there's a very special tech in this Priest, a Defender of Argus.
That's, in this situation, such a strong card. Because, as you mentioned, you're just playing like you would have been a Zoo log, and this card just wrecks control decks if you're a Zoo. If you just play it on curve, you get all the value out of it. It's so strong here. And it's also good against those pirates out there.
Yeah, that's true. You just need to have some board control. So now this is kind of problematic for Thijs. He doesn't have the Shadow Ward Death, but at the same time, Dragon the Operative is just a huge minion, so can help with this situation. So what do you take here? Let's see. You have an Azure Drake in the hand for the next turn, so Living Roots actually would deal 3 damage, which is not bad. Innervate can help out with the curve if you want to, because you will have 8 mana, but you don't have 2 4-drops. So that seems to be kind of worse. But now, look at that! The Fandral into 2nd Nourish is nuts.
Yes.
You basically, what you did get with that straw is an Innervate alongside a body.
Yeah.
Because you use the Nourish for both effects, which gets you 3 mana for free card draw.
And you can still draw some cards like Ras that will cycle also. And
very powerful turn.
Yeah, cycling seems good, right? And maybe your opponent just showed you he doesn't have an answer to your tree, to your Ancient of War. So you could protect it, but he doesn't go for it.
So he didn't go for it because he anticipates that there might be an easy answer for Fandral, and he would like to protect it. You know, so he maybe wants to bait out a removal, a Shadow Ward Pain, a Bookworm.
No, it's about the AoE.
About the the Dragonfire Potion,
yeah,
right?
Exactly. He would have played into Dragonfire Potion.
Yeah, good point, good point.
I wonder
So.
But at the same time, he plays into the Dragonfire potion anyway because he just played with a golem, right?
Yeah, but he has to play something. So he baits up out the AoE, and then he can play Fandral into Nourish.
I'll have to see. I mean, this situation is not looking good for IKEALYOU, to be honest. Like, he's lower on cards. He will need to sacrifice tempo next turn. And Thijs has 6 mana to develop his own board. So, definitely a problematic situation.
Yeah, but card-wise, he's still kind of fine because he can fill in the next turn completely, and he draws another 3 cards plus the one he'll draw anyway, and the turn afterwards he'll draw a card as well. So card or mana-wise, he's still in a good spot here.
Okay, is it a swipe to deal with the Draconid Operator? Because if there's not, that might be problematic for IKEALYOU to just get that minion off the table. I mean, he has so much health, right?
Yeah, he'll just draw cards here.
Without the Fandral, so he wants to get, he wants to use the Feral Rage with the hero power to just get that Dragon Operator off the table.
Yeah, completely fine here. And he drew 2 swipes.
2 swipes, kind of too late. Would rather have this turn instead of that Feral Rage. But this looks now good for Thijs because he can still develop the board and be ahead.
Yeah, the Priest looks so strong. Especially if you play 3 operatives.
That's the second Innervate he could have
Yes.
get. And another Living Root. The Wild Growth, not really that helpful. Innervate can help out with playing the Twilight Guardian, but also next... another Bookworm. Chromagus is tempting as well.
It's pretty impressive because every time he plays an operative, he basically just gets good cards, right?
Yeah.
Because the card itself is so strong.
Yeah, he got the Chromagus. I love this card, to be honest. I know there's no way you can put it in your deck, but when you get it from Discovery, it actually feels super good.
Yeah, and we already saw it yesterday. Live Coach played it in his games, and he played the golden one, and yeah, I think he also managed to draw additional cards.
He got that additional card, but then his opponent just conceded, you know.
Yes.
So we didn't get to see it a lot of it. But now look at it, Bookworm getting a super tempo swing, and an Innervate can help out to get another huge body on the board. A 3/6 Wild Guardian is insanely difficult for Druid to deal with. Like, you have to just power through 6 HP, and then still another minion comes down and has more than probably 6, or just 6, right? And then how do you deal that damage?
Yes, and the Jade is going up to 4/4, but it seems like it's
still
just
small. Still small, and you didn't see a single Shadow Ward death yet. So as soon as Thijs gonna draw more and more and more cards, basically the Jade Golems will become worse.
Yeah.
Because you just play 1 for 1, but the Shadow Ward death puts, when you're ahead of board, is a super insane tempo swing as well. Yes, please play the Chromagus. I just really want to see that on the board. I don't know, I know it might not be the best play, because you have an access to Blackwing Corruptor, Shadow Ward Pain, and the Power Shield at the same time. But look at that, you can play Chromagus into Power Shield and draw 2 cards. That's so greedy, but at the same time, it feels so good.
It feels good, yes, exactly. But is it really the best player? You would need maybe to trade here, right? So
No, Thijs, Chromagus.
he can still play it, right?
Yeah, but
He's still going for it.
he just didn't get the second copy of the Acidic Swampus. Oh no. Well, to be honest, yeah, the Chromagus wasn't the best play, but
Yes.
just really wanted to see that. I love the decision to go face. You know that your opponent still has to go through the taunt minions first. If I'm not mistaken, IKEALYOU doesn't play Mulch, so this just needs to get damaged, and deal 8 damage to 1 minion by the Druid is just almost impossible.
Yeah, and you're the Zoo, and Zoo goes face, right?
Yeah. It's just a more powerful Zoo.
Yeah. With Chromagus.
Yeah. And again, Chromagus is being picked, not being used. Sad. Really sad to see that.
Yeah. I think Thijs will get over it when he takes the win here.
Probably yes. I mean, for IKEALYOU, even if you heal for 8, that just prolongs your agony. This wipe will deal with the Blackwing Corruptor, but
Exactly.
now if you use the Feral Rage for damage, you can power through the minion, you're still very low. Wow. Sucks so much.
Yeah.
He's at he's at 16 HP, but his 4/1 minion will just get traded by the Nevers by Historian.
And maybe your dream will come true, but it's more unlikely that we can see Chromagus this turn.
Because
with
Brand
the
plus Azure is actually better.
Yes.
Because you get to draw 2 different cards and not one copy of a specific card.
Still dodging the Drake here, the big one.
I'm disappointed, Thijs. Really disappointed.
I think you have to speak to him after the match.
Yeah, I think I have to. And also, that's also a misplay. He should have healed his face, so the next time he can do it again and brag that he has a perfect score, because he's at 30.
Just paint it white again.
Yeah, you know, you played some fighting games, right? And there's always like the perfect at the end of the round, right? Perfect round.
Yeah, the perfect round. He's not going for the perfect round.
You can still get it. Oh, never mind. Denied. Thijs takes it 2-1. IKEALYOU is not happy about this. His druid was the best chance to defeat the priest. And in this case, it didn't go well. I mean, his hand was terrible. He had the Wild Growth, but 2 Nourish and an Ancient of War were very detrimental to what he has to do in this matchup. So getting basically just minions in the beginning was so much more important, right?
Yeah, he just sued him down, and now he's in the bad spot that he has to play the second pirate deck. And that's not, not too good of a matchup. The Defender of Argus, unfortunately, he doesn't have the coin. He can't hold it. But Wyrmrest Agent and already a dragon in his hand. But the Shadow Word Bass won't do much here, and another 1-drop. Okay, here we go.
Well, that is actually a really good opening hand. Although the Shadow Word Death is not that great.
And patches?
Patches.
I see patches. Yeah. Every time you see patches, you lose, right?
Nah, it's not that terrible.
It's not that bad, but...
It's not that bad. It of course costs you 1 card, so in the end it might be around 4 damage, because you didn't get another card.
And 1 card draw,
yeah, so it might be a lot of damage output lost in case of the aggressive decks, but at the same time it's not unwinnable when you draw patches. Just, you know, sad. But for Thijs, even though he has the Shadow Word Death, which might not be used in this matchup at all, because the opponent, if he plays a Frothing Berserker, but maybe that's a target. But having a turn 1 Cleric into turn 2 Wyrmrest Agent, that is being buffed, which is very important. It's actually super tough to deal with. Especially when IKEALYOU now has all those pirates in his hand, and they look kind of sad when staring down at the 1/3 Cleric.
Yeah, just pirates, but not activating patches because it's in his hand, and only a 5-drop weapon. So that's
no Fear War Axe. I mean, the Fear War Axe would have been awesome.
Yes, yeah, the War Axe. Instead of the patches.
No patches. Yeah, and Thijs is like, okay, I have now some more informations, and the question is, do I want to play the Wyrmrest Agent this turn into the Small Time Buccaneer? Because if your opponent has, he knows that there's no Fear War Axe.
Yeah, he knows there's patches, there's no Fiery War Axe.
So if he plays the Wyrmrest Agent, the only possible weapon that can be played is either Nzov, the First Mate, Nzov First Mate, that gets him a 1-attack weapon so he can trade with the Wyrmrest Agent. And that's a bad scenario for him. But other than that, I don't see anything else that will just cost him dearly. Like, upgrade just on an empty board is fantastic for Thijs, because it costs so much damage for the warriors. He is actually so happy about it. Heroic Strike is a good answer though, and now not attacking into the Small Time Buccaneer is actually sad for Thijs.
Yeah, but I think it was the right decision, because it's so likely that there's an Ensoed First Mate, and then it's just basically the better play. So it's more likely the better play, so you just play it like he did.
But look at that, Potion of Madness. That has so much value, if played in, of course, in a correct scenario.
Yeah, certainly. And it just... his style is so clunky of IKEALYOU.
But if he gets to...
Finally a weapon.
Yeah, final weapon, but now... even though he got the weapon for the turn 3, the Arcana Reaper is just like kinda sad about this.
Yeah. Afterwards you won't use it anymore, but on the other hand you don't really need it afterwards if you have an Arcanate Reaper in your hand. But Twilight Guardian is just here to stop the aggression, You could also.
I think that's a good turn for just
could
potion.
steal it, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
madness potion, and you steal the
Next
friendly
turn.
and attack into the 3-1.
Yeah,
Perfect
exactly.
trade. You can do it the other way around, because then the Smeltdown Buccaneer becomes a 1-1, and you're very sad about this. So you need to use on the friendly.
Yeah, exactly. Just kill off both minions. Heal yourself back to 28. Going for the perfect.
Yeah, and then you can play. Twilight Guardian into a turn when your opponent played a Corcoran Elite,
Mhm.
because he doesn't have a good way of answering it, so he needs to sacrifice the Corcoran Elite into it. And I would like that. I would really like to see that, because if he plays the Twilight Guardian, it basically just dies to the board state. I mean, there's 5 damage if your opponent, and he knows there's a patches in hand, so that's already 6. Do you want to sacrifice
Yeah, but
the
on
Twilight
the,
Guardian
on the
for that?
other hand, maybe it's not too bad because it stops the complete aggression. Both players do it.
I don't know. I don't like this. I don't like this, to be honest, because it's just the Potion of Madness here has insane value.
Yeah.
While the Twilight Guardian is just way better to stop Corcoran Elites and in the future, or stop the Arcanine Reaper from attacking you for twice to your face, basically.
It's just a question which card of both will get more value over the duration of the game.
And you think Potion Madness will get bigger value
No.
later? Yeah, exactly.
So
right.
I'm completely with you.
Interesting.
Yeah, Mortal Strike. He's protecting his board.
Oh, wait. He did trade. That's interesting, right?
No,
Because-
it's fine because he would have had no weapon, so this turn it would have been the same amount of damage.
I mean, he would have to play
Maybe
Arcanine Reaper next turn, and that adds +2 damage.
yes for next turn.
Yeah.
And Thijs doesn't really. Maybe he's playing around the Holy Nova.
Maybe.
No, I don't think so. But
Maybe he plays around the potion.
no,
I'm not sure.
I'm
But
not sure.
Shadow Word Pain is being used on our Finley. That is never good. That is never good, but at the same time, we know that Thijs can just exhaust the the Pirate Warrior, because it doesn't have a draw. Now, the second Arcade Reaper, well, that's 20 damage.
Yeah.
That's 20 damage, and Thijs doesn't have any more taunts. So, that Twilight Guardian that he just played so recklessly on turn 4 could have get more value. Oh, look at that. Speaking of taunts.
Speaking of more taunts, here we go. More taunts incoming. But still, it's 10 damage in the hand via the Arcanine Reaper, and then still you got the pirates. Oh, another one.
It's very lucky for Thijs that IKEALYOU doesn't draw Bloodsail Cultist or an upgrade, because an upgraded Arcanine Reaper is like insane. It's just so much damage.
Yeah, playing all pirates now.
Okay, so
even
now
if you
Potion
top
of
decks it-
Madness will just have some value.
Yeah.
And a second Cavalry Talon Priest, that's a really good turn, because now you get to buff all the Talon Priest, you get to heal yourself, you get to kill everything on the board, you get to clear, which is even more important, you get to clear every single pirate. So now you know Bloodsail Corsair is a really bad draw.
Yeah, it's a naked Bloodsail Corsair.
Yeah. I mean, he doesn't know what's there in the hand as the last card, but he can anticipate it can be something as another weapon, or a Heroic Strike, or a second Mortal Strike.
Yes.
Because if there would be a Bloodsail Corsair, it would have already have been played, so he knows it's not that card. And if it would have been a Corcoran Elite, that would have already been played last turn as well, so he can get that out of the way as well. Second, Arcanine Reaper is something that Thijs doesn't want to see at all. He needs a taunt. That's not a taunt.
Yeah, double Shadow Word Death in his hand. Basically, that card's here. No Frozen Berserker yet on the side of IKEALYOU, so no target at all.
So now if he puts on board 3-5 attack, well, he can put 5 because now he used the hero power to heal himself. So he doesn't set up lethal, but even with the Twilight Web, he wouldn't be able to set up lethal. That's a bad draw. So it seems like IKEALYOU has basically 2 turns. If he deals the damage with the Mortal Strike for 6, he has 11. So I feel like he needs to attack with the Arcanine Reaper, because even an upgrade next turn doesn't win him the game, because he doesn't have the additional turn of attacking, you know? So he needs to get a Leroy Jenkins next turn or a Corcoran Elite to get the best chance of winning the game.
Yeah, I feel kind of bad for him because his turns and his draw from the beginning on in this match was so bad. Double Arcanite Reaper kept him kind of in the game, but he needs to stop drawing his 1-drops.
I mean, he would have been really good in a good position in this game if he would just get to have an upgrade or a Bloodcell Corsair. That would have been such an amazing draw for him that the additional 6 damage from a single Arcanite Reaper could have made the difference between winning and losing an entire quarterfinal. Because right now, with this draw, if he doesn't get to get like an insane power draw next turn, it seems like he's in a losing position.
Yeah.
Does he wants to kill one of the Tauren Priests? Yes, he actually kills it. And now he waits for the upgrade. So this is his strategy.
Yeah.
He wants to get the upgrade next turn that guarantees 12 damage, so he can still win with a Leroy Jenkins, basically. But the problem is, his hero power now, the dagger, is completely useless.
Yeah.
And I really would like to see what were his other options, because maybe it wasn't worth to get the draw hero power at that point, right? Like seeing his head at that point when he had the Arcanite Reaper,
Yes.
we said that it's really weird that he took it, right?
Yeah, but on the other hand, he kind of had to took it to make all the pirates do at least something.
But at the same time, even with a... Actually, I was wrong last turn. Even with when you draw an upgrade and Leroy Jenkins, you have no way of dealing that much damage.
Yeah, because of
This
the
is
healers,
18.
right?
And Thijs is already here.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Thijs wins the first quarterfinal here in Northminster. Esport Super Sub takes it to the semi-final. This is the end of the road for IKEALYOU, but still a really good performance for him. Going out of the groups with Firebat in the final decider match, right? I mean, against Firebat in the final decider match.
He had to play Firebat twice.
Yes, 1-1 against him, but he won the second more important match.
Yes,
so
exactly.
for sure a good performance from him. And even though he didn't get to the semi-final, I feel like he should be proud of himself.
Yeah.
But for Thijs, it seems like, well, you know, another day in the office, right?
Yes,
he just
exactly.
goes like a breeze. The priest is really doing an insane work.
Yeah,
right?
another 3-0 by the priest. Live coach did it yesterday.
Yep.
So pretty impressive.
Pretty impressive. I feel like there was some shaky turns that maybe could have been made differently, right? Especially the turn 4 with the High Guardian. I would really like to ask Thijs about it. But it seems like the Dragon Priest, when you ban one of your worst matchups, like Warlock, an example, right?
Yeah.
Seems to be performing really well. But that depends on your opponent's lineup. If he plays aggressive decks, like 2 aggressive decks, then you can take advantage of that. While if he's just playing, like let's say, Forsen plays a handlock, right?
Yes, the handlock.
You need to ban that handlock, otherwise you're not able to just sustain the amount of threats that he's playing, right?
Yeah, exactly. Let's take a look at the replays.
All right, this is the third game. Third game between Priest and the Druid. It's actually like the last breath from the Druid. It's like you see how the match developed. The entire game was just looking like this turn.
Yeah.
Thijs is ahead on the board, has insane amount of minions and just insane amount of pressure. And this is the turn when the final game between IKEALYOU and Thijs, where the warrior was just exhausted out of resources and couldn't dish out enough damage. A single minion from Thijs is just putting more pressure over time than the weapons from IKEALYOU without an upgrade.
Yeah,
right?
and IKEALYOU felt like he has to handle the board in kind of way. Played the second Mortal Strike on the minion, but yeah, after this draw, he can't get the board back, and he's just drawing another pirate that doesn't do much damage, at least to the face. So yeah, that's just game over here.
Well, this is the turn when even a 0-mana pirate doesn't really change that much.
No,
right?
it's just too late for 0-mana cards.
Exactly. This is the deck which requires basically 5 mana. That's about it.
Yeah.
Because you need 5 mana for Arcanite Reaper, and you don't need exactly more mana.
Sometimes you need 6 for Heroic and Mortal Strike in one turn.
Okay, or Colcran and Fear Warx, but basically that's the top level of mana that you need. Now we can go to the main stage and hear what Thijs has to say.
All right, firstly, congratulations, Thijs. You're now through to the semi-finals. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, really happy. It was really my goal also, like after I come out of the group, would really like to take top 4. That is awesome. So yeah, just super happy now, and that you can do it with Priest. What is better?
Great. Well, next goal, top 2. Yeah, tell me a little bit about the Priest. Obviously, not one of the best decks previously, but now Gadget stands out. You just swept with the deck.
Yeah, it's also, I think it's one of the stronger classes in a format where you have a possible ban. It has some struggles, of course, against the Reno lock, but if that matchup goes out, people tend to really go for the aggressive matchups, and you're just so good against that. And I also don't mind to face through too much. It's not great, but it's not bad either. So yeah, it seems to be a right call, and until now it works out really well.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit about that just before we started this interview. And why is it you were so... Why was the Druid matchup so important?
The Druid matchup was really important because my last deck that was left, Reno Warlock, really didn't want to face the Druid that badly, or it's not the matchup I was looking for with the Reno Warlock. And it's always the thing, if you are 1-0 behind in a series, you need to like get that edge somewhere back. And for me, the edge was to get the Druid out. And even if I would lost the series lost the last series, I still had an okay to nice matchup left. And so that win was really important.
Yeah, well, that was a really brutal set of games after of course, the first one. So I'm going to leave you to go and get ready for your next game. Congratulations one more time, Thijs.
Yes, thank you.
Our first semi-finalist. I'm going to hand back to the main stage.
Congratulations once again there to Thijs from the Netherlands, who is one step closer to that first place prize of 12,500 euros. Unfortunately, we see the end of IKEALYOU, but he does take 500 euros today for his efforts. We will be back very shortly. We have another match coming your way. It is going to be a good one. It's RDU versus ECOP. Thijs will also play the winner of this match in the semi-final. So stay tuned for that next match coming right up after this. and welcome back to Neumünster, Germany for the final day of Esports Superstars. Big congratulations to Thijs from the Netherlands, who is the first player to go into the semi-finals today. We have another exciting match coming your way. This next one will be RDU from Romania versus ECOP from Germany. RDU, it was smooth sailing pretty much for you. You completed both your games quickly and into the quarterfinals. Do you think today will be as easy?
Let's hope so. Like usually the people that win their groups have like a hard challenge against the contender, but I think my lineup is pretty good and I should win, hopefully.
Well, Thijs was the first player from his group to go through, so I guess you're hoping that pattern follows.
Yeah, let's hope so.
And ECOP, well, your heat wasn't so easy. In fact, you lost your first game, but then you beat Eloise and you played Kranich twice. So what happened in the second game with Kranich that made you beat him that time?
I played Pirate Warrior and got 3 wins.
Simple as that. What are you hoping for this match with RDU? Other than you win, of course.
Well, I cannot do it with Pirate Warrior, so I guess I'm going to have to do it with another deck then.
And if you win this, 12,500 euros, do I get the ECOP face?
No.
This man is mean! All right, guys, shake hands and head to the towers. Best of luck. Time to head to the casters as these guys start the second quarterfinal.
I'm sure we'll get to see some faces during the gameplay.
Yes, I'm not sure if we see ECOP's face this weekend at all, but we'll see, I guess.
You can only hope. Anyway, second semi-final game. Obviously a big one, huge leap in the prize pool for these guys. They definitely want to be getting through to the top 4.
Yeah, and it's basically the match of the Dragon Priest versus the Rogue. Because RDU doesn't have the Priest, but he plays the Rogue. As we've seen the one with the Questioning Adventurers, and on the other hand, the Priest with the Dragons.
Yeah, I mean, there have been a lot of interesting rogue lineups, but the Priests have been more or less the same. Obviously, over the last few weeks, there have been a lot of debate whether it's Dragon Priest or Reno Priest that's going to reign supreme, but everyone here unanimously, they voted with their decks, and Dragon Priest just seems to be one of the top decks in this meta that we have forming right now. Thijs proved that in the last series.
Yeah, and Life Coach proved it as well. And it also worked pretty well for ECOP. And the Priest, it just can't run out of resources, it seems. It's just going and going and going. And in the end, it's just winning.
All right, I believe we are going to go to the match screen and then start the game. So we're back with you in just a moment.
You alright?
Oh, that was really bad timing.
Bad timing, yeah. Now the second quarterfinal will be happening between RDU and ECOP. Quite a rivalry between them from the beginning of the Hearthstone scene. I remember still in 2014 when RDU was 17 years old and he was basically like the underdog. Everyone was surprised when he won against Nimsh at DreamHack Bucharest, and that was one of the highlights at that time. And from that point, he was like the enemy of Cloud9 when Nimsh and ECOP were playing. So it's kind of interesting to see that. I think that was a long time ago when I saw last time RDU playing against ECOP. So I'm really interested to see how this will go. And the lineups-wise, to be honest, I feel like RDU has a slight edge.
Okay.
It's not that big, but at the same time, I feel like RDU is super confident, you know? While ECOP is always like, I feel like he's inconsistent. He either plays super well, like flawlessly, or just messes up something and just goes down the toilet, you know?
Okay, but just looking at the lineups, I mean, as CAMLANN was saying, it's kind of Rogue versus Priest is the decider here. You think the Rogue looks good?
I think the Rogue is actually insane when played correctly, and if he gets the matchups right. I mean, when it comes to, like, you know, against Priest, it should be a free win, basically.
Yep.
Against the Druid, it should be very well positioned as well. The problem might be the Shaman, right? The idea behind playing Rogue is to ban the most aggressive decks.
Yep.
And in this case, it's either Warrior or Shaman.
Well, it has to be said, your G2 boys have not disappointed so far. So let's see if RDU can continue the trend. We're jumping into game 1. It's going to be the Dragon Priest versus RDU's Druid.
All right, and we have an Innervate in opening hand, which is always a key. But other than that, I feel like you mulligan away everything. You want to hit the Wild Growth, you want to hit Jade Blossom as soon as possible. Let's see what RDU did do. Wait, is it after mulligan?
Oh, that was we'd already seen the mulligan. I wasn't sure
well,
about that.
That's sad. Then it's really sad because this opening hand is not really that great. For RDU, well, let's see what it will be to draw. Living Roots, not something that you want to see at all.
That's not going to be dealing with Northshire Cleric, that's for certain. Is there ever any value in getting Wrath out early? Sorry, getting Aya out early, do you think, against a Priest?
I think it's always okay to play Aya early because it doesn't really matter what do you play. You just want to play. You just want to play any kind of Jade Golems at some point.
Okay, so we can now actually see Ecop's Discover going for a minion here. With the Netherspite Historian, but no big drops, which makes a huge change when it comes to Netherspite Historian, a card that usually guarantees you at least one huge 8-mana dragon or something. But finally, RDU finding use for the Wrath. Looking at the rest of his hand again, but it looks like a pretty clean Wrath the Northshire Cleric turn. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I think like you need to get rid of that card as soon as possible because if the Priest gets some card advantage going, then he might actually outzoo you. Because basically this is why you want. How do you want to play this matchup? You want to play minions after minions after minions, and then. Well, the Druid is just like can make a comeback because there's too much HP points on the board state and you can't really do much about it. So Aya is being played, but the problem is he left a Bronzebeard on board. Turn 4 for the Priest, so not many options.
No.
Fortunately, it's not a Draconid Operative or a Blackwing Corruptor with the double Battle Cry because, like, you know, the Twilight Garden doesn't really make much of a difference.
It's just an extra attack, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. It would have made a difference against another Priest, because then it's out of range of Shadow or Pain. Right?
Yeah, and no Dragonfire Potion is going to deal with that or anything. Aya is going to get to trade in here, possibly. RDU could use his hero power, although it's kind of an awkward turn. Fandral doesn't really deliver just yet.
Yeah, and the problem is now he can't really deal with the Bronzebeard, and that means turn 5 will be scary.
Yeah, Ecop going to have a wealth of different options available to him. If he feels the need to play the double Blackwing Corruptor, then that's a free 6 damage. But looking at how the board state is at the moment, unless RDU does develop Fandral or Bran, which I don't think he will, double Dragonid Operative looks just fine to me.
I feel like that looks insane. Even a double Azure Drake would have been really good.
Yeah, right.
I mean, every single 5-drop that Ecop can play with a Bronzebeard on board is insanely valuable. So for RDU, it's actually not looking great, whatever happens. I mean, the best case scenario for him is actually Blackwing Corruptor, because it's only damage. It's not card advantage in this situation. While, unless he plays the Fandral and then the Fandral dies, just to Blackwing Corruptor. That would be really sad. But other than that, like that Draconid Operative, if he gets meaningful drops from that, and most likely it will happen, that's really uncomfortable.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't like using the Living Roots this turn.
Was he considering using it just to kill the Netherspite or for the saplings? Both seem pretty terrible.
Yeah, they both seem like he didn't actually want to use it. He was just thinking about it and just came to the conclusion like, yeah, that's not worth it. Especially when I have the Fandral for the next turn, so I can always deal 2 damage and get the saplings at the same time. But now look at that. This is the power of Bronzebeard with Draconid Operative. So much value. Jade Spirit, Azure Drake, and Living Root. So I guess it's either the Living Root or the Azure Drake, because Jade Spirit that creates just a 1/1.
Just the 1/1. You're never going to get that up to a 3/3 or a 4/4 with that deck. I mean, Azure Drake seems great. You're already playing a lot of dragons. It's an extra activator if you need it. Living Roots is removal, though, and potentially a way of dealing with some of those awkward minions with 4 health later on.
That's true. But another Azure Drake was taken, and now,
Wrath and Mulch are pretty good removal cards as well.
Yeah, the Mulch is actually pretty damn good. Like, you can deal with every single big minion from RDU. So, pretty damn sweet. 2 cards from a single Reckoned Operative is already probably enough to switch the gears in this matchup for on the ECOP side, you know?
Right.
It doesn't look good.
Yeah, so what are RDU's actual options this turn? He's got, I guess, Fandral into Living Roots, but the Fandral just dies to the Operative.
Yeah, that kind of sucks. So I guess probably the best option is just to kill the Brand Bronzebeard with the free Jade Golem and then just drop the Azure Drake.
Yeah.
Because the Azure Drake can be taken out with Shadow of the Pain, Bookworm, or... Oh, he goes for the Fandral.
No, I agreed with you, but this is another option. It lets him go wide. If ECOP doesn't have a board clear, then this could be rewarded, as the Operative has to trade into Fandral this turn. ECOP picking up Blackwing Technician. Not a card that we've seen in all of these Dragon Priest decks.
Yeah, well, we didn't see Dragonkin Sorcerer as well, right?
That's yeah, that came from Netherspite Historian.
Oh yeah, never mind then. But still,
yeah,
my point stands.
But actually, looking at the cards, it does look like it fits very well into this deck because Shadow Powered
Shield.
Shield, that's the one. Powered Shield is actually going to buff it 3 health and 1 attack, which is great synergy.
And you can always target it with a Wrath.
you could do that.
Powerwatch is being played on the Dragon Operative. A second Historian is being picked up as well. Seems like a very clean turn for ECOP and set up so much health on the board.
Yeah. Yeah, and a lot of damage, right? That's 10 attack already. RDU is going to have to start dealing with these cards. Living Roots with the Azure Drake spell power is very, very helpful. He can use these to deal with the Operative. But that Blowing Corruptor, he can't do anything about it just yet.
Well, most likely will trade, which is fine for RDU. But the thing is that even when it trades, RDU can't really... it will be wishful thinking if RDU counts on ECOP not playing any minions.
Right.
During his turn, you know? And Talon Priest is actually a nightmare for RDU.
Yeah, I mean, the trade that ECOP can make here, RDU still unable to actually deal with the Blackwing Corruptor, that ECOP can actually heal up with his hero power.
Yep. And Historian at this turn, it seems like a good choice. Historian, heal. Yep. We'll go for that. He can also pick up another Dragon card, so maybe it's another Dragon Operative. But does he need to go such value? Maybe the Dragonkin Sorcerer is actually better here. What a single Wrath can kill your Blackwing Technician. Sorry, Corruptor.
Yep.
So is that problematic? You use 2 mana, you're left with 5 mana, not many options left. So
I guess it's a Nourish, it's a Drake. This time, ECOP actually getting much bigger choices. Going with the Deathwing, which is a great way of dealing with Jade Golems much later into the game.
That's true.
Now, speaking of Jade Golems, I think RDU's on 4/4 for this one.
Yes, you're correct.
So they are soon going to start to spiral out of control, but he's going to need to use that Nourish as soon as possible to restock his hand and actually give him the resources to play the Jade Golems.
The problem is there's already 9 damage staring at him every single turn. Feather Rage will kind of help, but not that much.
And hey, look at that. You were weighing up ECOP's decisions, wondering, is it necessary to heal up the Blackwing Corruptor? What could RDU do with Wrath? And that would have worked then. Nourish into Wrath would have cleared Blackwing Corruptor had ECOP not healed.
But still, instead of the Technician, instead of the Historian, he would have the Dragonkin Sorcerer. So it's not that terrible.
True.
Still, a 3/5 is being on the board.
That's true. So ECOP is, to some extent, playing a value game, but he's probably, if he ever hopes to play Deathwing, he's going to have to switch that up a bit, because he's not going to want to discard his whole hand.
I mean, look at that. RDU's at 13 HP, and his opponent has an entire board, like, just staring at him. 5, 9, 12, 15, 16 damage, so a single Behemoth is not enough to stop the Molds, of course, from winning. RDU doesn't know that,
Yeah.
but he will get the information pretty damn soon because the mulch will be snapcasted from the hand, or even the Shadowwood Pain. Doesn't really matter. I think like the mulch could have been the flashier play, just to just
Yeah, I
show,
agree.
you know, I had this in my hand, so whatever you do, I'll just kill the taunt minion.
How much does he want to try and tilt RDU? I think that's the question there.
Probably doesn't maybe even think about it because he's so focused on the game. He just wants to win, you know.
The other thing that RDU had that was a bit of a disadvantage is he's playing Druid. When your opponent has a board full of minions that have more than 2 health, a Druid finds it really, really difficult to deal with that. There was no like Blood Mage Thanos into swipe available for him. I don't think he picked up a single swipe that game, actually.
No, he didn't pick a single swipe. Even a swipe alone doesn't really do that much. Feral Rage basically is the same, but at least can clear a 5 HP minion with a hero power for less mana.
Yeah.
While swipe requires actually 6, right, instead of 5.
Yeah.
But in general, I think it's just a bad matchup if the priest has a good curve.
Sure.
And the druid doesn't get his ramp into big minions, you know. So it's I think it's like a. Most of the time, I think a priest will win this matchup. So now RDU picks his rogue.
Not a matchup that you thought the priest would win. So
Yes.
RDU obviously counter-queuing. This is what he wanted. Too bad he didn't queue the rogue to start off with, but there's no way of knowing that in last hero standing.
Of course. But the draw doesn't look good. Shadow Strike, Backstab, and a counterfeit coin is not something you want to see in the beginning of the game. But still...
Oh, questing's not too bad,
Questing is
though.
not too bad, but he didn't go second. And
Yeah.
that's something that we would really like to have. By the way, I'm kind of surprised that Hearthstone doesn't have a way of choosing which...
What, like a
would
rock,
you
paper,
go.
scissors kind of thing?
you know, in this case, you lost the first game. You should be able to choose. Do you start or lose?
Sure.
Do you start? Are you on the play or on the draw in the upcoming game? In this case, like I would definitely would be happy to play on the draw.
Yeah.
As being the rogue, right? So
that's definitely an interesting thing that would be great in tournaments like this.
Sometimes you want to actually be on the draw. Like in control matchups, there
Yeah.
are some control matchups when you want to be the second guy, just to have an advantage of, for having one card more.
Right.
When it's not that important that you're being first on the board.
Wow, Ecop's curve here is disgusting. Technician into Technician, 2 3/5 minions that Shadow Strike is very good at dealing with, but how does he deal with the second one?
Does he need to though? Like he might ignore it for some time and get some damage done, but the problem is he needs some pressure. He needs a Tomb Pillager. Conceal is not something that he wants. I mean, he can play the Questing Adventure now with Conceal, and I feel like he really needs to do that.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that's the play. It's a little bit scary because you know that there are Shadow Word deaths about, and next turn, RDU might get 1 attack with Questing Adventurer only for it to get hit by a Shadow Word death.
I mean, he can just pump it up to 4 instead of 5
That's
turn
true.
because he knows it will not die to a Blackened Corruptor, it will not die to Holy Nova. So there's almost no way of killing it from the hand if you get rid of the minions from the board.
Yeah.
The thing is, he doesn't have a second projectile for another drop that could have been played on turn 4.
Right. Going with the Thanos there, just for the cycle, I think that makes a lot of sense. RDU wants to be picking up, well, he wants Tomb Pillager and a Zerdrake first, but very, very soon he's going to be needing these gadgets and auctioneers.
Time is slowly running out, so now the draw from Thanos is very much needed. A Tomb Pillager is nice.
Alright.
Sap, not really needed right now. But in general, I think like the Tomb Pillager is one of the best cards that he could have get, basically.
I wonder if this could be the Questing Adventurer turn, because he could play Questing Adventurer, sap. There's no point in sapping the dragon, though. It just gets played again.
Yeah, and if you do that, then the other minion lives, and you just die to basically Blackened Corruptor, so you would need to play Coin
I figured
and
Coin Conceal as well, yeah.
It might be too much.
Yeah.
Might be too much because I practically think that in this case, when he's kind of behind, getting a Concealed Auctioneer can win him the game, almost guaranteed, you know?
Right.
So keeping maybe the Conceal is like the best way to win when you're behind.
Speaking of cards that we don't regularly see in Dragon Priest, Twilight Drake.
Oh,
I guess it's great in the mirror. It's another 4-attack minion, and therefore your opponent Priest can't deal with it. But wow, given the option for preparation or the counterfeit coin or Questing Adventurer here, That is a really interesting decision. You want all three.
Questing Adventure doesn't really fit the curve, but at the same time you can play next turn Questing into Cleric and maybe Shadow Ward Pain and an Agent if your opponent will play it. Is it a good turn to play an Agent? Or turn 6 for RDU? Hard to predict. You can't really make that prediction.
Yeah.
Alright. End of the turn. Fan of Knights will help to clear the Twilight Dragon. Twilight Guardian, sorry.
It's
So
not-
much similar names.
Yeah, there are so many dragons, so many pirates nowadays. The question is, do you now have to play Questing Adventurer? Like, the problem that RDU's facing is he has so many cards in his hand that are completely dead until something like a Gadgetzan Auctioneer comes out. And
I feel it's... Sorry for interrupting you, but I feel like this is a turn. Questing Adventure,
Yeah.
Coin, Conceal, after attacking, of course. Oh, he goes for the Sap instead, okay.
all right.
So he wants to clear the Operative. What about going for the value and concealing the Tomb Pillager at 1 HP? I feel like that was kind of okay as well.
Yeah, I can see that, but looks like RDU is solely focusing on getting this adventurer in a good position. We can see he might be okay because eCorp doesn't have a means of dealing with it if it gets much bigger. There's no Shadow of Death in his hand just yet.
But that was a very interesting turn because I was thinking like getting the cycle from the Fan of Knives might be more important, and you will still have a Tomb Pillager with 5/1 stats alive, so you kind of require your opponent to play Holy enough on turn 6 to kill it.
Imagine now though, imagine if RDU's next draw was Gadgetzan Auctioneer.
Oh, that's gonna be
Auctioneer,
nuts.
coin, Fan of Knives, probably a preparation at that point has been picked up.
Yeah. So he has 10% chance to draw an Auctioneer right now.
Yep.
Or Barnes. And Barnes can give him an Auctioneer as
right.
well. So basically he has 3 outs. 1 out is kind of worse because it's still random, but there's a chance. So basically he has 3 draws that he wants to see. 4/7 Twilight Drake is annoying, and he gets actually, when you look at the HP, Rogue is already at 14. Prep is not something he wants to see at all.
No. After the Auctioneer, sure, but not
Now
here.
he needs to use the prep into Fan of Knives to get the Auctioneer into his hand, so he can use the coins and maybe get another Sap or an Eviscerate.
Right.
Otherwise, it just looks bleak.
Funny thing is, RDU actually, he is building up the damage slowly but surely. I think he's got about 16 here with all of the buffs that the spells would give the Adventurer and the Leroy Jenkins, but eCorp's still solidly at 29 health.
Yeah.
RDU's a long way from winning this just yet. Leroy Jenkins, is he using that to oh, right, okay. That's a good Fan of Knives.
There's the Barnes. 1 draw too late, sorry. 4. Yeah, that's... I think that's a good read, that his opponent doesn't have the Shadow Ward Death, I guess.
Yep. Corruptor is going to hurt, though.
Well, this is not looking good for RDU. He will now lose his Questing Adventurer, and the problem is, if he doesn't get the Barnes Auctioneer play...
Yeah. There are still
Yikes.
bad options for Barnes, though. Edwin Van Cleef, we haven't seen that yet. A second Questing Adventurer would be pretty appalling as well. Even Tomb Pillager or SI7 Agent are not going to do anything for him, so it's definitely not a surefire thing for RDU to get this Auctioneer here.
Well, you can see when how Rogue can just blank out, right?
Yeah.
I Conceal, okay, this is the turn when you need to get Auctioneer from the Barnes. Few clicks to make it more lucky, I guess. Oh
There
my
it
god,
is.
there it goes.
Okay.
That was the best possible outcome for RDU.
There he is again. Let's get cycling, RDU. What can we find? Oh, it might be over already, this cycle.
That sucks. 15 cards left. How many spells there are? 2 Eviscerates, 1 Fan of Knives.
1 Sap.
1 Sap, 2 Cold Bloods. Or 1 Cold Blood, I'm not sure actually. Maybe 1 more Shadow Strike. Not sure if he plays.
Possibly.
I don't think this is actually the turn when you will cycle, since you can actually use the Auctioneer from the hand next turn.
And draw 2 cards for every
draw
spell.
2 cards.
It's not something you see very often because you can fill your hand up very quickly that way. But as RDU only has 4 cards in his hand on the next draw, it's just necessary, I think, for him to come back. And Auctioneer preparation into something like Eviscerate would be huge here.
He's getting low on health. Look at that. 7 damage staring at him. He will be at 5 HP. A second Blackwing Corruptor with a brand is just lethal.
Yeah.
Not looking good for RDU. He needs to hit like every single important spell right now. So maybe it will be even the case when he will just... if he will draw a spell right now, for the next turn, he might actually not play the Auctioneer.
Okay. Just start the single Auctioneer cycling. Oh, wow, that is disgusting. Powered Shield on Questing Adventurer.
3/5 minion. Seems good. Now it's
4/6 minion.
Something needs to be done about that minion. There's a backstab. So, now, do you want to go with double Auctioneers? I think you do.
Yeah, it's fine because you can backstab first and then preparation, whatever you get next. You've still got 2 more spells to play with. Well, hopefully one of these is a spell. That's not a spell! That's
a Fan of Knives, okay. Preparation first. Let's see what we'll draw. Another 2 cards. Eviscerate, there it is. A second Eviscerate. He did use only 1 preparation in this game, right?
Yeah, I think so. I don't recall the first one being played.
So if he plays Fan of Knives right now, that is actually not great. He kills only the Whelp. But if he will use the Eviscerate, he can go through... Never mind.
Okay.
That was probably the best possible play to have a chance of winning this.
But can he even survive this turn? 1 Eviscerate... Oh my goodness.
He needs to kill the Questing Adventurer.
Yeah, he can't... Oh, it's lined up so awkwardly. Oh, okay, Cold Blood was exactly what he needed there.
Oh my god.
Wow. Is this hand gonna be too full now?
I think it will be. I'm not sure. And he's almost out of cards.
So RDU is going to need to start dealing damage.
He's actually at 9 cards. Look at that. Perfect execution. I mean, this turn was so complicated. I would mess it up like 3 times already. That was really impressive. Getting this... I think that was the ideal way.
RDU is doing some serious maths there.
This was like super complicated. But the problem is, now he has an Auctioneer on board. He needs to die.
Yeah, then again, RDU only has 2 spells in his hand. I don't know what his last card is, but it might not even be a spell. RDU might actually have to rely on minions to win this game from this point onwards.
Might happen. I mean, he has an Edwin, a Questing Adventurer, so those can be played next turn. So it can be Questing Adventurer. You start with that. Then depends on what your opponent's minions are. You can use an agent to actually kill off your Auctioneer after trading if it's not enough damage. So then you can use the sap on the second minion.
And the counterfeit coin.
Counterfeit coin, build up a huge Edwin, and this might be the winning play.
And again, doesn't Priest miss Light Bomb?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, there's still a 7-1 burns. 7-1 stats.
Yeah, it's crazy that ECOP can't do anything about that.
No Shadow Ward Death, no Holy Nova. That is the last card for RDU. He can't play a single spell because that gives an out with a Blackwing Corruptor for his opponent.
Right.
So now the turn is basically... Somehow you need to kill your own Auctioneer and play as much power as possible on the board. So maybe if it's possible, even kill your opponent next turn. But is it possible? I don't think you can.
I like what you described earlier. I like starting with the Adventurer. You play the SI7 agent to kill off the Gadgetzan Auctioneer.
Maybe not really, because you can sacrifice the 7-1. He starts with the sap. Okay, so he gives an out for the Blackwing Corruptor.
Okay, well that's the...
I mean, he doesn't know that there's no dragon in his opponent's hand. But why didn't he play the Questing Adventurer first? That's 1 damage lost.
Just a mistake.
I think that's a misplay. If he will lose by 1 damage, this will cost him like really, really a lot.
Potentially the series, as this is the matchup that RDU really needed to win, or expected to win.
So 1 damage loss on the Questing Adventurer. He has a 10, 10, 17, 20, 25 damage on board, but a single Shadow Ward Death will clear 10. That leaves 12, 15 on board.
Okay, so now the Sprite Historian, Blackwing Corruptor is not a dragon. luckily for RDU.
Yes.
So there's no way that Ekop is going to get that. What can he get? Chillmore is... No, Chillmore's not that bad.
Chillmore actually doesn't help.
No,
You still die.
No, exactly.
What are the options? Let's see.
Show us.
That's
Operative's
it.
useless.
Yeah. Because Dragon Operative doesn't even give you a card.
No.
There's no cards left in RDU's deck. He just drew it in one turn.
So after what looked like a devastatingly bad game for RDU,
He just turned it around, and that turn, I mean, I know I'm biased, he's in my team,
Yeah.
but that turn was seriously super impressive.
yeah, it gets really complicated when you've got 2 auctioneers on the board and you're trying to work out how many cards you're drawing, and the rope was running for
The rope was
most
running,
of these
yes.
sequences. RDU, that was some incredibly quick thinking there. And yeah, this is just always lethal for RDU.
I mean, the Questing Adventure, it didn't matter that he had one less attack on it, because he still has insane output in his hand right now. So, good thing that he didn't play the Azure Drake, because he would have died.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah, that just...
What a game!
It lined up perfectly. The other thing is that without Tomb Pillager, I don't think RDU would have had a way to combo that Cold Blood, because all of his other cards caused him to draw. Like Auctioneer into Cold Blood would have drawn him a card. Both Drakes would have drawn him a card.
That's true. That's
so
kind of awkward.
without Tomb Pillager, he'd still lost the game. Lined up incredibly well for him. Like you said, that turn was just something else. I hope we get to watch that back in the highlight.
Oh yeah,
later.
definitely. We need the highlight of that turn when he just had double auctioneers and trades. That was the 75 seconds of pure skill.
Yeah,
basically.
absolutely. And APM.
Yes.
Just playing the
Yes.
the cards quickly enough. Right, now Ekop needs to try and counter this rogue. What do you think he's going to go for?
Oh, I'm guessing warrior, right? No, wait, shaman.
Yeah,
what
I
was banned?
think the warriors were banned
I'll
on
have
both
to see.
sides, actually. So,
So
shaman...
He did start with the...
Yep, Murgle,
police
that's a shaman.
Okay, so I guess there's a Doom... There it is. There's the Doom Hammer. It's a death sentence for the rogue if there will be a rogue biter alongside it. Oh, wow, he mulligans in a way? Interesting, because I feel like this is the ticket to win the game.
I wonder if he's a little bit afraid of an early Edwin Van Cleef or something and feels like holding on to too many cards that are dead for the first 5 turns.
But then you need the lava burst, because otherwise you just can't deal with it, because
Yeah.
it's just too big. There's no hex.
And there is a lava burst, so that,
And
that
the Doom
is
Hammer is
something.
back. One is golden, one non-golden, by the way, so might trigger some people.
Are you one of these people?
Nah, I played that myself. I have one
Oh,
golden,
right,
one
okay.
non-golden. But look at that. That hero power was actually half-half. Oh, look at that.
Oh my goodness, so next
Look at
turn,
that.
if he wants it...
If he gets a prep, that's just insane.
Yeah, if he gets a prep, he just wins the game.
I mean, maybe not exactly, but it will be powerful. But oh my god, the backstab will have some value, insane value for RDU.
Okay. So we're talking just a 6-6, Edwin.
It's only a 6-6, but his opponent will need to use a lava burst
Yeah.
to deal with that, and that puts him on turn 4 with 2 overload. So he can't really do much. But then on turn 5 he still has Doomhammer, so it doesn't look super bad, but he still loses a lot of tempo.
He gets Totem Golem, so at least he has a card to play next turn now. On
But
his
if he plays
Doomhammer.
Totem Golem, he can't play Doomhammer.
By the Doomhammer, right. But... Oh, so what's more important? Having a 2-mana minion on the board now, or having Doomhammer next turn?
I mean,
like
Rock Biter is probably the answer, because
Oh,
you
yeah,
need to
you're
deal with the questing adventurer. If you don't deal with that,
Yeah.
you probably lose the game.
No, I completely missed the fact that you had put the naked questing adventurer there then.
Barnes being played on curve on turn 4.
Oh!
Hero Jenkins, just one attack.
It's
like
Patches!
It's like
It's back!
Patches, but it has a huge sword and says, "Let's do this."
Even in the only rogue deck I've seen this week without Patches, there's Patches.
So next turn seems like just an Azodrake for RDU, but now for Ekop, you can't really play the Doomhammer, because just kill what? Barnes, you get 6 damage to the face? That's kind of sad. So and then you have 2 Overlord for the next turn. You're left with 4 mana, so you can't play Totem Golem and Spectral Wolves.
Yeah, 4 mana is really annoying because Spirit Claws is there as well, and that would be the card you'd curve in with the Feral Spirits, but you can't play that over Doomhammer. So
To be honest, every single choice here is awkward.
Yeah.
If you play Feral Spirits, one of the wolves dies to the barns.
Yeah.
If you play Feral Spirits into Totem Golem, you basically say like, yeah, you can do whatever you want with that board because I give you so much freedom. The Doomhammer is probably the best option,
the
but
best.
still awkward.
Yeah.
Next turn basically is the same. You have 2 Overlord. You can't play the Totem Golem basically, so you need to play Feral Spirit into Spirit. No, you can't play Spirit.
Well,
what I'm talking about.
Could he ever play Totem Golem and ping the Leroy? Use the Doomhammer to trade with Azure Drake, or is that just too much trading at that point?
Yeah, but then you can't kill Azure Drake because that's 8 damage to the face. You're at 12. It's 10-5.
right.
What the hell happened? How the hell did RDU deal 18 damage without attacking?
So he's just going to go face with the Doomhammer, but
I guess. And he used.
Oh no, he
my
is doing the
God,
trade.
He's doing it. 18 damage without a single attack from RDU. I mean, sorry, with 1 attack from the Leroy Jenkins. And now he has 2 eviscerates. 4 attacks with the dagger is enough to kill him.
Yeah, that's going to take a very long time, though. And if RDU did have to have the 4 attacks with the dagger, if that was his only way of winning, ECOP would actually probably win before that. It is a deck that can pick up the damage very, very quickly. So RDU still needs to rely on some draws. Actually eviscerating the Totem Golem there. So he does need to pick up some other stuff.
So he's playing around totems. I mean, sorry, around taunts.
Yeah.
That would have been problematic for him.
Yeah.
I don't blame him. I mean, we have the caster's vision. We see that here. There is a Spectral Wolves, but RDU needs to actually think about it first before just seeing it. So what will be the draw? Tomb Pillager, Auctioneer, Shadow Strike, not really that helpful, but it can still go through those minions.
Yeah, it deals with one of the Taunters. I think it's pretty bad, but it's not the worst, right? At least Shadow Strike can't hit face, so when you do this, you don't feel like you're wasting damage.
Oh, come on, it can. It can.
Oh, sorry, it can't hit face now.
Yeah.
ECOP's not gonna heal up to 30.
It's a great choice for after Reno Jackson's being played.
Right, yeah, sure. Lava Burst from ECOP picking up the damage, but he really needs minions now.
Or he needs the second Doomhammer.
Right.
I mean, this is still a lot of damage. RDU's at 18. And there's 8, 9, 12, 13 damage with just 1 ping. So that's not that far away. If ECOP gets to draw a File Notes, that's already +2.
Wow, yeah.
I mean, +4 actually, because then you combo it out with the spells as well. And you give the spell power damage to Spirit Claws as well.
Okay, so yeah, I guess ECOP kind of, well, I was going to say able to take his time. He's not. He still only has 12 health.
I would actually play the Flaming Totem on board here.
Okay.
Just to get, you know, some, like, try to get attention.
Yeah, RDU's going to have to
yourself.
clear it because the threat of Argent Horse Rider is just too much with Flame Tongue Totem on board. So you're right, it's just an extra threat on the board.
Blanks after blanks after blanks. It's not looking good for RDU.
Does he have a sap this? No, he
Nah,
can't, because it just gets played again with the Horse
Yeah, exactly. So you just need to attack with the dagger to the face for 1, and that's it.
And hope that ECOP doesn't have it, which we can see he doesn't.
So many options.
If ECOP draws just a single target minion, it's still okay for RDU. He has 1 sap. That can buy him a turn. So an example, a 4-mana 7/7 is actually good for RDU because he can sap that easily. ECOP gets overloaded, and that's okay.
It's just 6 mana wasted.
Yes. ECOP has now the information that the hand of RDU most likely consists of useless spells.
Yeah, I mean, ECOP kind of picking up useless cards himself there. It is now a threat that's on the board, but it's one of the smaller ones. RDU is going to be able to deal with this if he wants to, though it does mean using up Eviscerate, potentially.
Yeah. Or just sap, because then it gets
you could
one
sap
free back, but at the same time the Flaming Totem is annoying, because then it gets a free attack anyway. Oh my god,
Okay.
There we go! There's the finishing blow. Second time we see a Leroy Jenkins this game. He says he has the chicken, he takes the game, And RDU, with the insane comeback during the Rogue vs. Priest game, now takes also against a Shaman who had a Doomhammer in the game.
I think Leroy was annoyed at us for comparing him to Patches. It's like, how dare they,
I show you how it's done, right? And
this is how I actually win games, 10
damage to the face with a cold blood. That's actually quite a lot of damage when you think about it.
Yeah, and there was an Eviscerate in hand as well, which could have been fit into that turn because RDU actually had 9 mana, so he had plenty of damage, more than he needed.
Yep.
Beating Ekop's counter Q there.
And now he's being left with...
let me see. I believe it's the Druid. Jade Druid.
Didn't he play that already?
He played Priest.
Oh, yeah, right. He
Yep.
played Priest. Okay. Well, let's see how that goes. But I feel like RDU might be actually a little bit favored.
Yeah. Well, it definitely seems that way. The Rogue is very, very, I guess, aggressive compared to the Jade Druid. I believe
Jade Druid is just slow, right?
Yeah.
It's goddamn slow.
Epcot plays a kind of defensive version there. We can see Druid of the Claw, which isn't running all of the time.
Auctioneer already in hand, but RDU is on the play. So no second, no coin, no additional draw.
Auctioneer on both
from
sides.
both sides. With an Innervator as well.
You remember that Auctioneer was nerfed once and people thought it was unplayable?
Yeah, people always say that something is unplayable after nerfing. I mean, there are some cards that are unplayable after nerfing, that's for sure. But Auctioneer, if that card would have still been for 5 mana, yikes. Yikes, just yikes.
Yeah.
If would have the old Edwin Van Cleave back, my god.
Right.
Jeez, he had a stealth built in.
Yeah,
that was so
completely
uninteractive. Like, imagine that. It would have been sick.
Right, Ekop just having to hero power this turn.
RDU is happy about that. Look at that.
Yeah.
Nodding, smirk on his face. He knows that he has an advantage now.
Yep. I don't think you're complaining about starting with Gadgetzan Auctioneer ever, because it's one of those cards where the Rogue can just lose a game if they don't pick it up.
Yeah, I mean, he can just play Auctioneer, conceal it, and say, what do you do now?
And before that, he's got Tomb Pillager. He's going to get an extra coin. He curves into Azure Drake.
It's looking pretty damn good for RDU.
His curve is really well lined up now.
Of course, Druid can always pull something out of his pocket, like instantly. Innervate something out really big, make some pressure. And I feel like, is the Druid of the Claw in charge? No, it's the Tome.
It's quite annoying for RDU. Because he'd have to Shadow Strike it if he wants to deal with it, but
that's not bad.
He doesn't want to Shadow Strike this turn. He wants to put down Tomb Pillager, unless he wants to play Preparation as well.
I don't blame him for playing a Tomb Pillager into Prep, Shadow Strike, kill it.
Yeah?
I think so, because it's a huge tempo swing.
I guess he still has a lot of other resources to use with the Gadgetzan Auctioneer.
He will get the coin, he will get the Conceal. That's already two
and
cycles.
the Backstep.
And the Backstep as well, yes, you're correct. So definitely I would like... and also, as a Drake on turn 5 to get additional draw.
Yeah.
So... Auctioneer will get to play it on turn 6, not on turn 5, even if the Tomb Pillager dies. I would really like to see the Prep Shadow Strike this turn.
Yeah, do you know what? I think you've won me over. I think that that just the ability to deal with this and leave Ekop once again on the back foot with nothing, nothing on the board and no great way of dealing with this Tomb Pillager. He can play Feral Rage or Wrath Hero Power, but he's taking 5 damage either way.
Yep. Feral Rage has to be played alongside, most likely, the Jade Idol to just buff the golems alongside.
Yeah, to buff the future golems.
Yeah, the future golems. I mean, he has an Iron hand, so that's okay.
Yeah, but unfortunately for Ekop right now, the 1/1 Jade Golem not going to do that much.
It deals 1 damage.
Yeah, okay. I guess every little does count. Right.
Second Auctioneer not really needed right now, but Acid Drake again.
Yeah, Drake.
Again, the pressure is back on Ekop, and Ekop needs to either deal with that as a Drake, which is something you usually want to do, because it's leaving spell damage out for a rogue. It's not a good idea.
Especially going into the Gadgetzan Auctioneer.
Oh, yeah, definitely. But at the same time, if you deal with it, you can't develop the board. So I don't blame him for playing Aya. The problem is, this is the turn where RDU goes nuts, because he ignores the Aya. It's only 7 damage. He goes 4 damage to the face and conceals it after that. That's insane when you think about it.
Yeah, here we go.
First draws to see the options. They're very good move to see just what's happening.
He could pick up a Counterfeit coin now and still play the Eviscerate as well. It didn't happen, unfortunately, but that was always an option.
So 4 damage to the face, I guess, because there's no way of taunting up those golems. He trades. Okay.
Okay. Sure, well, trading with the 2/2 means that he's not weak to swipe. And
Oh,
I
yeah,
guess he's
good
removing
point.
damage
Yeah,
off
yeah,
of the
yeah.
board. So
I mean, the only way he would have been no, because the one innovate was used already, so there's no way of getting into 9 mana.
yeah.
Okay, and now
The backstab. Oh, this is going to be a good turn for RDU.
so there's the Questing Adventurer. Can you play it this turn? I think you have to play it this turn actually. Backstab into the Behemoth. It deals 3 damage. Actually, you don't need to do that because you can use
Zap
the
it.
backstab on the Golem. That kills it instantly. You use the hero power alongside Eviscerate to kill the Behemoth, and then you trade the Azure Drake into the 4/4.
Could
Or
he
maybe you
ever
can even
just-
use the Sap.
Yeah, sap the Behemoth, eviscerate the 4/4. Lines up very, very well.
And a
Preparation as
prep.
well means he can squeeze in Cold Blood as well. Potentially a second Cold Blood if he can pick it up in the next 3 draws. Oh. Okay. All right, sure. Saving the preparation.
Oh.
Oh my
Never mind.
goodness.
But now the question is, what do you buff? Do you want to still keep the Auctioneer on board? Because if you buff the Auctioneer with the Cold Blood, you know that it's like the prime target, you know? And I feel like maybe buffing up the Azure Drake would have been better, but at the same time, the Gazetan with the 4 HP doesn't die to a single round.
I think that's the thing. Like 4 HP is so much better than 2 HP, and IDU just wanted to have the biggest chance of buffing a minion that stays on the board.
Look at this. He still has a Questing Adventure on the board, even if the Azure Drake and,
Yeah.
and the Gazetan are being dealt with.
Still a 7/7. That's
Still a
only
7/7
going to
that
grow.
just it gets at least +3 attack next turn because your opponent will play 3 cards, but at the same time it's just almost impossible to deal with this, and this is it. This is insane amount of damage that RDU can deal. How much damage could have actually been? It's like additional +2, 13, 16 damage this turn.
Yeah.
Incredible output.
Yeah, I mean that's several games now where on the winning turn for RDU. Not the first game, that was a little bit close, but the last 2 with the Rogue, he's had much more damage than he ever needed.
Yeah.
The fact that he had the second Auctioneer in his hand as well, he didn't need it this game, but it allowed him to play the first one a little bit more easily, without worrying that he's going to run out of resources. Because if the first one did just die, then you just slam the second one down and then play the Adventurer
Definitely.
and then just buff that up a lot.
Yep, you're very correct. I mean, to be honest, I know I'm biased again. I will say that, but I'm really impressed by how RDU played this game. I mean, the turn. Let's please see that highlight. I would really like to see that. The turn when he just went nuts with double Auctioneer was so good. It was a pleasure to watch, and I bet a lot of money on that. That most of the players that we have in the scene would have messed that up.
Yeah, oh, for certain.
I mean, there was no much time. There have to be a snap decision to play the Cold Blood on which minion, how to trade, when to play the cards in which order to get it perfectly lined up, and even not burning a single card. It was possible to actually burn cards in that scenario, and he didn't.
I honestly thought he was going to run out of time as well because that rope was burning. I thought he was going to queue up some actions and maybe miss one because the rope ran out and leave him in a really bad position as a result. So it was very, very well done. And I think that the timing was perfect as well. Like the rope did burn out as he finished.
Yep.
I doubt he had time to press the end turn button, I mean.
Probably not. I mean, he wasn't even thinking about it, right? You just want to get as much time as possible.
Right.
So
I think we're ready to see some highlights.
yeah, let's hope it's actually the highlight that we really, really wanted to see. That's from the...
No, that's from the last game.
Oh, that's from the last game. Okay, but it's still, this is like an important turn where you can see the power of stealing tempo by the rogue, basically.
Right.
Because whatever your opponent is doing here, it doesn't really matter because he has to get back on the board. You lose card advantage. I mean, maybe not in this example because there's still a Gazetan, so you cycle. But in general, the idea is to lose card advantage while gaining board control, because you use so much cards for as little mana investment as possible.
Yeah.
And this is like a winning move against decks that have little to none way of making a comeback.
Sure,
So
like the Druids, that only has swipe. I think a lot of players, when they first start playing Hearthstone, they don't know the game that well, they look at Sap and they think, well, that card's awful, they can just play the card again. But the amount of a tempo boost it gives you just makes the card insanely strong. Even in decks without Gadgets and Auctioneer, like back in the Oil Rogue days, where Preparation Sprint was the main card draw mechanic, we'd still see Sap in every version of the deck.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, just think about it. If Kidnapper is an overcosted card, but if that card would have been playable,
Yeah.
it would have been nuts.
Yeah.
nuts. You have a sap on a body. Basically what you want to do with sap anyway, because you want to sap something, play your own minion. So if Kidnapper would have been better statted, or maybe less mana costed, it would have been super playable and very annoying to deal with.
Right.
And most likely people would just go on Reddit and say like one topic at least a day, oh, Hallmark, I hate Kidnapper.
Yeah, well, let's look forward to that one in a future expansion.
Yeah, or a patch, right?
Patch?
Yeah.
Patches?
No, let's not go in that direction then.
Right, well, we are ready for our winner's interview, so we are going to cut to the main desk.
Yeah, thanks guys. And Radu, big congrats. What a series.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm still like trying to like recover after the Priest versus Rogue. Like after the game, I don't know, I was even shaking because my body was filled with adrenaline. So I had to like take like 1 minute to like get rid of it and like focus on the rest of the games. Yeah, I don't know, it was insane. I obviously didn't order it correctly. Like I played Rogue so much in the last days, and I still didn't manage to play that turn how I should have. So I was just lucky he didn't have the Dragonfire potion because I missed like one HP and 1 attack on the questing adventurer, yeah. And he also didn't have his Deathwing. So yeah, I was a bit lucky that game. But I mean, he had the perfect curve, so he was also a bit lucky.
Yeah, until that turn it looked pretty grim for you, but then you just recovered with this insane turn, and the next turn you just win, and yeah, taking the Rogue to the next game.
Yeah, that was interesting to say the least. If I would lose that game, I would probably lose the series. But I don't know, his priest draws were like insane. In both games, he's just like perfectly curved out. So, I don't know. I could have also drawn better. I could have a lot of draws that would not make me in a spot where I rely on getting auctioning out of barns. Oh, by the way, one more thing. Sorry that I take all the time of the interview, but with the barns, I think this is probably one of the best barns decks because you barely have any bad minions. It's like 1 SI and 1 Van Cleef, which are bad, and other than that, you have a massive chance to hit something very good.
Yeah, especially the one with the questioning auctioneers. We saw Oscarka playing without, I guess. And yeah, just taking it to the semifinals, and next you're meeting Thijs, your teammate.
Yeah, he's also like my practice partner. Like we talked and we practiced for this tournament. So on one hand, I'm very glad that we both made it. On another hand, I don't want to play against my teammate that much. And he also knows my strategy and I know his. But I think he's a bit more favored because he knows mine.
Yeah, but still good luck and what a game, man. Congrats.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, let's head to our host.
Thank you so much. Congratulations once again there to RDU, who is 1 step closer to that first place prize of €12,500. He will indeed play Thijs in the semi-finals. The next match coming your way will be a good one. It's going to be our world champion. Currently, of course, he will be taking on one of our other players. It is going to be immense. Forsen, of course, is extremely popular on Twitch, and Pavel, of course, our Russian player, the current world champion. Stay tuned for that one coming up next. Enjoy some tunes in the meantime with our very popular DJ. and welcome back to the final day here of Esports Superstars live from Neumünster in Germany. We have just 6 players remaining now in this contest. Congratulations though to Thijs and RDU who are through to the semi-finals. It is now time to introduce our next players to the stage. From Sweden we have the fan favorite Forsen, and from Russia, world champion Pavel. Pavel, I'm interested to know how many times you have actually played Forsen in the past?
One time.
Just one time, and how did that go?
Yeah, it was bad format and he get lucky, so now I'm gonna win.
Right, he said it. You're a fan favorite. You're playing the current world champion. Are your fans going to help you out with this one?
I think so. I don't know if I'm going to win, though. He has a pretty good lineup versus mine, but we'll see, we'll see.
Oh, well, you know, we need some fighting talk. That's not fighting talk.
No, but I mean, I can't get cocky if I'm not the favorite, you know.
Okay, we're taking it with some pride. All right, shake hands, guys, and head to the tower. This time it's Forsen versus Pavel. Let's head to the casters.
Try Hearthstone, right? It's he actually wants to win the tournament. And when I was talking with him yesterday in the evening, he just said that the game is really in a likable state right now. So he wants to try hard because he feels like he can have an edge over his opponents, you know?
Yeah, you're right. A lot of thought definitely went into Forsen's lineup here. It's been a little bit different, a little bit quirky. We saw Handlock yesterday. Unfortunately, the Handlock has been banned today, which is a little bit disappointing.
It is disappointing, but at the same time, it is natural for Pavel to ban it because he knows that this is the strongest deck against his lineup.
Yeah.
And now, when Pavel banned this deck, there's like a huge edge for Pavel that he will actually bring the entire lineup from Forsen down. And to be honest, I feel like there's a 70-30 for Pavel right now, just based on the lineups, you know. And now it depends on the execution as well. But if Forsen manages to win against Pavel, I feel like he actually has an edge over other lineups in the entire tournament, you know.
Well, I think because there was a little bit of laughter and stuff yesterday when we first saw Handlock. Like, this is weird. Everyone else is running Reno Lock. We had a similar response to some Firebat decks. But I think the fact that the world champion is respecting the Handlock enough to say, yeah, I don't want to play that and banning it, really shows that Forsen's done a great job here.
I think it's an excellent job, actually, when it comes to the Handlock. It fits perfectly well into the metagame, especially against the aggressive decks. You play... You know, the problem with Reno Jackson decks are the fact that you're just playing one-offs. It's a Highlander deck, right? You have one Doomsayer, you have one Demon Wrath, you have one Mistress of Mixtures. But when you play a typical Handlock, you have doubles of that. You can play two Mistress of Mixtures, you can play two Doomsayers, 2 Demon Wraths. You have double Twilight Drakes, double Mountain Giants. So you have like the lineups are just... It's just better against greedy control decks. But we're going into the game already. So it seems like Pavel and Forsen are starting the Shaman versus, if I'm not mistaken, Warrior. Yes, it is. Shaman versus Warrior. Guys, take it away.
Yeah, Pavel is starting with his Warrior, his Dragon Warrior. And Forsen is playing his Shaman. Here we go. Unfortunately, as Falcon Punch already mentioned, we don't see the Warlock, the Handlock at all. Man, someone brought Handlock to this format and it did get banned.
They got banned by the world champion.
Yeah.
Someone who's pretty good at Hearthstone.
Yeah, pretty good, I heard.
You could say that. But, you know, Forsen going to use the tools that he does have remaining. On the other hand, he banned Pavel's Shaman.
Yeah, exactly.
And now he is playing his own Shaman, going to try and keep this Dragon Pirate Warrior at bay.
Yeah, it's a tough question for the task for Forsen here, because all those dragons seem to be so good versus the pirates, and yeah, Pavel got quite some. The priest and the warrior here.
Now, already Forsen's got a kind of awkward turn here because he doesn't want to overload himself before the Flame Wreath Faceless or even the Jade Lightning turn.
Yep.
But he also does need to deal with this Alex Strauss champion, so I think Lightning Bolt is probably the right play here regardless. But then next turn, the play is Feral Spirits, and then you're overloading yourself even more.
Yeah, that's 7/7. If it had a face, it would be a sad face. But
It would be. It looks like it genuinely will be a 7-mana 7/7 at this point.
yeah. So yeah, just play Further Spirits. You can't really do nothing else. But on the other hand, the 2/6 Twilight Guardian is just not having Taunt, which could help in this matchup.
It's an interesting decision because what you're also throwing out the one dragon activator you do have, which could actually be really bad for Pavel within the next few turns. But he has now picked up a Draconid Crusher, so any other dragons will be active. And it's doing some work. It made the trade there with the Feral Spirit.
Yeah, and you still got the Curator, so you will draw a dragon if you play it on curve on turn 7, anyhow.
Forsen now having a 3/4 on the board that he'd love to deal with Jade Lightning, but it's not quite going to happen. Though the spell power is definitely going to, the spell damage is definitely going to help him out because now Spirit Claws will allow him to deal with this Bloodsail Corsair.
Yeah, but you don't really want to trade as the Shaman here, and if you have to trade versus a slower deck, it's always really bad here. And
speaking of really bad,
yes, it's 9/9. It's on the board and it will hit your face most likely next turn.
6-mana 9/9 was able to hit the board earlier than the 4-mana 7/7.
Yes.
Which doesn't, like, maths doesn't exactly work, but I don't think maths works very well with Overload.
Yeah, exactly. And an interesting choice in Pavel's deck to play a Bloodsail Cultist twice. We've seen dragon decks not playing it at all or only once.
Yeah. So, but two cultists, potentially neither of them getting the upgrade. I guess worst case scenario, there's still just a 3/4 on the board.
Yeah, but the 3/4 on the board, and it's a pirate, but that won't help. It's just not good enough in those decks.
Yeah. Now, actually, Pavel in a bit of an awkward position. He can War Axe down the Flame Tongue Totem and trade the Draconid Crusher. But when you've got 9 damage on the board, 3 in hand, and your opponent has 14 health, you really don't want to trade.
Yeah, you could set him to 2 HP, but then, yeah, Taunt Totem is not your friend anymore. Yeah, it's a tough turn. Maybe you just trade, maybe you just play the other 9/9 and say...
Okay, yeah.
Whatever.
The problem is then...
Yeah, he gets a good trade. So
yeah.
Awful.
Which is the same problem as he would have if he didn't trade. If he goes face, he allows for Forsen to make the good trade, or even Forsen to develop the damage into the face. If he can pick up the burst damage that he needs. Forsen actually has 12, 13 damage on board right now, 14, 15 if he puts Thanos down because of the Spirit Claws.
Yeah, but that's just quite not enough. And he has to trade, right? So there's no danger there. Yeah, but he goes for the board play. He will trade off the 7/7 here. Yes, I'm sure. Okay, he did. And armoring up because he can just afford to take the line that plays on board that's slower because he's the slower deck. He still got a 9/9 in his hand and the Curator, which will draw at least 1 card.
Yeah, Patches doing some work here.
Yeah, a little bit of work.
A little bit of work. A
bit.
Patches-sized chunk.
Yeah,
work.
The menagerie is for
yeah, but Curator... No, he...
3? Oh, Finley, of course.
Yeah, Finley, of course. I wasn't sure about the monkey, but...
It's interesting that he runs Monkey and also the Bloodsail Cultists.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
so
a lot
many
of 3/4s.
Yeah, but he won't play the ghouls then, I guess.
Now, Forsen kind of feeling the pressure here, still on 11 health. He's not looking at a 9/9 anymore. He is able to clear this.
Oh, look at Patches. Now finally he's starting to work.
Patches. 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 I don't know what else to say about Patches.
Oh, he just died.
Oh, Ragnaros isn't quite good enough here. It's almost a 1 in 4 to win the game, but unfortunately for Pavel, Forsen's health is just a little bit too high. So putting down another 9/9, hiding it behind a Taunt, in theory was a very, very good play, protecting the Crusher, but that pickup from Forsen may have just changed everything.
Yeah, do you go for the hero power first here? because you could draw another card out of Thalnos anyhow. But he's going. Oh, he gets it.
So the 7/7 goes into the monkey, and then the 2 weak minions go into the crusher. That is an incredibly strong turnaround on the board there.
Yeah, rolling spell power totem, so insane here. And the 3/3 comes down. And suddenly, maybe the game turns around. Oh, Flame Tank Totem also a good pickup, because he got bored now.
Yeah, so Flametongue Totem, very, very good when you're in the Shaman with a position with a board this wide. The other thing Forsen has going for him is that his board isn't only wide, it's actually powerful. Flame Wreath Faceless is part of this wide board. This isn't the kind of mid-range Shaman board you sometimes get, which is just full of totems. This is actually a significant threat.
Yeah, but it will die now, I'm sure. And but on the other hand, you can kill the dragon here. And oh, Aya.
That fits
and
the curve.
it's 4/4 and 5/5 coming out of the death rattle then.
You don't often see Jade Golems get as big as 5/5, I think, in Shaman. So Forsen's probably been through almost all of his Jade cards at this point.
Yeah, exactly. And the good thing about Aya here is that he kind of has board. So then it's a good card. Often you just play it after you lose board, and it won't give you the board back. But he's in a pretty good spot here with Aya.
And that Ragnaros that we can see in Pavel's hand is just going to be spitting fireballs all over the place. It's not going to know what it's doing.
Just randomly.
Yeah, well, it's... Oh. Oh, okay, yeah, sure. Okay. Yeah, Ragnaros, pretty useless here. Then again, Ragnaros ping the face twice.
No,
does
only once.
potentially put Forsen on a 2-turn clock.
Okay, where will it hit?
Oh,
that's unfortunate.
It's only 16 damage, 17 with spell power. Does Forsen ever need to deal with this Ragnaros? It's got to be a consideration, because if you don't, you know that Pavel will have at least a 1 in 5 for lethal next turn.
Yeah. Is your win rate above 80% here?
Yeah, it is 80%, I think.
Yeah, because if it's better, you just trade, and if it's not, you wouldn't trade, right?
Right.
But what else can happen if you just trade? Because he only got 1 card left in his hand. You saw both 9/9 minions. You saw Ragnaros.
Mm-hmm.
What else will happen? What can go wrong here?
Yeah, okay. I like trading. Because you get the extra golem as well from Aya. So it's not like you're even losing the minion. It actually becomes even stronger.
Yeah, it's basically the same board state.
And then what else does... As you said, what else does Pavel have? That's all of the big threats gone. Maybe Gromash, but I'm pretty certain he doesn't run it. Forsen disagrees with both of us.
And he's going face.
Going for it. Let's see what Pavel picks up this turn. But more importantly, where this Ragnaros is going.
Yeah, it just hit the worst target with the healing totem last turn.
Yep.
But this turn, Ragnaros can...
Just win the game.
Yeah, just win the game.
Alternatively, hitting the Jade Golem isn't bad either. Oh, no, it's still lethal. No matter what it hits, it's lethal for Forsen.
Yeah, you just hit face, and then you go for the 20%, and you just win, right?
It's it. It's the only...
Isn't Ragnaros always going face?
So alternatively, he could ping the
the totem, but it's 1 damage off versus an aggro shaman.
Yeah.
It's more likely that he draws some damage or has already some damage in the hand.
You're right. Looking at the probability here, the best way, the safest way that Pavel can win this game, ironically, is taking this 1 in 5 with Ragnaros.
Yeah, easy.
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 You think he'll do it?
Always.
You think he's going to win?
Yeah, of course.
Pavel's got this?
Yeah, probably. Sure. A book was named.
Oh,
no! But yeah, that's it.
That is it. Forsen going to take the first game with his Shaman, eliminating...
Oh, and the emote on top of
it. Oh, man, you can't BM the world champion, dude.
Yeah, you just saw it. He can.
Well, I mean, physically he can, but...
Yeah, and
That leaves Pavel with Priest and Warlock, I think.
Yeah, the priest is still strong, but winning against the Dragon Warrior is so important. With all, he's playing the Pirate Rogue on top, so
That's right.
those
that's right.
pirates are afraid of dragons, and you just eliminated the first dragon in the first round, and now it's Reno Lock against the Aggro Shaman.
It's funny because Forsen admitted in the interview after after he won the previous series, he said to me, "I don't think the Rogue's very good."
Yes.
He said it's not very good. Oh, so picking up patches here in your opening hand.
Oh, damn.
That's also not very good. Not only that, but directly into Mortal Coil.
It's just like, oh, damn patches.
This is just a game that from turn one... No, Forsen already. He knows he's lost this. Not that I like calling which deck has won or lost on turn one, but it's not a good position for
No,
Forsen.
it's close. He still got the 7/7. Maybe he will manage to play it on curve this game. And that's an important card in this game.
Yeah. The thing is, Forsen never wins by turn 6 now, and there is Arena Jackson in Pavel's hand. So Forsen's going to have to deal probably 50 damage to the face if he wants to win this one.
You're taking away my fun.
Sorry. This could still go either way, Cameron.
Okay. I
feel
believe
better
you.
now?
I believe you.
Okay.
Yeah, rolling the spell totem. Here we go. So the AoE might clear something next turn.
Yeah, Pavel is just going to play his Imp Gang boss here. He's pretty chilled about the whole thing. No, he's gonna go with Twilight Drake instead. 7 health.
Still pretty chilled, right?
He's still very chilled, yeah. He's not under any immediate pressure. That Flame Wreath Faceless is immediate pressure, but Power Overwhelming that Pavel just picked up does allow him to deal with it.
Yeah.
Nice and easily.
Do you want to play it?
What's the alternative? Taunt?
Kazakhs? I don't think you trade it off the 7/7 right now.
I guess he doesn't mind taking 7 damage to the face at this stage.
Yeah, because there's one card fixing it.
Yeah. Yeah, there is.
One card to rule all the pirates out there.
One card that could well make Pavel rich. We need to stop saying that, okay. We can't see what Pavel is making. We might add
Oh yes, here we go.
5 mana.
Freeze minions, sheep, or...
Sheep isn't terrible, is it?
There's a 7/7 on board.
Exactly. But then can Pavel make it so that the 7/7 is the only minion on board and then play that? Is that possible?
Or you just
He's
go
gone
for the
with it.
gamble into the E mode if you hit.
So he can gain more health here as well. 7 armor, deal 5 damage. Seems like the more diverse. Just generally, this is the better option.
Yeah, the 5 damage, because I'm not sure how Kazakhs exactly works, but sometimes it's 5 damage first and then polymorphs.
Yeah.
Right? Because it's lined the other way around.
Right. We were
So
talking about that last night, actually. Lothar, I think, said that they've patched something to do with Kazakhs. They fixed something, but we're not exactly sure what.
Yeah, but the card text, he just hovered over it to check it, said 5 damage first and then polymorph, so he could kill off a minion and then polymorph the 7/7, right?
Right, yeah. Okay, I'm with you now. Dealing 2 damage to all minions against a shaman would generally be better. Dealing 2 damage to all minions and then polymorphing the 7/7 would be ideal. But,
Just killing it off with your Kazakhs.
killing it off with Kazakhs seems good too. Turn 5 now, Pavel still got 24 health. Reno Jackson in hand, taunts, Thorisan, a Kazakhs potion. He's in a great spot here, and Forsen needs to somehow take this board. Jade Lightning's not horrible, but it's not good enough, is it?
Yeah. Jade Lightning to a minion when the Reno Lock has 24 health in turn 6 already. That's not like the position you want to be in.
No.
Just no.
No. It's not. It's not. None of this. Drawing patches on turn 1 was not the position Forsen wanted to be in,
Yes.
CAMLANN. He's in the position anyway. Double Maelstrom Portal. It gives Forsen a bigger board. Flame Imp, also not a bad card to get from the Maelstrom Portal, and it
Flame is pretty good.
demands
And if he manages to, I don't actually know the name of it because I'm not playing Paladins or whatever at all.
Nor do I, but we both know what it does.
Yeah,
right? But
if he plays a Flame Tongue Totem
Yes.
and he trades it off, he might draw a card out of it.
which is definitely possible. This is the turn to do it, though. If Forsen could possibly pick up Flame Tongue Totem right now.
Nope.
No. I was about to say close, but I don't think it is close in any way whatsoever.
Yeah, it's 2 mana.
It's 2 mana, that's
Yeah,
it. That was my logic.
It's very close mana-wise, right? Oh, Life Tap is so strong here. It's the best hero power he could have gotten. Yeah, just going face. Hoping for no AoE here.
Yep, he's already extended pretty wide, so no reason to play the Totem Golem or the Jade Claws. I like that, just tapping.
Oh, and top deck AoE.
He just goes for it, right?
Hmm.
You're not under any threat of lethal. You're still at 16 health. Forsen has 8 mana, 4 cards in hand. I don't think he can deal the 16 health. Oh, wait. No, because Doomhammer double Rockbiter weapon is 9 mana now.
Yeah.
Otherwise, that's the only combination of cards I think that would do the damage.
Hmm. Yeah. Even Doomhammer Rockbiter and Lightning Bolt is not enough.
13. 13 is a lower number than 16. So, Pavel perfectly safe to do this. He's probably going to want to play that Reno Jackson
Another
soon,
weapon. Oh, Aya on curve now after the draw, and you want to draw here, of course.
Yeah, you can see now why Doomhammer doesn't necessarily get run in these Jade Shaman decks, because even though these weapons are so cheap, there is a pretty severe hand clog going on at the moment.
Mm-hmm. But you wouldn't play double Spirit Claws, so...
Right.
Yeah, Kazaku's Potion, and that's perfectly fine, because as we said early on, the damage is dealt first, and then Aya is just transformed into a sheep, so no more Jade coming out of this sheep.
Yeah, pretty much perfect use of the card, really. It's actually probably... When you think about how strong that polymorph effect is, you could argue that Kazakus coming out actually nerfed things like Cthulhu Warrior as well, just because other decks that didn't used to have a way of removing it without killing it now can polymorph it with Kazakus.
Yeah, but especially like, what kind of Cthulhu decks do you see anymore?
Well,
it's only the OTK Druid version, and then it just doesn't matter if you polymorph it, but because you're dead anyhow then.
Yep. For certain, Gadget-san has changed the meta, though Reno Jackson does reign supreme. What is that card that he's holding on to now? Acidic Swamp, pretty sure.
Yeah, why not?
Can't clear the board, which is awkward. But he can heal himself to 30 and taunt both minions.
Yeah, he could do that. Is it necessary? Most likely. So much damage lined up here.
What's Sylvanas like, though? Because you could play Sylvanas and taunt that instead.
Yeah. I think he's just going for that play.
Because they don't run Hex, do they?
Normally they don't, especially not with the 2 Spirit Claws.
And even if there was a Hex, that's more mana that Forsen... Like, Forsen would only have 4 mana. There's no way he'd have lethal if he had to play Hex this turn.
Yeah. Yeah, perfectly fine. He's tapping every turn now, of course, he is. Since he got the hero power. And Spirit Claws. Yeah, but what else do you do? Playing Fairy Spirits first? I'm not too sure, because if one taunt is getting stolen, I'm not sure if that's too good for you.
The Totem Golems trade nicely with them.
Yeah.
I guess that's the... well, yeah, there's still another Totem Golem. I guess that's the reasoning, and also the Jade Golem. Question is, what gets traded into the Sylvanas? I guess the small time Buccaneer does.
Yeah.
And he does. He loses one of those Spirit Wolves.
Here we go. Bye-bye, Spirit Wolf.
Pretty good turn. Pretty good turn to force him.
Yeah. Killing it off with the 1-1 is also fine.
And actually, despite the outrageous claims I made on turn 1 or turn 2.
Yes, you might have said something.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I still think Pavel is incredibly favoured in this game. Moving forwards from here even, he's still got Reno Jackson. I was about to say he doesn't have a board clear, but he just picked up Demon Wrath, which was good enough for now.
Yeah.
And he's got Doomsayer, so he can really put a stop to Forsen's aggression. But Forsen's done a great job of fighting back, and that Warlock hero power has really helped him in this game.
Yeah, I actually don't track count on how many cards he drew, but I think it's 5 now or something like around that, and that helped a lot.
Right. And oh,
It's just
wait, what was the other card? Oh, Faceless Manipulator. His other card was Faceless Manipulator.
Yeah, he would have been dead.
Yeah.
Because recently in a huge tournament there was like a bluff when he played Leroy into power overwhelming, and Navi just conceded, and he didn't have this.
Yeah. So Forsen probably not making that mistake. Probably saw. He probably did see the card.
Yes.
But yeah, we're moving forwards into the next game. 1-1, Forsen switching into his rogue. Though, as we were saying earlier, he isn't so sure of himself.
Yeah, but the Buccaneer is already in his hand. Not drawing patches here, hopefully. Oh, another Buccaneer.
No small time Buccaneers, though.
No, it's just a normal version. It's just a Buccaneer, the medium-sized Buccaneer.
Why is medium-sized Buccaneer so much weaker than small-time Buccaneer?
I don't know. Okay. I'm not role-playing pirates enough, I guess.
Oh my goodness, though. If there weren't an answer to either of these, Forsen would just play a 3-2 hero power weapon here. Unfortunately for Forsen there is. There's the Mortal Coil once again.
But it's still good enough, right? And he can kill off the 2-2 immediately.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Pavel knew this was coming, so I was wondering if he'd even just hold off and not play him. It's just because he knows it dies for free. But he went for it anyway.
Yeah,
took his punishment.
Could have played Peddler, right?
No, not with Mortal Coil.
Oh yeah, sure, not I think he just stays on curve then, of course.
All right, so let's hopefully see what. Oh.
Oh.
All right, a little bit late there. Voodoo Doctor going to come down.
Just too fast.
Quick decisions going on here. Don't worry, loves, the cavalry. And I think we've seen Patch's final moments in this game.
Yeah. If Patches survives till turn 3 and you didn't draw him in the opening hand, yeah, it's an upside, right?
Right. Okay.
Kazakhstan. Here we go again. What is it?
I assume he goes 5 again.
Yeah, 5.
5 just seems universally the best one to go for almost every time.
Yeah, 10 is a little bit greedy against this rogue.
And Ekop was saying to me yesterday that the upgrade you get from 10... 1, okay.
Yeah, 1 is also fine, right?
Ooh, deal 2 damage to all minions for 1 mana is not a bad card. Yeah, Ekop was saying to me that the buff you get between 5 and 10 is so small most of the time that you never really want 10 unless you've got a really late game control matchup.
Yeah, it's basically, I think the 10 is about the 1 and the 5 in addition, most of the time.
Sure. So, Dread Corsair here can be played with the hero power, because the weapon has 2 attack, so the Dread Corsair would be 2 mana cheaper, but instead, Forsen goes with a very aggressive turn here. Going to trade off the Buccaneer, but now a 6-1 Argent Horse Rider, which Pavel does have an answer to.
Yeah. Kind of unfortunate for Forsen here, because he already saw the Mortal Coil.
Yeah.
Silence. Silence still a card in 2016.
It's back, man.
It's back.
Silence is back, and here to stay, I think. Maybe not quite in every deck like Iron Beak Owl was, but...
I miss it.
Alright. Healing for 6. It's not the best turn for taking board control. I guess Pavel was just kind of trying to stall for time and pick up his Reno Jackson.
Yeah. Not there yet.
Not there yet. He may need to tap a little bit more, so that double heal could have been vital.
Yes, exactly. He's still got 4 armor out of the potion, right?
Yes, that's right. And a board clip. Deal 2 damage to all minions.
Yeah, but it's not a board clear yet.
No, it deals with the Horse Rider and the Corsair.
He needs to trade, right?
Yeah. And the great thing about going for the 1 mana potion is that he can actually, deal 2 damage to all of Forsen's minions, gain 4 armor, and then he's still got 6 mana to spend if he wants to do it this time. He still plays Sylvanas, he still plays Emperor Thaurissan.
Yeah, but it's kind of annoying that the Saucy Captain is there, because the small-time Buccaneer is quite large now.
It's a large time.
Yeah, large time.
And still a large time Buccaneer, because Saucy Captain isn't going anywhere just yet.
Ooh. It's actually quite some damage. 10, 11, and 4.
16, right?
15.
15?
15?
15, yeah.
2 damage off. You could zap a Whiz, but then I'm pretty sure he won't a Whiz, right? It's only getting punished by no count at all.
I think Forsen knows at this stage. He loses if Reno's there. If Reno is picked up now, Forsen loses the game. If Reno's not picked up, he has a really strong chance of winning.
But then he has to play a Whiz, right? Because to deny the draw.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh!
Killing yourself.
Fellfire Potion, one of the worst cards that Pavel could have picked up. He's going to have to try and tap into Reno.
Yes. And if he draws Reno, just imagine. A Whiz to face.
No!
Doomsayer Taunt. Not staying alive, but it's just a Whiz to the face.
Yep.
I wonder if we see a happy Beast of Winter right here.
Wait, oh no, okay, it's BM.
No, it's
I panicked! For just a moment there, I panicked! Like, what? That's lethal! No, it's fine.
Yeah, there it is! There it is!
Happy Feast
of Winter Veil.
2-1 to Forsen! Pavel
Yes.
only has his priest left. Could we see Forsen defeat the Hearthstone world champion?
Just with pirates?
With pirates! With a rogue deck he didn't think was very good.
So he was just, I just net decked some deck because I had to bring a 4th deck. So I asked him about it and he said, I don't think it's good.
Yeah. Okay, well, Pavel's Dragon Priest is going to have something to say about this.
Yeah, the Priest will have some fun with all the pirates. We saw Priest at least winning 3 series 3-0. Or 3 series?
We've seen Priest win a lot of games.
Yeah.
Right? We can say that much for certain. Priest seems incredibly... Dragon Priest is the way to go with this class, and it seems very strong.
Yes. And just Wormrest Agent into another Wormrest Agent into even buffing it by 3 HP. That's not...
No, that's not bad at all. Forsen, thanks to the small-time Buccaneer, doing some big work, able to deal with the Wormrest Agent. Picking up Defiance Ringleader is kind of awkward. Probably wants to eviscerate this Wormrest Agent, right?
Yes. Yeah, always. Just going fast.
And I guess the perfect turn for Forsen next is sap Defiance Ringleader. Like, doesn't really matter what Pavel plays, it just sap it, play the Ringleader.
Yeah, he's kind of desperate, 3-4 without the battle cry. Hero Power seems also fine, but...
It's fine, just what do you do with the rest of the turn? You can't combo the Ringleader. Sapping the 3-4 doesn't seem as strong, does it?
Your opponent can't AoE yet, but Cold Blood is also a nice card, right? Because Shadow with Death is 3 mana, so he will go off guard.
He's going with the sap, Defiance Ringleader. That just... It made a lot more sense to me. The buff on the weapon is always tempting when you've actually got Buccaneer on the board.
Yeah, build up the board before the AoEs come down.
Yes, and Forsen doesn't actually have that long. He's got 2 more turns. Oh, wow.
Oh, there it is again.
Something's getting played without a combo this turn.
Yeah.
I assume it'll be the SI7 maybe?
Yes, I think you want to trade playing slightly around the Holy Nova.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, sure. No, he's going to go with Cold Blood.
He's just going all in, right?
Imagine.
But yeah, he doesn't care about AoE.
Oh, sure, he can squeeze in the Ringleader this way as well. He doesn't care about AoE. I don't even know if Pavel runs Holy Nova. I guess that's something Forsen may have found out.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe you're right, because he's running the The other AoE, the 6 drop twice, so not the 5 drop then?
And not many players are running 2 Dragonfire potions.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, I guess the fact that Pavel runs 2 of those is probably a hint that he doesn't run another board clear. Picking up the Alchemist there. It does allow Pavel to heal himself back up to 21, which does buy some time.
But so much damage.
Yeah, it's 14 damage, right? 15 damage if he can combo the SS7 agent.
Do you want to clear or heal? Maybe.
What?
You need your AoE next turn.
I think healing removes the most damage from, or like heals you the most. Like removing only removes 3 damage at the most. He's gonna go with the removal. They're gonna go with the corruptor. Okay.
Leroy would be lethal here.
Swashbuckler could very well be lethal here. Then again, not many cards in the pre-stack deal that much. Mind Blast, yeah. Oh my goodness.
No.
It's not going to work though, because the moment Forsen gets the chance to play Herald Village, he's not actually going to have a board anymore.
Yeah, and
Here we go.
someplace in the face.
Here's the thing though, so Pavel plays this board clear now because it's the only thing he can do. He's still only got 4 health left.
He's just starting emoting 1 turn earlier this time. Oh man.
So many of Forsen's draws here.
Oh, Swashbuckler, come on, go on.
He only needs 2 damage here. That'll do it!
Oh, that's the Mind Blast!
Forsen gets the Mind Blast!
Oh man!
He has beaten!
Oh man! Do you see him smiling and he's just like, yeah, happy Beast of Winterfell again.
Forsen just defeated
What the fuck?
Pavel and is moving on to the semi-finals.
Oh damn, what a game.
He'll be facing, I believe, Super JJ or Life Coach a little bit later on today, but oh my goodness.
Yeah.
He doesn't even like the rogue deck.
No, it's just pirates. Come on.
Just pirates.
Just pirates. Oh man.
He even won the game that where he started with patches in his opening hand, didn't he? Oh no, he lost that one.
Yeah, that's the only one.
That
he
was
lost,
the
right?
shaman. He lost that one.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, Mind Blast just out of.
I mean, I'm kind of disappointed that we didn't get to see patches. Not patches, sorry, handlock.
Yes.
Got patches on the brain here. Didn't get to see handlock. Maybe in the semi-finals, now that he's through, his next opponent will decide not to ban it. We'll see. It's something to be a little bit excited about. But like, what can you say? The sheer power of aggro decks right now is just overwhelming.
Yeah, there was no AoE turn 5, and then you just lose because AoE turn 6 is just too slow versus all his pirates.
I mean, he actually had 3 damage over what he needed as well. The fact is he had the weapon that dealt 2 damage. There are probably quite a few of the priest cards that would have been lethal. Well, actually, there's not that many that deal burst damage, is there?
Yeah, but he could handle both taunts in the early game.
Right.
Just by playing Buccaneer.
Yeah.
And that was just too strong. Okay, let's take a look at the replay.
Yeah. All right. So this is the final game, obviously.
Yeah, that was the first one.
Oh, so this was just before the board clear. So this is the Forsen's penultimate turn, just dealing all of the damage to the face, putting Pavel down to 4.
Yeah, basically his first try to get that Mind Blast.
Yeah.
Missed it in this one.
Got Herald Village. What would I want this for? This useless legendary.
No, come on, just the next try then. Yeah, but already emoting.
Oh
already
my goodness!
Emoting.
Just applying the tilt.
Yes.
Dragonfire Potion, great card, but not quite good enough.
And there, the second Swashbuckler top deck into the Mind Blast, and he's just swirling it.
Look at the little smile there.
Yes,
Right? Look
it's
at that smile.
like lol. Yeah, Pavel can't believe it.
You got to feel a little bit sorry for him. Obviously, he's come a
Yes.
very long way to get here. Got through to the quarterfinals and eliminated by Forsen. Pavel was definitely the favorite to win this, I think. Maybe Forsen was the fan favorite, but Pavel was like the person more likely to win. You've got to kind of support the world champion.
Yeah, but let's listen to Forsen, what he has to say.
All right, we're sitting here with Forsen. First question. After the Mind Blast, you were like probably giggling in your mind, right? What was the reaction?
To the Mind Blast?
Yeah.
I mean, I thought I was gonna win even without the Mind Blast, because I would play the 5-drop, and if he were to death it, then he couldn't really heal. But yeah, the Mind Blast was pretty sweet.
I think it's like and it did end the game on a high note, like a high C, you know, and it's kind of hilarious when you think about it. Also, you just defeated the current world champion, you, the casual
I mean,
guy.
the only reason he's the world champion of 2016 is because I didn't try in 2016.
Ah, I see. And now you're tryharding.
Now we try harding.
You actually had a top 100 legend finish this month, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, last month.
Yeah.
So that's actually an indicator that you will be tryharding for the entire season.
It's time to beat some scrubs, you know.
Yeah.
People are getting away with playing sloppy, you know.
So tell me, what did change your mind that you suddenly started you started competing again?
I mean, it gets kind of stale to not have a purpose, you know, in playing a game. So I mean, it's kind of fun to compete again, actually.
I mean, your background is typical competitiveness, right?
Yeah.
You played StarCraft for a very long time, and bread and butter of StarCraft is actually tournaments games, right? And competitive ladder, which kind of lacks in Hearthstone because the ladder is kind of still perceived as the main game mode, right? It's not like something that you just do because you're competitive. You just play that because you want to play the game.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so what are your future plans? I mean, you want to win this tournament, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And after that, world domination?
I'll win the next tournament and the next one after that.
Okay, so we'll be seeing you more on stage then.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. So your next opponent will be either Life Coach or Super JJ. Do you have any preferences? They actually play the same lineups.
Yeah, they have the same lineup. I think that I'd rather play Super JJ because I don't want to wait too long.
Okay, makes sense. But I think because of the fact that JJ spends so much time with Life Coach, it kind of affected him as well, and he just plays slower.
I was talking to both of them last night, and they were actually finishing each other's sentences, so they stayed a little too long together, I think.
I guess they don't have the periods synced yet, but can happen as well, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for the interview.
No problem.
Congrats again, and good luck in the next match.
Well, he was incredibly humble when he came up to the stage to start the action, but he did do it. Forsen there, winning that last match against the world champion, Pavel. Congratulations to him. He is now in the running for that first place prize of 12,500 euros. Pavel leaves with 500 euros today. So that next match coming up, you've just heard it, it will be Life Coach versus Super JJ. It's going to be a good one. It's happening in just a few moments' time, so stay with us right here and wait for that action.
If you ratchet, you ratchet. Ratchet. I don't give a if you ratchet, you ratchet. Man, I don't give a if you ratchet, you ratchet. Turn up to the max, then I make that shit clap. Clap, nigga, clap, nigga, clap. Clap, nigga, clap, nigga, clap. Man, I don't give a if you ratchet, you ratchet. Turn up to the max, then I make that shit clap. So you ratchet, nah, why you acting so tough? So you ratchet, nah, why you acting so tough? I don't give a flap, nigga. 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 I don't give a, I don't give a, I don't give a, I don't give a, I don't give a. If you ratchet, you ratchet. I don't give a if you ratchet, you ratchet. Ratchet. I don't give a if you ratchet, you ratchet.
Ratchet.
Hello and welcome back to Neumünster in Germany. We've all been rocking out to DJ Spax on the break. We hope that you enjoyed it too. But now we have the quarterfinals to get on with. We have to congratulate, of course, as well, Thijs already, RDU, and that last one, Forsen, for going through to the semi-finals already. This next match coming up is our last match from the quarterfinals. Could you please welcome to the stage from Germany, Life Coach and Super JJ. Life Coach, you guys have been boot camping together for some time. Do you have anything in your armor to beat this guy?
Well, I mean, I guess we are fighting with the same weapons, so yeah, it will be a very fair and square fight, I guess.
But do you have anything hidden away that he doesn't know about?
Well, I guess if you are boot camping 100 hours per week, the answer is probably no.
He might, though.
No. You're fighting even. It's a good high stakes competition in a very high level. I'm excited, looking forward to it. In the end, we are fighting with the same weapons. It's gonna be a good one.
But how are you gonna find if you beat your mate here?
With the cards I get.
But how's that gonna feel? Surely sad.
Not really, I think. I'm still playing Hearthstone. Like, the build-up is very much in the theoretical stage, which we are working together in. So yeah, that's the most important part for us in Hearthstone, not actually playing through.
All right, well, guys, shake hands and head to your towers.
Yeah.
Time to head over to the casters and start this last quarterfinal match.
Pretty hype, right? You don't see practice partners playing often in a quarterfinal against each other, so definitely something to look forward to. And they literally play card by card the same lineups.
Right. That's. I was just saying to some people earlier, it's kind of unfortunate for them that they have to face off in the quarterfinals, but at the same time, I guess you could say they're lucky that they didn't have to eliminate each other in the group stages.
Oh yeah, definitely, right?
At least one of them gets through. And of course, one of these guys is another G2 boy. So you're going to have your favorite going into this.
Of course, yeah, I can't really say I'm not biased. I mean, I have my three guys here. I'm super proud of everyone, but at the same time, you can say that players are performing really well. I mean, I'm still impressed by RDU's performance last time. Now let's just focus on those guys. They're always top-notch when it comes to the execution. And JJ had a small misstep with a imp during Batstone when he just missed lethal because of that. But that was the first time I actually saw him miss lethal, and he's aware of that. So now he's kind of like, yeah, it had to happen at some point in his career, so now he wants to redeem himself, and I'm sure that he will be 100% focused on the match.
Okay, well, I'm being told that the casters are ready, so we're actually going to take you to CAMLANN and ECOP for this game in just a moment.
Yeah, here we go. I'm joined by ECOP. What's up? Not much until, yeah, the next game. It's Super JJ versus Life Coach. What do you think?
What do I think?
Yeah.
Well, I think this is going to be an amazing match, a pure mirror, card by card. Like they both play the same exact 120 cards, so it's going to be a good one.
Yeah.
Probably going to ban the same class, I assume.
Yeah.
And we will have to see how the cards go, basically, because both players are kind of on the same skill level. They practice together. They know each other inside out. So it's all going to come down who navigates the matchup better and gets the better cards as well.
Yeah, and of course, who draws better, and both players starting with the same deck as well. So yeah,
it's a true mirror, indeed.
Yeah,
both
true
players,
mirror.
both players banned the Warlock, as we can see. That Reno Warlock with patches, if you
Yes.
remember. That's a pretty cool inclusion. But yeah, for now it's going to be the Dragon Warrior, and right off the bat we see that Super JJ here has a really nice opening here with the Fire Warx. It's really important to have that one early on.
And Twilight Guardian also very, very important in the mirror match. One of the best cards. On the other hand, Enzo's first mate is drawn by Life Coach.
Yeah,
So
it is kind of like a Fire Warx in some matchups. Fulfills the same role, kind of. But mainly, it's really good right now here because of the patches that it brings out. So right off the bat, a really good board presence here for Life Coach and Super JJ. Really not tempted to run Fiery Warx into those kind of minions, so probably gonna go and play Alex Strauss's champion instead, I would assume.
Yeah, you still got to play Fairy Dragon into Fiery Warx, and yeah, you can always play Blood to Ichor at the same time then into the Twilight Guardian. So it's kind of lined up here. But
Yeah, JJ, of course, considering all of his options here, there's plenty of stuff to do here, from doing absolutely nothing to even coining out armor up, if that's ever I mean, it's not ever a consideration, but it's a possibility.
Yeah.
So many options, and Super JJ will have to try and make the best out of it. But I think Alex Strauss's champion should be a really good card to contest the board right here.
Yeah, exactly.
JJ sees that, plays it. Sure, there is the damage on board already to deal with it.
Yeah,
but it remains to be seen. Oh, yeah, and JJ seeing that because there is the damage on the board to deal with it already, he expects Life Coach to go for exactly that, trade his minions in. So he wants to give himself a little bit of an edge by squeezing in that 3 additional damage that he otherwise wouldn't have dealt. But now, of course, he gave Life Coach the option to do something else to handle this Extra's champion.
Yeah, Blood to Ichor. And I'm sure he won't trade patches because it's golden, it's legendary. It stays on the board, it goes face. And yeah, pretty good start for Life Coach here. Although he had to go off curve, which is kind of unfortunate, but yeah, at least you get the 2-2 and kill of Alex Strauss's champion. And yeah, maybe we can see the Fiery Warx now. But this will be a long match, right?
Well, depends. I mean, sometimes these type of mirrors can end very quickly if one player is able to snowball properly with a good curve. If you can curve out really well, then if a player struggles on a mana on a turn, even a little bit mana-wise, then yeah, that snowball might grow bigger and way too big too early already, and there's like little to no comeback mechanism either.
Yeah, but I meant more than both players will try to make no mistakes at all, playing at the top notch, taking the times. It's the second rope already from Super JJ, so.
So he chose to kill patches instead of the slime.
Yeah.
What do you make of that?
Yeah, just because of the 3-drop. You're not playing into the pirate here. It's
oh
fun.
yeah, of course, the Bloodsail Cultist. I totally forgot about that. Yeah, it is in JJ's hand, so obviously it's also Life Coach's deck.
Yeah, exactly. Playing the mirror match, little hint. Yeah, I think it's fine to trade it off.
Yeah, considering that you have the Warx on the following turn as well to deal with that slime. might as well do that. But now he has the opportunity to go for the Frothing Berserker with his Fire War Axe, along with the Blood to Ichor. Then then JJ's own slime will challenge the slime from Life Coach.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, perfectly fine. Life Coach is checking the history of the match. I think we saw it yesterday already a couple of times.
Of course, the Bloodsail Cultist pulls the patches.
Yeah.
So that was also a good solution to it. Gives him a better minion on board right away.
Oh. No dragon in hands yet.
Well, there's this one.
Yeah, just the only one.
Yeah.
Sad for him.
But then again, does have the tools to deal with this Bloodsail Cultist now, if he chooses to go for either the Corcoran to trade into it or the Ravaging Ghoul to run his weapon and the slime into it as well. Sure, the Corcoran Elite seems more mana efficient, but it's tough to apply Ravaging Ghoul in this matchup generally, so I think that is probably the more convenient choice.
Just staying on curve. He goes face here, and I'm not sure. He could hit the minion, of course, because next turn he has the Ghoul and he has the Blackwing Corruptor. Just not attacking at all, because most likely it will just trade into the Corcoran Elite. So both players try to get some damage done.
Life Coach wants to be the aggressor here, as you can clearly see, putting the pressure on JJ, being mana efficient in his curve as well. Sure, because he doesn't trade into the Bloodsail Cultist, the Cultist now might get favorable trades here, but the thing with that is that even if it gets favorable trades by attacking to a slime, for example, it will be dealt with by either the Blackwing Corruptor or the Ravaging Ghoul and with the hero power attack.
Yeah. Strategy-wise, it's still tempo deck versus tempo deck, so you try to get in damage and to be the aggressor. So the beatdown theory will trigger, and yeah, you're just the faster one, and your opponent always has to trade. And with all that weapons, it's not too healthy to trade in the minions then. Yeah, just a yellow drake on turn 4 maybe.
Seems like a good idea.
Yeah, but...
Yeah, now the question is, what does JJ think is the higher threat here? Does seem to go for the value here with the Cultist. He probably knows there because Life Coach made that aggressive line that he has something to deal with the Cultist, even if JJ makes a favorable trade. But yeah, it's still it might now be tougher for Life Coach to do it now that there's a Twilight Guardian on the board.
Yeah, Blackwing Corruptor on curve seems to be fine into Twilight Guardian and the Fairy Dragon, but on the other hand, yeah, it's not. Yeah, but I don't see any other plays here beside Ghoul traded off with your weapon into the Fairy Dragon. That's possible. Is it better?
Seems like the Corruptor is the weapon of choice here. Then I would even go ahead and preemptively attack the Twilight Guardian with the weapon. So then if it attacks into the Corruptor, it dies to the Corruptor, and if it attacks into the Corcoran...
You kill off the dragon, right? You kill off the dragon, right? Or did you mean...
Alright, well, yeah, you can do that as well, I suppose. Yeah, I was thinking the killing of the Cultist, I guess, but yeah, it's
you can't really do it.
I guess it's actually better this way. Yeah.
Yeah, especially he knows that yeah, his opponent plays the Ghoul as well, so that would be a really good trade into the 5/4 and the Ghoul then, or just Blood to Ichor in the hand, right?
I mean, Ghoul or Blood to Ichor is still really good here, so it's not really that much of a difference, except that he was able to push one face damage here in this situation with the weapon, which might not be significant, but we will see.
Yeah, but not taking 3 damage at the same time is, I feel like, kind of important in this matchup.
So now Super JJ seems like he has a pretty clean kill here on this Blackwing Corruptor with a Fire War Axe and Bloodsail Cultist to upgrade his weapon. But then again, he would take a lot of damage doing so. So maybe would rather not take that damage. Especially considering that Life Coach is going into his Blackwing Crusher turn. He wants to prevent that from happening. Because once there's a 9/9 on the board, no execute in the deck.
Yes.
And it's really hard to come back from that.
Yeah, especially if you have no taunt in hand. And he's not playing the Fiery Warwigs, of course, because he can play the 1-drop into the Fiery Warwigs, into the Bloodsail Cultist next turn, buffing up Fiery Warwigs to 4 attack and 3 health, just on curve, which is perfectly fine here. So was it still just to play Twilight Guardian into Fairy Dragon, top decking Cockron Elite, and also having the Ghoul together with the weapon could deal serious damage to Fairy Drake most likely. But would be good to play, to have 1 mana more here.
Yeah, the most convenient play right now seems to be the Twilight Guardian along with the Fairy Dragon, but then you don't have any more dragons in your hand. Go for that, and then therefore every subsequent dragon synergy draw becomes pretty much dead. So therefore Life Coach chooses to go for the hero power instead, denying himself a little bit better of a board, but going for that potential future value.
That's possibly the worst card he could have drawn here.
Yeah. Why can't I hold all these weapons? That's what Super JJ is asking himself.
It's just like, man.
He needs to grow additional arms to wield those weapons.
Yeah. But it should still be the same play than before he drew it. And he can kill off the dragon, still doing 3 damage to the face, having really huge Fiery Warwigs equipped.
Yeah, seems like a reasonable play here. Very mana efficient as well.
Yeah.
But then again, he drops down to 15, and it seemed like he was playing around the Draconet Crusher last turn, so maybe he will do the same thing again. Yeah, looks like it. He's armoring up.
Yeah, over-equipping the weapon, because then he can just trade in the 3 attack minion and still can buff up the weapon next turn.
It's kind of brutal, like if JJ would know that Life Coach doesn't have a Crusher in hand, he would definitely play way differently this game, but of course...
He doesn't have Caster Vision here.
Caster Vision not available to JJ.
Yeah, but perfectly understandable, just staying above 15 health. And Frozen Berserker, that's a card, right? You could buff it up.
Well, yeah, you can. So yeah, Frozen Berserker along with like let's say Ravaging Ghoul.
Yeah, play.
Although I guess you don't want to leave the Frothing Berserker at 3 HP.
No, you can just play Ghoul first, then play the Berserker, then trade off the 2/1. Which is left. What else could you do here? You could also play Cockron Elite along the Frozen Berserker. Trade. It's also possible.
That seems actually pretty nice, because
like
it's unlikely that JJ has anything that deals 1 damage in that scenario.
Yeah, but on the other hand, it's the best use you can get out of the Ghoul.
Correct.
So this card isn't getting better at all over the duration of the game, but Cockron Elite will do the same.
Yeah, correct. Malkarok being picked up.
Turn 7 Malkarok, but he's still got a weapon equipped.
Yeah, it's once again too many weapons.
Oh man, he's just drawing. He has to play it, right? And then hopefully he gets a weapon that will be able to deal with the Frozen Berserker.
Yeah, it's just so painful that you cannot upgrade this Fiery Warwigs.
Is it just better to gamble into a weapon that can kill off the Berserker, or just killing the 3/3?
Killing the 3/3 seems alright, then play Malkarok after, because then Frothing technically is not strong enough to even kill the Malkarok unless there is some damage from Life Coach to buff it again. So seems like a good plan.
It's a really tough call. And in the end, you just get the Curse Blade out of it.
Yeah, well, can't really play around that.
Yeah. So. And that's 2-2. Oh.
Tentacles.
That's battle. Return this to your hand.
Alright then, so I assume Life Coach is just going to push the aggression here like a madman. He has all the health he needs. And he's just getting so close to killing Super JJ here. Doesn't even have a variable trade here anyway, so just go for as much face damage as possible here.
Yeah, exactly. I like holding on to your dragon instead of your pirate, because you wouldn't need another pirate in the weapon, which is just not possible. And Fairy Dragon, stat-wise, is also worse. You're not able to hero power, but you're so far ahead in tempo and in health that you don't just need it.
And this is another dead draw for JJ. He can clear the Frauding Berserker, but then after he armors up, Life Coach is going to be 1 damage off lethal here.
That's tough. Maybe just attacking and over-equipping the weapon so you will get it back to your hand.
Yeah.
Into nothing.
It's gonna be something fancy, I guess. I'm assuming it's just going to be Nizar's first Maiden Bloodcell Cultist. It didn't armor up this turn. Then maybe being able to clear both, like all the minions that Life Coach is playing, remaining at enough health to stabilize.
Yeah. He's just
he's just determining whether he which minion he wants to go for here. You can also go for the Blackwing Corruptor without the battle cry, just to have a stronger body on the board.
Yeah.
It looks like he's gone for exactly that. Hero powered to get himself out of lethal range. Now Life Coach, all he needs is 1 damage to close out his game.
Oh, here we go. That's the 1 damage. Enzo's first mate.
Yeah, ultimately it was a story of Super JJ playing around that non-existent Draconid Crusher all the time. So yeah, that ended up making his plays worse and for the situation at hand, and therefore Life Coach was able to push the advantage and punishing JJ for the weaker plays he felt like he needed to do.
Yeah, but still I think it was the right decision, right?
Yeah, well, in his mind, yeah, if he expects the Crusher, then for sure, that was the better play.
Okay, and he's lining up his Shaman into the Dragon Warrior of Life Coach. It's just 2 pair.
Interesting decision. I wouldn't have expected the Shaman to be a reasonable pick here over the Priest. I guess they know more than I do when it comes to that. I always expected the Priest to actually be favored against, more favored against the Dragon Warrior than the Shaman.
I'm not too sure because it's. I don't think so because archetype wise, it's a mid-range deck versus a tempo deck, and
oh, it's mid-range. Oh yeah, I'm sorry.
Win then.
Yeah, of course. I didn't realize it's. I'm not familiar with their lists entirely. So I guess it's a Jade mid-range Shaman, or what are they playing?
No, I was talking about the Priest actually. The Priest is a mid-range deck, so the Warrior can just push the damage faster.
Okay, but what about the Shaman now?
Actually, I'm not too sure what it is. We see 2 Jade cards, but yeah, that doesn't mean anything yet.
Yeah, well, it seems like a pretty standard Jade. Actually, not pretty standard because there's Azure Drake in there. Seems like a mid-rangey Jade Shaman.
What now?
I'm not quite sure what the exact lists are, but as the game progresses, we will figure out why JJ chose to go for this deck instead of the Dragon Priest.
Yeah, Enzo's first mate is playable here together with Blood to Ikera maybe, so you could clear off the board.
Yeah, this is the reason why Dragon Warrior is just so good against Shaman's early aggression. You have not just the pirate early game, in addition to that, you have a lot of tools early on, like Fire Warx, like the Blood to Iker, to deal with minions. And Alex Ross champion as well. So good.
Are you going for the Blood to Iker? Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's necessary. He'd rather have the coin for his clunkier cards going forward to make some good plays happen. You can play the Blood to Iker along with the Small-Time Buccaneer on the following turn, especially if he expects the Small-Time Buccaneer to not run into a minion right now. Which it won't, because considering that Maelstrom Portal has been picked up.
Yeah, kind of punished by that play, because he was hoping for... Normally, yeah, he needs a weapon to clear off the minions, and he needs to trade, therefore.
Well, not necessarily punished. I'm pretty sure that Life Coach was expecting this, because now he still is able to clear this Small-Time Buccaneer, thanks to Blood to Iker.
Yeah, this play would have been so much better if the top deck portal didn't happen, right? Trading off the Small-Time Buccaneer. Soon, I guess.
Although he can, of course, also kill off the...
Yeah, he has to.
Yeah,
he has to.
Yeah, of course, it's the better move, because there is no weapon yet, as far as Life Coach knows.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's forcing JJ to have that weapon.
Yeah, by far the better play here. Yeah, but unfortunately, there's a one weapon, or even two.
Yeah, the Jade Claws seem really good here, but unfortunately they will overload you, so you're not able to play Jade Lightning as a follow-up.
Yeah.
Either are you able to like go for Hero Power, Flame Tongue Totem or something. So seems like Spirit Claws is the weapon of choice for now. Can even get a Spell Damage Totem if he's really lucky, and be able to clear both minions here.
Yeah, and if you wonder why we saw the history of the game and the Rusty Hook here, Life Coach is just hovering over the cards and checking what cards are getting played, how much value did he get out of all the cards. Yeah, just the Hero Power and the weapon, so he can kill off the other Small-Time Buccaneer and playing on board, but I'm pretty curious what the deck list looks like exactly. Oh, Berserker. Damn, that's a good card.
Yep, it sure is. Frothing Berserker here, getting buffed right away with the weapon attack. And yeah, sure, JJ does have the tools to deal with this 2-1 with the Spirit Claws. But yeah, this Frothing Berserker will get buffed. But of course, JJ does have that Jade Lightning available to him to deal with this Frothing Berserker very easily, getting a Jade Golem in the process. So along with Jade Claws, yeah, he's gonna start to get this Jade army rolling.
Yeah, just 1-1 yet, but yeah, growing fastly. Because the next Jade Claws are already in the line, but yeah, so many clear turns now. Top decking Fairy Dragon, just playing the Twilight Guardian and heading over to Super JJ. Yeah, who drew his second weapon, his second claws.
Yeah, once again, JJ with the same problem, drawing too many weapons. It seems to be a recurring theme here in this matchup.
Yeah,
definitely not a spot you want to be in. So now, either JJ feels lucky and goes for the 25% to get Spell Damage Totem to have a pretty clean kill on this Twilight Guardian, or he chooses to ignore it and go for and develop that Thing from Below instead. So Thing from Below, definitely the safer play here.
Yeah, you know that your opponent is still having the coin and one dragon, so 2 cards are still unknown. It could be a Blackwing Corruptor, which would be the worst kind of case. But I'm pretty sure he's just going for the 5/5, not risking the gamble here. Attacking or not? Yes.
Attacking with the... Well, he didn't want to decide.
He's just like, maybe not.
Yeah, maybe he feels like he's gonna need all of those charges still for other reasons.
Yeah, it's also about not getting the damage. because there's the 9-9, not yet in the hand, but yeah, you want to stay above those 15 HP. We saw it last game. A Fairy Dragon, Frozen Berserker, but you only have one dragon in your hand. It's pretty bad. Bloodsack Cultist doesn't do anything because there are no weapons, no pirates.
Yeah, it does seem like Fairy Dragon plus Frozen Berserker is convenient play, but then again, Fairy Dragon is the only dragon in hand, so he once again wants to keep it, it seems.
Yeah,
to enable dragon synergies, so just hero powering up. The Frothing Berserker seems pretty safe here. You saw one Jade Lightning go already, so direct damage is probably not going to kill it unless there's like spell damage, Lightning Bolt.
Yeah, or just a Flame Tongue Totem.
And yeah, it's and even if he like wants to if he wants to get past to this Frothing, of course he needs to get past this Twilight Guardian first, so the Frothing will guaranteed get buffed here.
Yeah, so he will take 4 damage to the face, going down to 19, but he gets such a value trade here, clearing off the second Frozen Berserker as well as the Taunt. Yeah, here we go. Just make sure to hit it first with your face.
Yep, very nice cleanup here by JJ. Now Coin Malkorok is a possibility, but then look at this. And then again, look at this board. This is exactly the position where Shaman wants to be in. All right, decides to go for the Spirit Claws instead of the Jade Claws. Sure, he would have gotten another minion here with the Jade Claws, which would be nice, but he really wants to go for that Thunderbluff Valiant on the following turn, not overloading himself.
He could trade off the thing from below now, just avoiding the 7 damage, not having to risk the gamble on Malkorok. Or do you just go for the Coin Malkorok? It's the risky play.
Yeah, the Malkorok is not a really risky play. Any weapon you can get, except for like Light's Justice, can deal with this thing from below. And you don't mind taking damage just yet. It's not like there's Draconid Crushers in the Shaman as well. So.
Yeah, but there's Thunderbluff Valiants in the Shaman. And
yeah, but if you expect Thunderbluff Valiant, then developing the Malkorok is definitely better.
Yeah, obviously, yes.
So now with the Thunderbluff Valiant, he does enable his Stoneclaw Totem along with the Spirit Claws to deal with this Malkorok. With 2 totems left over.
Maybe you just can you afford to just ignore it?
Just ignore it? Well, you want to protect your Valiant as long as you can, right?
Yeah.
So the best way to do that is by killing off that Malkorok, not just denying Life Coach to deal with this Stoneclaw Totem easily, and then bypassing that so Malkorok can kill off the Valiant.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he isn't sure, it seems. Calculating.
Right,
He's
let's go
face.
for the face plan. Yeah, can't blame him for that really either. After all, he is also a very aggressive deck here. He has a lot of burst in hand available as well, but now, of course, gives Life Coach the opportunity to go for a potential punish here. The Alexstrasza's champion can charge into some totem here. He's trying to figure out probably which totem he wants to attack. But Malkorok is definitely going for the Thunderbluff Valiant. That is a guarantee.
Yeah, and he's gonna live. If he trades off the Flame Tongue Totem. So trading in with the weapon, then Alexstrasza's champion into the Flame Tongue Totem and trading off Thunderbluff Valiant. Is there any other opportunity to do it like... Oh.
Yeah, well, technically he didn't have to leave the Alexstrasza's champion alive. Like, he could have taken 2 less damage and sacrificed the Alexstrasza's champion instead. Because his board now is pretty amazing to begin with. Does he really need the 3-1 more? Maybe not taking as much damage would have been better. But yeah, it seems like Life Coach thinks that 10 health is good enough. But then again,
So
Jade Light spell damage totem would have been
not
very
enough.
close to lethal.
Yeah, but just not enough. Yeah, but it's the taunt totem, and suddenly, yeah. His line of play.
Yeah, if there was another Jade Lightning along with that Lightning Bolt, that would have been lethal.
Yeah, but
so
it pays off.
Life Coach taking a little bit of the let's say a little bit of a risk by taking 2 additional damage there, but it does pay off here in this case.
Yeah, I really like to play here. I think there wasn't too many other plays that were close. So that's a pretty grim spot here. So so many minions that don't have many health, but so much attack on the board here. So you need to clear it up. I'm pretty sure he will play Lightning Bolt just to regain board control here on the 6-2 exactly.
Yeah.
Off the 4-2 with maybe the weapon here, or just the 3-1 first and afterwards equipping. Yeah, exactly.
So cleaning up the board very nicely, but yeah, does this give Life Coach enough time to stabilize here now? Does of course have the Dragonite Crusher, which is a big threat to handle a lot of minions or just close out the game potentially even. But for now, the Stoneclaw Totem, very valuable here to protect his minions.
7 damage here. That's not too much health left for Life Coach then.
Yeah, technically he could ignore. I mean, he could go for Nzoth's First Mate to enable the Dragonite Crusher here. Of course, he forgoes the armor up as well, but then again, it's 7 damage on board, so technically he's not dead on board.
Yeah, and he's just in top deck mode.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, if Super JJ isn't able to kill him, he himself has quite some outs.
He's trying to calculate exactly what outs JJ has, but this is definitely the winning play right here. Going for trades, enabling that 9/9. Now giving Life Coach what? 12 damage? No, actually, it's 14 damage. 14 damage on the board, so now Life Coach is 1 damage of lethal. But there is the Flame Tongue Totem. That would have been negated if he went for the armor up instead. And JJ edging out that victory. Just so close. So close. But he was in a very dominant position throughout most of the game. But yeah, Life Coach almost made the comeback here.
Yeah, it was such a close match, and it came down to the top deck basically, or the outs of the top deck. He had quite some outs to draw.
Yeah, it was Jade Lightning number 2. There was the Flame Tongue, of course, and yeah, probably some more stuff as well. Like Azure Drake, for example, would have also helped Azure Drake into like something else. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe the second Lightning Bolt, stuff like that. And but on the other hand, if he doesn't draw it, then Life Coach is quite in a good spot because he has some outs as well. But I expected some close matches here, and that definitely was one of those.
Yeah. So far, pretty good play by both players here. Seems like Super JJ's plays are the plays that can be argued a little bit more. Like he had definitely more options in both those games that he could have done differently. Life Coach was pretty much just doing what he could with his cards. There was not much room for error in Life Coach's play. JJ, on the other hand, like there could have been done stuff differently, but for now it worked out for Super JJ here. 1-1 is the series right now, and we're going to go to the game number 3 right now, if the production allows us.
Go ahead. Yeah, so it's the Shaman, and what do you expect to get picked into? It's either the Shaman or the Priest. Oh, I saw your face.
Yeah, you saw my face.
Oh
no,
yes,
not my face.
Yes, your face.
There is the Priest now. All right, so that Priest seems to be the dedicated counter to the Shaman.
Twilight Guardian, and Northshire Cleric. I almost missed your face. Yeah, just Northshire.
Yeah, very, very nice curve here for Life Coach here with the Northshire into Wormrest Agent. But then again, Super JJ's curve, nothing to scoff at. It's going to be Totem Golem into the small-time Buccaneer, it seems.
Yeah, so you can kill off the Wormrest Agent together with Patches.
Yeah, definitely very nice here.
Unless he draws it and he has to play it. No, he doesn't draw it. Just clear it.
Yeah, cleaning house, and now life coach with the option to either go for the Talon Priest or to get some card going out. He wants to develop the board. He wants to develop minions to challenge the board, and therefore I'm sure he's going to go for the Talon Priest right now. Oh, is he? Yeah, I mean there could also be yeah, I mean, healing up. While it seems pretty bad immediately, there might be stuff in his deck that he wants to get closer to. Holy Nova maybe.
Maybe
Like
something dragon-wise to have a friend for your Twilight Guardian, but it's just too slow, as you mentioned. You have to fight for the board here.
You gotta develop minions.
Yeah, and yeah. Speaking of fighting for the board, Flame Tongue Totem does a lot for the board here. Clearing off the cleric, going face, just pushing three first damage here.
No dragon for the Twilight Guardian here, but Priest of the Feast works just as well here as the 3/6, same stats.
Yeah.
Basically, the Flame Tongue Totem will be disposed of. Very nice Cabal Talon Priest.
Especially if you have two of each priest in your hand. So you just develop one. You actually don't need. It's not so much better than Twilight Guardian because you will fight for board, or both sides will fight for board, and try to clean off the enemy creatures. So it's perfectly fine here. And double. I think from below that could get out of control in the mid game.
Yeah, it doesn't really seem too appealing though right now to go for that thing from below. Or does it?
Yeah, not yet, but you can play it next turn, right?
Yeah, certainly.
It's hard to see the board because life
Because
coach
life
is
coach
just checking the value.
Looking at all the awesome artwork.
Oh, it's golden. Oh, look at it. Cabal Talon Priest.
Yeah.
Golden.
Yeah, the fire.
Oh, Priest of Fist. Oh, golden.
Alright, so JJ has to make a move here. Decides to go for a double totem here to make his things from below cheaper. He can, because of that, now he can use hero power along with double thing from below on the following turn. Very nice. Very nice setup.
Yeah. Ooh, Blackwing Corruptor. Do really need it here. But what is the other play? Just Nether Spy? Just Priest of the Feast? Corruptor itself on curve, if it's yellow, is one of the best cards you can get.
Yeah, the Corruptor just seems more like the most convenient choice here. Sure, it doesn't like get insane value here, only killing off a 1/1, but still, that's one more damage that Life Coach doesn't have to worry about.
Yeah, especially if Super JJ will play a weapon. He just drew one weapon. He could kill off the Priest of the Feast, like pretty clean, together with the Totem Golem. So that's perfectly fine here.
Yeah, the important part here about this Blackwing Corruptor is mainly the body on the board, utilizing efficient mana utilization, also having the body on the board that challenges a potential future thing from below, which JJ of course has, as we can see. So now JJ needs to address this somehow. He has the opportunity to Jade Lightning here, but then again, yeah, he really wanted to go for that thing from below game plan.
Yeah, it looked so strong. Turn 5, 2/5/5 with Taunt beside your hero power. Would play again.
I mean, he can still go for it. It's just choosing to sacrifice one of them.
You lose too much value. You can't really afford that against the Priest. It's just like such a value monster.
Oh, look at that.
Ooh, speaking about the devil, Brand comes into the game.
He does go for it right away.
Yeah.
Not even thinking about it. Putting more thought effort into more thought effort into what to pick over this double discover now. Alright, goes for the cheap option here.
Ooh.
And then another cheap option, I guess. He doesn't even think he's gonna need to go for late game dragons here, I would assume. by the time he reaches that stage, he's in a very favorable position to begin with. So that would just be overkill in that case.
Yeah, and you can just get 2 smaller minions here, just to keep up with the pace on the board, because you have so many other cards that can gain you other cards with like insane amount of value. So you just go for the tempo, not for the value here.
Yeah, typically as Dragon Priest against Shaman, once you have the board, it's very hard for the Shaman to get it back, because even if there's like Lightning Storm, Maelstrom Portal, the Priest minions just have so much health, so even that might not be good enough to reclaim the board control for the Shaman. So yeah, Life Coach just going for that game plan where he wants to dominate the board as much as he can. So therefore taking the cheap dragons is better to fulfill that game plan.
Yeah, he was just checking the golden cards again, so to make sure there's still golden.
That bling bling.
Yeah, looks nice. Yeah, all those. Spirit Claws is buffed. Yeah, double thing from below.
All right, but what does he choose to destroy here?
It's just a mess, but I think you have to kill off the Bran, right? But it just feels bad, because you can't leave up Bran against the Priest. It's just not possible.
Yeah,
you just saw what happened, right?
When every minion in the deck, every minion in the deck is a Battlecry minion, then Bran needs to die, guaranteed.
Yeah. It's just like all those yellow shining cards, and if they have Bran on top, it's just like they're possibly the best cards in the game then, right?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, Black Room Corruptor for 6 damage would have been great here, killing off one thing from below, but it's still a great card here. He can't get rid of both. Maybe he just kills off the 3-2. What other plays are available here?
It does seem like going for a Blackwing Corruptor here seems like a good choice. And then sacrificing... It's kind of tricky, I guess. maybe just going for a Twilight Guardian would be nice as well, just to protect your board a little bit more.
Yeah,
but
I think you kill it off. Yeah.
Looks like he wants to get rid of those things from below right away.
Maybe even healing the minion, trading into it.
Yeah, looks like he's going for exactly that.
Yep.
And then yeah, the other 2 attacks are kind of unimportant here. Might as well make them on the following turn.
Oh.
Fire Elemental, that is a big draw.
Yeah. That's actually a good card here
Yeah,
in this matchup. So off the top.
Deals with a minion and provides a big threat all in one. But yeah, the damage distribution here is a little bit awkward.
Yeah, the problem is also, beside drawing the Fire Elemental, you're slightly running out of cards against the Priest here, and that's your biggest fear.
Mm-hmm.
And if he needs to start to go for the phase soon, he can't afford to do it yet, most likely. Although I'm not too sure, because you can clear off the 5-4 and then try to, yeah.
It's a tough call, honestly. Like I think JJ with the Shaman deck that he has, the mid-range Shaman, he can go for the board control game plan. He does have Thunderblood Valiants, he does have Azure Drake, so those provide a lot of value. And yeah, it's exactly what he's doing right now. Oh yeah, choose to go a little bit for face here with the thing from below. He had the opportunity to deal with Twilight Whelp, but it didn't seem necessary. But now with the Shadow Word Death being picked up, that thing from below will most definitely die. Although he can also target the Fire Elemental if he so desires and establish a Priest of the Feast alongside that, I suppose.
Or just a Twilight Guardian if you kill off the Fire Elemental, so he needs to use the weapon to kill it off.
On the other hand, if you kill the thing from below,
you can kill
then you can clear the spell damage totem, which is also really annoying right now.
Yeah, actually it is.
So once again, tough decision here.
Yeah. Priest of the Feast will also heal you, so maybe that's just the upside here of this play.
Yeah, definitely. You don't really need the taunt right now, so especially if you decide to kill off the thing from below, which is exactly what Life Coach is doing.
Yeah, exactly. Healing up to 19. And you just saw that your opponent is running out of cards. He did the 5 damage phase push last turn, so you know he needs to gain some tempo here.
Alright, so JJ looking for that spell damage once again.
Nope.
Doesn't get it.
Yeah. And now I think you have to kill it off and heal up your fire elemental, because Priest of the Feast, although you know that your opponent doesn't really have so many spells in hand, most likely none.
Yeah, it does challenge a lot of minions.
Yes. But he will just check his options here. But I'm pretty sure he will trade in and then he'll heal it up. Yeah. I think the next few draws will decide whether side will win here.
Yeah, both those players deep in thought, as you can see, taking all the time that they need to make sure that they don't miss out on any other really good plays.
Yeah, it's really nice to see both players playing against each other. Although it's really bad for them, because as Live Coach said, they were practicing so much together, like 100 hours a week, basically spending all time together and playing Hearthstone. And that's why both players made it most likely to the top 8, besides being world-class players.
But then again, by playing against each other, they give themselves, they give one of them at least a higher chance, and they give themselves a higher chance that one of them will win.
Yeah.
Right? So.
No, it's just a 1-drop, oh no!
Oh, the spell damage!
Oh, but at least the spell damage totem. But yeah, it's nice for the weapon. You get a clean trade with the 3/6 and the weapon, but beside that,
Yeah, you could also go for Maelstrom Portal to soften up those other minions, but doesn't really seem necessary here, since both minions
maybe
survive.
You just need the quality out of the portal now.
Yeah, or even Taunt Minion would be nice, right?
Yeah.
Like Taunt Minion could actually be very valuable here.
0
Imagine
for taunt.
Imagine Goldshire Footman or Void Walker even, or Shield Bearer. Actually, there are reasons for going with that Maelstrom Portal play, but then again, he could also just get more spell damage off the top of his deck to make the Maelstrom Portal even more valuable. Unfortunately, now because he went for that line, there was already on board a clean kill for that Fire Elemental, but had picked up the Shadow Word Death instead. I guess JJ was running out of targets for that Shadow Word Death, since Fire Elemental has been played, 2 Think Flow and Below have been played. So yeah, I guess Life Coach was thinking this Shadow Word Death is not going to get much more value than that. Might as well preserve one of my minions instead.
Yeah, now just the question is, which of those minions do you kill? It's A, the Tunnel Truck, or B, the Spell Power Totem.
Or C.
Or C.
The new water speaker. Or you go face. That's option number D.
Yeah, it's just basically between both options, A and B. And oh, Jade Claws. That's
Yeah, another Jade Golem. That is Jade Golem number 3, I imagine.
But he can kill off the Drake now.
Oh, look at that! He gets that something Marshall. I'm not quite sure what exactly the name is. Oh, actually, it's 2/2 Jade Golem. I thought it was 2/2 already. But yeah, he can actually enable that if he picks up a Flame Tongue Totem.
Yeah. We saw it in the last series, there it didn't get the card draw. It's still possible.
But look at that, it's exactly JJ's game plan definitely came to fruition here. He did manage to outvalue Life Coach's Dragon Priest. Now Life Coach in top deck mode here. Now all of a sudden, these dragons that he picked up from the Netherspite Historian with the Bran, not really the best choices ultimately, considering that he lost board control.
Yeah.
And now he has those measly dragons in hand that don't do anything.
Yeah, exactly. It's really hard to run out of steam with the priest, but he managed to do it by not drawing his high drops.
Yeah, he didn't draw his high drops. He didn't pick high drops off Nez Pythesor. He also didn't get any board clear, so pretty unfortunate for Life Coach actually.
Yeah.
Like if you imagine a
Absolutely.
board clear in any at any turn here of this game, it would have just been amazing.
Yeah.
But JJ fortunate enough to dodge that, and now in a very favorable position to turn the tide here.
Yeah, you haven't seen any AoEs yet. I think you just hope for Life Coach not drawing any. And he's holding on to the Jade Lightning.
Oh, that is a good draw here. Exactly what Life Coach needed, is card draw, but does
another
pick
one
up
drop.
another weak drop. Man, that's gotta be rough.
That's really tough here.
But then again, all hope is not lost here. JJ is still some damage away from lethal here. Or is he?
5, 10, 15. 14, it's 1 damage off. Now it's lethal.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well, JJ counting it up, sees lethal, and that's it. JJ takes the lead.
Yeah, and Life Coach not looking very happy. Kinda unfortunate he didn't draw any high drops, any AoEs. Just yeah. Just a 1 drop in the end.
Yeah, that's just the way the cards go. Unfortunately for Life Coach, he did not pick up the cards necessary to deal with the Shaman's aggression, and ultimately fell victim to the constant board development from Super JJ. So that is game 3 in the books. Life Coach going into game 4 now will be on his last life, on his last deck.
Yeah.
Putting all his hopes into the what is it? The help me out here.
He did play the warrior already. He did play the priest, so it's the shaman for him as well.
All right, the shaman mirror.
Yeah, the shaman mirror. So he needs to win the shaman mirror, and yeah, the next game as well. Let's see how that goes. I'm kind of surprised. It just like took 2 turns to swing the game here, but Super JJ finally in the end did it. So yeah.
Yeah, good stuff from both these players here. Definitely going to be looking forward to see the conclusion of this matchup. But yeah, we're waiting for the players to jump into the game. I think they're ready. We hear the Thrall versus Thrall introduction.
Let's head into the game. So it's the mirror match, as mentioned, and oh, there's patches already, but you can get just rid of him. And Small Time Buccaneer, such a good card here. Flame Tongue Totem, also not too bad. Maelstrom Portal is also handy in the mirror match at least.
Yeah, Life Coach seeing the value of the Blood Mage Maelstrom Portal, so definitely very valuable cards for him here. And Super JJ on the other hand does of course have the very good aggression. Patches in opening hand is definitely good because it lowers the chance immensely to get it in your to draw it after the mulligan.
Small Time Buccaneer. Yeah, he just keeps those 3 cards.
Minimizing the odds of of getting patches, I guess.
Yeah. Tunnel Truck getting drawn, as we just saw. Tunnel Truck turn 1 is good unless unless the Totem Golem comes down. So it's a card that's not too great in the mirror match. We could see it like a couple of times in the past season when the new cards weren't released yet. It was all there were some lists that even cut Tunnel Truck because of the mirror match. Yeah, still kind of scary.
Yeah, Small Time Buccaneer into Lightning Bolt is a possibility here.
But
then you have no follow-up for it, unfortunately.
Yeah. Into drawing top deck weapon for 1.
You could also just go for the Lightning Bolt only and wait with the Buccaneer until next turn, so he saves his coin.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough actually. But just playing the Pirates into the 1/3 is, as we mentioned when Finley was on the board, is just not good. Especially if Life Coach plays it without the coin, because then he can just have the Totem Golem or the Claws turn 2, which would be like horrible.
Alright, what is JJ deciding to go for here? Clock is ticking, or rope is burning in this case.
Rope into nothing, but of course he did think through every possibility, that's why he roped here.
decides to save the lightning bolt in hand as well, since that can definitely get way more value than just killing off the tunnel truck in this matchup. Once you get to the point where you get spell damage, like he does right now with the Blood Mage Thalnos, you can pick off even bigger minions.
Yeah, just fighting for board here. And Small-Time Buccaneer now comes down, coin, and who's in charge now? It has 3 attack, it has charge.
Aye aye.
Arr. Here we go.
Yeah, that was Super JJ's game plan to begin with, utilizing the patches instead of the lightning bolt to deal with the tunnel truck. But yeah, now Life Coach does have plenty of ways to deal with the board of Super JJ himself. Goes for the Maelstrom Portal here first, see what he gets.
Maybe a Boar, then you can kill it off. Oh. Yeah, patches on the other side. So many people in charge here. Fading into, yeah, of course. Yeah.
Alright, so now what does Super JJ do in turn? He does have the Maelstrom Portal of his own to deal with 2 of those minions here, but then again the Small-Time Buccaneer survives. And yeah, so maybe the Super JJ just takes a slow approach here and waits another turn. He can get more value out of the Maelstrom Portal if he combines it with the spell damage that he has in hand already.
Yeah, it's kind of tough because Thalnos and Maelstrom Portal seem like the perfect solution for this board now in this turn. But if you just wait one more turn, just hero powering turn 3 it just feels so bad. You could get the Taunt Totem, but still, like, your board will get cleared and you won't get any value out of the AoE most likely anymore, which is really, really bad. And on the other hand, you couldn't also like kill a big threat next turn with the Jade Lightning. So, but he goes for it. No, spell power.
Yeah, just Totem Pass. It doesn't really matter what he rolls. He wanted to get Taunt Totem, I suppose. That would have been the most convenient. I guess Healing Totem would have also been fine. Spell damage was probably actually the worst in this particular scenario.
Yes.
As weird as that sounds.
Yeah, because it just dies. But on the other hand, his play pays off. Because now he can play Thalnos and the Maelstrom Portal in the next turn. And clear off the board. Wow.
Yeah, seems pretty good to me.
Yeah, such a strong turn. Do you use weapon here? Or do you
He gets
just
to
keep
push 1 more damage to the face by using the weapon on the spell damage totem, but in a matchup, in a grindy matchup like the mid-range Shaman Mirror, you have to make use out of all the resources available to you. So ultimately, it seems like all the weapon charges will have to be used on higher value minions like that are harder to deal with.
Yeah, nice one. Yeah, execution perfectly. Fine hero. That's a large minion, but the healing effect does do like only 2 heal. Only 1 heal if you attack with the weapon first. So that's not too good.
Yeah, but it provides a nice body. 3/6 is nothing to scoff at. It's just so good to challenge any minion that Shaman can put out, except for like 4 health minions, I guess, with it as a Drake.
Yeah, but you could play a Blood of Thalnos and the portal yourself, just to return the favor here.
But this kind of board doesn't seem like it's worth Maelstrom portaling, right?
Yeah,
I mean, usually the rule in Shaman Mirrors is in mid-range Shaman Mirrors is that you want to snowball the board, and then like you need to save your AoE to make a comeback on the board, because otherwise it's just not possible. And this is Life Coach's 2nd Maelstrom Portal now gone, so he will seemingly not have, unless there's Lightning Storm as well in the deck, he will not have AoE board clear available to him anymore.
Yeah.
So how important was that Maelstrom Portal really here? It seemed like just developing the 4-drop might have been better.
On the other hand, can you afford not taking board control here? Because soon the mid-range minions will come down, the bigger minions, and you don't have any answers, right? You could have played Thalnos into Lightning Bolt, into attacking with the weapon, stuff like that. Could also be possible. Just depends. Yeah, another rope.
Just seems like it just seems like a little bit of a waste, especially considering how many cards Super JJ has in his hand. There's definitely going to be a big board, multiple big board developments coming Live Coach's way here. Harrison Jones being picked up, but no weapon available for Super JJ.
Yeah.
And now we will definitely see the Lightning Bolt, I would assume.
It's just a pity that you can't buff your minion here, right?
Yeah, well, technically he can buff the Light Warden if he chooses to go for face with that with that Jade Claws here.
Actually,
if he chooses to face tank the Ezreal, I mean.
Actually, it's probably not too bad because what you do is switching to it one charge from your weapon to your creature. You just attach it, and you will be at 30 health anyhow afterwards.
Yeah, it's basically all about what, but now it's all about what does Life Coach value here more. Does he value the Lightning Bolt or does he value the Light Warden more? He can still go for the Genie Water Speaker on a different turn. He can just do the Lightning Bolt and totem up.
But you could also kill it with Lightning Bolt while attacking with the weapon.
That's also a possibility. But it seems like Life Coach has decided here. Oh, to heal the enemy! Ah, alright, that's also... I totally forgot about that possibility.
What a smart turn, right?
Yeah, preserving the weapon charges here. And the Lightning Bolt as well.
Yeah, quite impressive what he did here.
Yeah, very nice indeed. Of course, the Light Warden had opportunities to grow even further thanks to that healing totem. So there was a possibility to just keep it alive, but yeah, it's just so easy to kill. The Shaman has so many ways to deal with a 2-health minion.
Yeah, and it's so much value out of your portal. You just gain a 1-drop that could kill off the enemy Azure.
Alright, plenty of options available for Super JJ here. Does have double Genie Water Speaker in hand, so yeah, but no value off of the healing. Yeah, it's weird. We might actually even, or actually the Hex. Yeah, it seems like the Hex is like a prime spell for the Thunder Bluff Valiant especially. That seems like the minion that is hardest to deal with generally, so typically you want to preserve the Hex for that. Alright, decides to develop the board with the Genie Water Speaker and the Tunnel Truck as well here.
Yeah, just as regret. He needs to refill his hand, and he gets
this is a very strong snowball turn here for Live Coach. Clearing off both minions with ease, while developing an Ezreal of his own, and very tough for Super JJ to deal with all this stuff. He does have the Jade Lightning against the Ezreal here if he wants.
Yeah, but his last turn was already tough, but it's basically the same position, just a little bit worse here. But as you mentioned, the Jade Lightning is so strong here, just on the Drake, but still, what else do you want to play then?
Just hero power, I guess.
Yeah. Not sure, 1 mana more would be fine. You could kill off both minions with the AoE.
If he gets a spell damage totem here, he can also just use the Lightning Bolt and Hex to deal with 2 minions.
Nope.
In the same turn. Since he didn't get that, now he's basically forced to use the Jade Lightning here.
Yeah, Jade Lightning. Only 1/1 Jade coming out. Another weapon. So this time it seems like Life Coach is more weapon-centered than the last games. Super JJ did draw many weapons in the past 2 games. Past 3 games, actually. Pushing face.
It's not really necessary, to be honest. It's all about the board control. What if there's another Flame Tongue?
But you attack with the weapon anyhow, so can you afford leaving 1 Jade on the board just for? I mean, if he plays Flame Tongue, does it bother you? On the other hand, you can just get
just play it safe. It's not like you can the 3 damage will most likely not matter. Like you cannot. It's unlikely that you can even calculate the potential lethal. It mostly depends on what cards you draw anyway on the following turns. You cannot like set up a weird clock here where the 3 damage to the face right now would matter. So just playing it safe, not even giving JJ any option to do something with that 1/1 is definitely the right play.
Yeah, just taking every good trade you can get, and that's basically what he does. Yeah, finally Maelstrom Portal. Because of spell damage totem.
And that is JJ's second Maelstrom Portal, so now he's out of AoE, it seems.
Yeah, so both players are out of AoE now.
And therefore, the one who has the board right now will most likely be favored, which is JJ in this case. But now, of course, Harrison Jones providing a lot of value here, so that can still turn the game around a little bit. You also have to think of Spirit Claws or any kind of weapon really as AoE kind of a little bit, right? So even though there is no more AoE to have huge board swings available to you, just the regular removal and weapons in combination can be enough at times. So right now, Lightning Bolt or the Spirit Claws here. I would imagine we're going to see Lightning Bolt. This Tunnel Truck seems pretty threatening.
Yeah, it is. It could kill off your Harrison Jones. And one thing is sure, you want to keep him on the board.
What to do?
Yeah, Spell Power Totem would have been nice here for him. Not gonna happen. Is he gonna... He thinks either playing Spirit Claws, trading off the 1/1, or just a Lightning Bolt, but Spirit Claws seem kind of weak. It's just not the draw he wanted to get out of the Harrison.
Oh, look at that though. Lightning Bolt. Yeah. Thanks to the spell damage totem, he can pick off the Harrison without using the Abusive Sergeant.
And healing up to 30 again. Lightning Bolt. Yeah. And it's just like all the past turns. The player that just played the turn, he's in control of the board. But it will end soon.
Yeah, all of a sudden though, Super JJ is the one without a hand, and Life Coach now with a grip full of cards. Thanks in most part to that Harrison Jones.
Yeah, but just
Life
like
Coach has got to be
drops.
thinking though, does he even want to develop the weapon now? He knows that card has been stuck in JJ's hand for quite some time, and he might actually put JJ on a Harrison in hand as well in this scenario.
Yeah, just basically because he had one as well. You often think about the card you just played yourself a little bit more. But of course it's a threat, because if you just play Spirit Claws and your opponent has Harrison, you're falling behind, but you can't avoid playing around Harrison with holding like 2 Spirit Claws.
Yeah, you just have to go for the Spirit Claws. It's also important to just clear minions to buff your small-time Buccaneer especially as well.
Yeah.
So not playing Spirit Claws definitely would have been bad, even if there is a Harrison in hand.
Yeah, the question is, I think it's time to hex, just to protect your Flame Tank Totem. There's no AoE left, so Flame Tank Totem itself has way more value here.
No hex against the Thunderbluff variant or the thing from below, but he does have the damage on board required to deal with that anyway.
And that's basically just the perfect turn for him here to develop the Flame Tank Totem into the top deck thing from below. And now suddenly Super JJ has to hex the Flame Tank Totem, otherwise the thing from below would have just traded too badly.
Oh, Life Coach picked up a thing from below of his own, gets the spell damage totem.
The 50-50, he took it. Trading off. And suddenly Life Coach.
Yeah, and JJ out of cards, he needs a good draw right now.
And this game will come to an end pretty soon. Oh, just a 1-drop for him here.
That's the smallest of small-time Buccaneers right now.
Yeah, that's Mini Buccaneer. And the other second hex.
Hex, kind of a blank right now, but any big minion that JJ now can draw to potentially turn the game around will be dealt with immediately, very easily.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he will kill off the small-time Buccaneer with the weapon. Still keeping Hex as an answer to potential threats. Second thing from below, or we have to fire. Yeah, it makes sense. Taking one less damage. Yeah, of course. Sorry, sorry guys. Just taking one less damage here, obviously. And healing up again. Oh, a Zoodrake.
That's what JD needed.
One of the best top decks.
Can play Totem Golem as well, so now he does have the damage required to, even if the other Drake gets killed, to just kill off the thing from below as well.
It's kind of unfortunate that he regained the Taunt Totem instead of the 1/1, because then he could have traded it off with the Spirit Claws and the 1/1, the Drake. So, as a matter of fact, I think he will just lose the thing from below over this 50-50.
He can also just use his Hex.
Yeah, maybe he has to.
I'm pretty sure Life Coach is going to try and preserve the thing from below as long as possible, and Hex helps him with that.
Yep.
So therefore, just attack into the the Totem Golem with the thing from below, Hex the Azure Drake.
Kill off the 1/1 with the Spirit Claws first.
Yeah, you can do that too. Although now Life Coach might actually be in a situation where he actually doesn't need to play the Spirit Claws anymore, just in case there's a potential Harrison Jones from Super JJ.
Do you play around the top deck Harrison Jones here? Is it such a threat?
You can do it. It's pretty much the only thing that still helps JJ to make a comeback in this game.
Yeah.
And this is exactly what Life Coach has realized.
And it's 10%.
Alright, Thunderbluff Valiant though, now the totem, now the 1/1 does pay dividends here. And Life Coach taking his head, he's like, oh no.
Oh, you should trade
Not
it.
like this.
Not like this.
Should have killed the 1/1.
Damn me.
But yeah, I can't fault Life Coach for that play, really.
Yeah, but now he has to play it, right?
Well, yeah, if he wants to deal with the Thunderbluff Valiant, then he has to.
I'm pretty sure he wants to deal with the Thunderbluff Valiant. Yeah, it's just like... I can't blame him for this play, because it's just a gamble which card will be drawn. Although, the Harrison Jones isn't as likely as one of those Thunderbluff Valiants. Most likely. Or they're running
Thunderbluff Valiants?
I'm not
Maybe it's
too
like
sure.
50-50.
Maybe it's just a 50-50, yes. Just imagine him top decking Harrison now. Nope. Then you would have given him one more draw. But
Alright, Thing from below. Thing from below pretty good here, challenging the Fire Elemental. And Totem's now going to town here. Oh. Okay, so because Life Coach decided to leave the spell damage totem alive, now I mean, because Super JJ decided to leave the spell damage totem alive, Life Coach now picked up the overload card, so therefore he's able to deal with this thing from below without using his fire elemental, so that can be pretty huge.
Yeah. He could trade in, heal himself up, trade in also the...
Yeah, but then again, he could also just still sacrifice it and use use the tunnel truck to be a totem killer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I think the 5/5 is... yeah, because he can trade off the 2/2, because they are buffed. That's kind of scary as well, right?
Yeah. Just going for a safe route here.
I'm not completely sure about the play.
That's fine.
I think
both lines were fine, but this plays around like like Flame Tongue Totem, for example, right?
Yeah.
If he went for the other line, Super JJ would have more minions on the board, so Flame Tongue would get more value that way.
Especially if they are playing double Thunderbolt Valiant, which we don't know, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's grim. And suddenly Harrison is a bad card again, right?
Yeah. Seems like Harris. Seems like now once Life Coach attacks with the last charge, I'm pretty sure JJ is going to draw that Harrison Jones.
Yes, just in time, or
just in time.
Yeah, and then it comes down who drew Harrison first, right?
Yeah, Harrison, Life Coach Harrison was initially what helped him get back into the game. After all, he was in a desperate situation there. He was JJ had the board and Life Coach was out of AoE, so therefore Harrison was paid huge dividends to help him claw back into this game.
Yeah, both decks neutralized each other, which is kind of obvious because both players are very.
And there is the game-breaking card here, Thunderblood
here we
Valiant,
go.
and that is going to be a huge swing for Life Coach, enabling just turning all those totems into sick threats.
Yeah, there we go. He's keeping the weapon because Harrison Jones itself is most of the time not the threat anymore. Or
might as well play around it now at this time.
I think there's no need to hold on to it. We've seen all the AoEs, so.
Alright, Totem Golem is not going to do it, and JJ is conceding the game. Life Coach ties up the series, and it's all going to come down to the last matchup. There's going to be Super JJ's Priest versus Life Coach's Shaman.
Yeah, sick game. It just like swinged forehand back for both players all the time, and in the end, the Harrison was just the card that helped the Life Coach here to win the game.
Alright, looks like both players are ready to play, and let's not waste any more time. Jump right into the game.
Yeah, not roping you here, guys. Yeah, Totem Golem. Good card in this matchup, of course.
Yeah, so we've seen this matchup before from those players, except with the roles reversed. Life Coach on his Dragon Priest was unable to beat Super JJ's Shaman.
Yeah. Super JJ queued his Shaman into the Priest of Life Coach, so it should be kind of favorable here.
What? No.
Huh?
Oh, actually, oh no, never mind. It's yeah. It's of course, it's his last deck, right? So Super JJ should be the favorite, but then again, Life Coach. Super JJ proved that Shaman can beat the Priest as well if the cards don't fall the right way for the Priest. So therefore, Life Coach has a chance to win this game, even though the matchup is unfavored.
Yeah, sure. It's Priest. It seems like Priest can steal in a win against almost everything because it's just like a value monster with all those dragons, with the operative, just getting more cards and more cards.
Yeah.
But Life Coach started pretty good until now. But until now, right?
Until now, that's right. Well, it does seem. Oh man, this is actually pretty tough.
It's X time.
X time already. But yeah, this is what you have to do if you want to preserve that tunnel truck.
Yeah, just falling behind here is not an option.
And we see already cards in hand that Life Coach, when he played the Priest, did not have the luxury of drawing Holy Nova being picked up by Super JJ. So that is going to be huge if Life Coach ever goes wide on the board to establish board dominance.
Maybe you just have to heal up the truck.
Well, yeah, there's no point in healing up yourself, really.
No, not yet at least. Getting to attack, staying alive, going face, having fun.
Fun with Hearthstone. So now, turn 5, that's typically the most juicy turn for Priest players, especially now with the inclusion of Dragonhead Operative in Dragon decks. That is just such an awesome card and powerful as well. Being able to not get a random card from the enemy's deck like a lot of Priest cards did in the past. Now you discover it, which is so much better.
Yeah, just steal one good card out of your enemy's deck.
And gets the Lightning Bolt, which is obviously a really nice, cheap way of gaining tempo.
Oh, can you somehow save your Trog? Yeah, you can. The question is, Flame Tank Totem, Maelstrom could be possible. Jade Lightning is also possible. Lightning Bolt, yeah, also possible.
So many possibilities.
Yes, actually yes. It's quite a complicated turn, right? What would you go for here?
What to do?
Well, it does seem like he needs to deal with this Draconid Operative.
Yeah.
That is definitely the more threatening card here at this stage. So
There's little time.
Going for the AoE first. Yeah.
oh, that's a pretty
That's
nice
nice.
one actually. All right, so this way
Drilling into it.
well, he's able to deal with the Draconid Operative, but yeah, this
Needs to go
Twilight
first.
Whelp unfortunately not be able to he's not able to be to deal with the Twilight Whelp. So Twilight Whelp now can get some good value, and look at that. The Holy Nova and Lightning Bolt is can potentially clean up the entire board here.
Yeah, but do you want to overload? Does it harm you next turn? Most likely
Not really.
But I'm not
Just
sure
overload one.
if you really need to do it.
Well, if you want to clear the entire board, you need to do it that way, because then if you leave even 1 minion up, then Selfless Hero will get some value here.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe it seems like Super JJ is considering to not even go for the Holy Nova here. Otherwise, he would target that Lightning Bolt somewhere else.
I think you can get more value later, most likely. Although I'm not. Yeah.
I wonder.
Yeah, I think he's going for it.
Yeah.
The rope hits in. I'm actually not sure. It's.
I think it's the best play.
It's a close decision. I feel like. You could try to get more value out of it later.
Do you really get more value than that, though?
Yeah, maybe.
Honestly,
Might be.
like it's just.
It just might be.
It's the best to do it right now. Like it's not like you're trying to fish for value with Holy Nova. You want to. That's not the game plan of the Dragon Priest. You want to be proactive. You want to do stuff on the board and not like wait until your opponent overextends. That's not the Dragon Priest playstyle. So therefore, you gotta pick your spots as soon as you can here, and JJ did exactly that. And now the board is clean. Life Coach most likely will not be able to do much on the board here, and then JJ can swing back with some good mid-game minions.
Yeah, sure. I absolutely can see the play, and it's just like what's the win condition of the Shaman, and most likely it's totems in the end with Thunderbluff Valiant, and therefore the AoEs could be kind of handy. So, but of course, I think it was a close call here, and I can absolutely see the play.
Well, who goes there? It's Patches. Who would have guessed?
Yes, and just burning so many cards and so much mana into the 2/7 1-drop.
Yeah, Jade Lightning on a 1-drop. That does not feel good at all.
Hurts.
That is the exact opposite of value. Oh, another Draconid Operative. Yeah, JJ is just taking this game by storm. So much value.
Life Coach not looking too happy right now.
Yeah, and understandably so.
Yeah.
JJ did have in his Priest what Life Coach was unable to get, and therefore JJ, of course, now managing to establish dominance from the get-go, really. Like, Life Coach doesn't even... he's just struggling so hard to make anything happen on this board right now.
Having face, but Shadow with Death. An option together with the 5-drop here. Oh, okay. Just playing the 5-drop first. Oh, what is it? What? Oh, okay. It was Fire Elemental. I saw Talnos, I think. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it was a Jade Lightning. That doesn't really matter.
It's just like
ultimate value gain here. It's Shadow with Death, the perfect solution against the thing from below, and Life Coach now.
Yeah,
kind of just desperately doing whatever. Not even thinking about it.
just slamming the
I'm just
rest
playing
of
my
the
cards.
hand on the board.
You can see his head in the hands, just kind of resignating here already. And yeah, it's, I mean, understandably so. Look at the look at Life Coach's hand and his board, and then look at JJ's hand and his board. It's just, yeah, this tells the whole story.
Yeah. Getting another draw and 2 draws by the Azure Drakes while holding a fire elemental. Then that turned quickly.
Of course, Life Coach is going to play it out until the end. You never know what can happen here in Hearthstone.
Yeah.
There's always room for error, always room for weird stuff to happen. Maybe a meteor falls out of the sky and destroys Super JJ's castle.
And it's not hope for that, right?
Yeah. And Life Coach decides to concede, and Super JJ advances, takes the series 3-2, very close pure mirror series, and ultimately JJ, even though he was 2-1 behind, he did manage to win the unfavorable matchup, Shaman versus Priest, and that ultimately gave him the edge against Life Coach. And JJ, with that, advancing to the semifinals. Congratulations to him.
Yeah, congrats, Super JJ. He took the win over Life Coach, who is his practice partner, and as you said, pure, like mirror match here, right? And winning with the Priest against the Shaman in the end was so important for him. He takes it to the semi-finals now, and
he's going to face Forsen. So he fulfilled Forsen's wish. Forsen did not want to wait too long to win the tournament, so he'd rather play against JJ. Forsen's wish came true, but we will see how that matchup goes a little bit later. Although for now, the first semifinals that we are going to see is going to be Thijs versus RDU, a G2 team face-off. So yeah, that's definitely going to be a really good matchup to look forward to.
Okay, let's see what Super JJ has to say, and back to the stage.
Yeah, we're here with the JJ sitting in the winner's table. I guess that took a while, right? But what was the highlight of the match? Was it the Shaman versus Priest? Would you actually manage to win? Was that the turning point of the entire match?
I just got very lucky there, I think, because he didn't manage, like normally Dragon Priest just doesn't run out of resources, but he had so many dead draws, I wasn't able to believe it. The highlight of the match was just playing the match itself. I feel like he's the strongest player I could face. Like, it was very draining. I never played a series that long.
I mean, it's kind of iconic that every single turn from both sides was roping, all the time, even when there's like one card in hand. Not that many options, but still, it's happening. And chat was going nuts, you can believe me. But I think it's like those stories are needed. It's kind of like a story in like the master and the popular, right? In this case, you're the popular that overtook the master.
I wouldn't say overtook. It's not true at all. He just got unfortunate as well. Like, what means like he just taught me how to play as well. So he kind of beat himself, I guess. No, but we made a strategy together, and he also it was a big part of it. So it's not like I beat my master or something. It just meant it was a match between friends, and it's Hearthstone R for all.
Yeah, it feels like it. But you had exact same deck lists, like card by card, right?
Yes.
Okay, so a mirror match in like to full extent, basically.
To full extent, it was very, very draining, and I actually enjoyed it.
Okay, now you'll be facing Forsen, and did you think already about the matchups against him?
Yeah, kind of, but there's not really a loser. We are at the end part of the gentleman's club.
Aha!
So I can meet Forsen. Yeah, I'm very looking forward to it. It's gonna be funny.
Yeah, actually, everyone is pretty looking forward to Forsen playing again competitively. So you have the chance to beat him up and get him back to streaming, basically.
I mean, he never was bad. He just got bored of the game. Like back in the day, he just hit rank 1 on both servers. He can play. I feel like.
Okay. Will you want to ban the Warlock? I mean, I know you will not answer, but
we will see. We will see.
Exactly, right? Okay. Anyway, thank you very much. I guess you need some rest after this grueling match that took like 2.5 hours or something around this. So thank you very much. Congrats. Good luck in the semifinals, and that's it.
Thank you very much.
Well, congratulations there. It was a long match, but it was indeed Super JJ who is our last semi-finalist now. He makes it through with Thijs, RDU and Forsen into that semi-final group, and now they will play for that first place prize of €12,500. Join us back here in just a few moments when that first semi-final match will be happening. It will be Thijs from the Netherlands versus RDU of Romania. Hello, welcome back to the coverage of esports superstars. Well, you know what? You were expecting great things from Pavel, great things from Firebat, all of these world-class Hearthstone heroes. But one man who is now famous because of this tournament is DJ Spax. How you doing, mister?
DJ Spax, SPAQZ. I'm doing really good. Having fun, basically. And you're looking nice as well.
Oh, thanks, DJ. Well, you know what? You came to this tournament. I bet you didn't expect half of the fame which you have got from all of the beloved Twitch viewers out there.
I'm very surprised because, you know, Twitch, every time I play, Twitch will just go on fire. Of course, there is positive, negative, but like I said, no publicity is bad publicity. So I love all your comments on Twitch. I love them all. Keep them coming, you know, I'm still going up. I can only go up.
For these fans, talk us through a little bit about your DJ background. When did you get into DJing? What kind of music do you like?
Okay, I started DJing because my uncle used to be a DJ. So I started DJing when I was young. And then from there, I just kept upgrading because I play different kind of music, so all kind of music. But on ELC, I have to play copyright-free music. So that's why some of the people on stream cannot understand the music that is being played. They've never heard it anywhere, but it's technically we have to play that. But I've worked with kind of big guys in the game. Like I've worked with Mobb Deep, I've worked with Drake, I've worked with Outlaws, I've worked with Exhibit, just lots of people, you know. Yeah, and there's a story about my transition on the mix as well. I just want to clarify, like, you know, I only have 3 minutes, and in that 3 minutes, I have to do a lot of different style in 3 minutes. So the transition is all gonna be perfect, like out of the world. The scratches have to be very quick because it has to fit in a very tight. So all you Twitch heads understand that. Get it?
They get it. Yeah. DJ Spax, you've been amazing. We love you. They love you. Everybody loves you. You've taken over here.
I've seen my t-shirt.
We've seen your t-shirt already.
What does it? It says, haters makes me famous.
Thank you. You guys did this. We love you. He loves you. It's time. You got to get back to the top of the castle to DJ some more. DJ Spax. Woo! Welcome back to Neumünster, Germany, and the final day of Esports Superstars. We are down from 16 of the world's best Hearthstone players to just 4. Now each of these 4 is guaranteed at least €2,500, but we know they are all playing for that first place prize of €12,500. Our first semi-final game to take place will be Thijs from the Netherlands versus RDU from Romania. Now, both you guys are undefeated so far. You've had quite a few matches. You've beaten Oskaka, you've beaten Zixo, you've beaten IKEALYOU. Who has been the toughest opponent so far?
For my lineup, it was for sure Oskaka. Even that series went really my way. And but yeah, it's a lot of tough opponents here for sure.
And what are you thinking to this next match you have to play?
Yeah, well, we know each other quite well. Of course, we are teammates, so it's never that cool to have a team kill. But yeah, once you're in the semi-final, that will happen. So I'm super happy that we are both here, and now we're gonna just show a good match.
Well, as I said, you are both undefeated, but that pattern must come to an end. I know it's not nice, but who's it going to be?
I hope him.
Really?
Yeah, I want to win. I mean, yeah, obviously.
Oh, you hope he's going to be defeated, not win?
Yeah, you said who is going to lose the pattern.
Okay, I'm just joking with you. Right, shake hands, guys, and head to the towers. That next game, the first semi-final coming your way. Time to head over to the casters.
Right, well, it's time for, I guess, our first team kill of the tournament. Now we're in the semi-finals. It had to happen sooner or later.
Yeah, 2 great players. Thijs, one of the most consistent tournament players, and also RDU, very consistent. We saw some sick plays of him in the last series with the Rogue against the Priest. It came down to, yeah, like a 2-turn out of nothing turn around. And
the Barnes into Auctioneer, into the second Auctioneer, and then the perfect combination and sequencing of drawing cards. It was incredible. This is definitely going to be a good game for this tournament. They have actually quite different lineups. They've got 2 different classes each. Thijs actually has the Shaman and the Priest, and RDU has the Druid and the Rogue. They're the differences. What do you think of the lineups? How they compare with each other?
I like the Druid Rogue a little bit better. Radu is the only player that brought exactly the Questioning Adventure Rogue, and he's going for the Khan Druid, so it's more combo heavy. Although the Priest is very strong at the moment. We just saw it like in the last matchup, and we saw a couple of 3-0s with the Priest, with the Dragon Priest. So it's kind of equal. It depends on what they will ban, basically.
Well, I feel like we've seen both Priest and Rogue do amazing things this tournament. Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have the information on the bans just yet, but I'm being told the game is almost ready to start, so we're going to go to Lothar, and I'm going to go and join him. So CAMLANN, after that incredibly long series, you can have a break.
Welcome back. Hi, Falcone. We didn't see each other for a long time.
We haven't. Well, it's been a long time since a lot of us have seen each other, actually, because of that last game.
But now it will be way faster. Thijs and RDO are, well, let's say that they take their time when it comes to the turns, but they do the decisions faster, I guess.
Right.
I'm super excited to see the bans first. I hope that Thijs didn't ban the Rogue, but after seeing RDU's games from the last series, I wouldn't be surprised to see the Rogue being banned. Let's see.
Yes.
Unfortunately, it's banned.
And Thijs's Warrior banned. Okay.
And this is the first time actually RDU will play his Warlock, and as you can see,
oh, it's a Zulok, and we've
It's a
been
Zulok,
saying the
yes.
whole tournament, Firebat's the only player that did this. It turns out RDU did too. We just haven't seen it yet.
Yep, RDU is the second player that is bringing Zoo to this tournament, and so far he never had to use it before because always the Warlock was banned, or he just went a 3-0 win, and he didn't need to play any other decks. So it's an interesting matchup. Basically, the Priest is kind of tailored against those type of decks, right? Because it has access to Shadow Word Pain, it has access to big buffy minions that can stop and trade up the minions of Zoo. But at the same time, it doesn't have... Oh wait, Thijs is actually playing Dragonfire Potion.
I think he is, yeah.
Yeah, that is the huge difference in this matchup for Thijs, since Life Coach or JJ weren't playing Dragonfire Potions at all.
Yeah. It's going to be an interesting game. I feel like historically, Priest has had a slight edge over Zoo. But then it does depend on the meta. It depends on how the decks are built. Now we have the very fast, I guess, Karazhan discard Zoo. As we can clearly see from RDU, he's got the discard mechanics. We saw Malkazazim was on the board. We've seen Silverware Golem. Very explosive deck.
Yeah, that's for sure very explosive. And I was kind of feeling still the mulligan a little bit because of the fact that RDU mulligan away the Golem, although he kept the Soulfire. So an interesting choice, because usually you want to save one or the other, right?
Yep.
Especially when you keep and discard mechanism, you want to get that value out of the Golem. Oh, you can get a Patches. Look at that.
You can get a Patches.
I mean, in this case, it's a Stone Tusk Boar, because I believe RDU is not playing Patches in Zoo. Firebat was playing that, but not RDU.
Yeah, that was a very...
but imagine now this scenario. You take Patches, you play Patches, and you get Patches.
Get a second Patches, it would just kill the Acidic Swamp Ooze for free. Soulfire, though, going to do the work here. Again, not discarding Silverware Golem, but it doesn't really matter for RDU here. He still gets the draw from the Malkazazim.
In this case, it's very important to be aware of that a discard like this, when you discard a card and draw a card, it doesn't really matter that much what did you discard or whatever. You still get the card back, right?
Yeah.
And the thing is, you can treat the card that you discarded like a card that you never get to draw.
You just never drew it. It's on the bottom of your deck.
Yeah, exactly.
You're not going to get that far.
Because the game will not last that long, right? Turn 3 for Thijs. It's a Cleric into its Power Shield, but he has access to Potion of Madness, and I actually believe that Thijs is playing 2 of those.
That's so good against Zoo, Knife Juggler, Direwolf Alpha, just the cards we can see in the hand right here. That Potion of Madness could potentially deal with 2 of them.
It's quite insane when it comes to the value that you can get out of the Potion of Madness. It's like Shadow Madness, but you can fit it in almost every single turn.
Yeah.
So it's way easier to curve out, or even just make your Holy Novas better.
Yeah.
An example.
It's not that easy for Thijs this turn, though. If he had 1 more mana, then sure, Twilight Guardian plus Potion of Madness would be a great fit. But
Now, if he takes the Direwolf Alpha, then he can kill the Peddler, right?
Yeah.
And that's the only thing that he can do, basically, because if he takes the Imp has only one attack, so he can kill the Peddler, but doesn't kill the Direwolf Alpha. So...
Do you think Twilight Guardian is just a little bit too passive this turn, then?
We already have seen one of his situations when Thijs was playing against Dragon Warrior, and he opted to play Twilight Guardian on curve instead of Potion. It's exactly the same situation. And now he's in an even worse situation because of the fact that you have a clear overkill on the board from RDU's side. So I wasn't really sure which side you should choose from. Is it better to play the Twilight Guardian or the Potion? Because the Potion in this matchup always will find value.
Yeah.
Like at every single turn, you will probably have few targets that you can use the Potion of Madness. But when it comes to that game against the Warrior, it could have been not the case.
Yeah, Thijs really does need to try and take out that Direwolf Alpha as soon as possible, because there is that dominoes effect where these buffs can really pack a large punch. What's RDU going to be thinking here? Defender of Argus looks very tempting, but where do you put it?
I think between Peddler, between Peddler and the Argent Squire, so you don't lose the attack buff from Direwolf Alpha, which is super important in this case. But I'm actually thinking here about using the Imp instead of the Argent Squire. But at the same time, like you want to preserve Divine Shield to battle against Holy Novas against Potion of Madness, because then you can't really use it from neither sides, right?
I guess the downside for RDU trading in the Imp would be if his next draw was Doomguard, then he would lose a lot. Unfortunately, though, this Holy Nova does look pretty punishing now.
Yeah, this Holy Nova is ridiculously good. So now RDU has to battle again from scratch, basically. I mean, he has a small 2-1 minion, but fortunately for him, he can curve out and keep the Peddler. I mean, because of the fact that he has a Void Walker as a draw, he could have also chosen a spell instead of a 1-drop.
Sure.
Because the other way around, if he would just draw something that doesn't curve out with his turn, then he would need to be drawing a 1-mana minion that he can play alongside his other minions this turn to just get back on the board.
Right.
So now he gets the Mortal Coil, which kind of helps him to get back on the board control and still get something in exchange.
Meanwhile, Thijs is looking to be in a really good position now. Blowing Corruptor and Potion of Madness fits very nicely if he wants to play the Corruptor on the Voidwalker and then deal with Knife Juggler and I guess Dark Peddler here. It just feels... Oh, and also you can get a knife if you do it in this order.
Very good ordering from Thijs. Now he can actually snipe the 2-1. Oh, actually, yes, that's...
I didn't get it.
Didn't get it, unfortunately.
That's a shame.
Well, now there's a difference between killing one or the other.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe there's a small difference in case you will get a... No, there's no way.
I was trying to think as well. There's no way of shadow stepping anything. So, I guess Voodoo Doctor could have allowed the Defender of Argus to heal up to 2-3.
Yeah, okay, that's a good point.
But you know, RDU, this is the thing the Zoo deck can do. It can just keep drawing cards, keep putting stuff on the board. And now that Silverware Golem is in RDU's hand, if he does pick up the Doomguard, then he can get this huge comeback turn very soon.
Yes, but at the same time, look what did RDU? What did Thijs? What was the draw from Thijs? A Bookworm is fantastic in this matchup. It will always have a target. It puts a really big body on the board, and that will trade with at least 2 minions.
Yeah.
Or at least a 1 minion with multiple buff effects. So it's incredible value from the Bookworm.
Do you think Thijs was expecting to see any Zoo decks when he came into this tournament?
No, I don't think so. I think that RDU kind of wanted to outplay all the Druid players, but as you can see, Thijs is not even playing Druid.
Right.
And in RDU's opinion, the Zoo is also great against Warriors and against Shamans.
Yep.
But in this case, he banned the Warrior anyway.
Okay. I guess he feels that the rest of his lineup isn't so strong against Thijs' Warrior. It's an okay board from RDU here. The Councilman, he does get to draw another card next turn.
Oh, that's a nice one.
Shadow Word Pain, though, yeah, it's looking good for Thijs. He's getting into this position where it does snowball out of control. If he can now build up the board, he's got a lot of health, so he's not under any risk to just dying to some sudden burst damage.
And he has answer to a Doomguard in form of the Shadow Word Death, even though he can always trade in into the Doomguard, but to be honest, I don't see any way for RDU to win this game anymore.
Really?
Yeah,
Wow.
there's like almost no chance of winning this game.
If that card's Doomguard, no. I was going to say Markazar's Imp into the Doomguard, discarding the Golem, drawing a card. That was like, it appeared to be RDU's one out there.
Yeah, but look at that. Thijs already has a huge board. Whatever RDU will play will get traded in and then healed. One of the minions will get healed. So Thijs will get another draw. And that just snowballs and snowballs and snowballs because basically Thijs gets the same hero power as the Warlock, but his minions are way bigger.
Yeah, it's just a disgusting position for RDU to be in here. How you said quite a few turns ago you don't think there's any way that RDU comes back from this, and I'm really trying to think of something, but Thijs just has so many more tools in his hand. If RDU somehow played something big, if there was a Doomguard, he just gets Shadow Word Death. If Thijs needs more cards, he's got this Drakenkin Operative, and also it's a 5/6 for 5 mana, which is big stats on its own.
Yep. Soulfire is not a bad pickup. I mean, you don't need anything else from this from those three options. Voidwalker is a really small minion, basically, that doesn't really do much. Soulfire is a great finisher, and your opponent is actually at 20, and you can press him for 80 this turn if you would really like to.
Yeah, yeah. It's good in a pinch as
I
well.
mean, at the same time, your next turn is 9, 12, 13, 15 damage, so the Soulfire kills him anyway. You have exactly lethal with the Soulfire for the next turn, even when you don't attack anything to the face. So
And if RDU doesn't tap.
There's the Doomguard.
Okay, so he needed this combination of cards about 4 turns ago, though.
Yep.
That's the problem here. This is what he wanted, it's just too late. And unlike the Gadgetzan Auctioneer, it really is too late this time. Possessed Villager, not exactly the card draw that...
Even with the Doomguard here, like, you will not do much. So, in this case, 5, 9, 12, 13, 18
lethal,
damage.
Yeah. Exactly lethal.
Thijs is counting 4 times, just to be sure. 5 times? No, 4 times is enough.
Yeah. No.
Soulfire with spell damage deals 5 damage, and discards a Twilight Whelp.
It's not something you see very often, is it? Like Soulfire with spell damage.
No, that's true, because Zoo don't run any spell damage minions.
Obviously, for a while, there was the Mali Warlock deck, where we definitely did see Soulfire with spell damage, but nowadays, it's not a regular thing, and Thijs making the most of it there to pick up lethal.
I think that this matchup was clearly favoring Thijs, so it's not a surprise that the Priest is taking this one. But next one's...
It's got I was about to say it's got to be Rogue time, but no, the Rogue is banned.
Yeah,
so
Rogue is banned.
It would usually be Rogue time.
The
now.
Rogue would have been just a perfect counter here, but now RDU needs to take advantage of the Jade Golems from his Druid, but this matchup, I actually didn't play much of those when it comes to my own personal experience. I'm not exactly sure how the Priest wants to battle this, but I feel like it's very similar to battling any kind of Druid or any kind of mid-range deck. You just want to be on board when your opponent is not on board.
Yeah, you're right. The Priest just wants to tempo out as quickly as possible, get the board, establish the dominance with the 5/6 Draconid Operative, and kind of just go from there and not wait around too long for the Jade Golems to get too big.
Now, RDU, luckily for him, got a Wild Growth into Jade Blossom, and he coins out the Wild Growth so he can curve out on turn 2 into Jade Blossom, so he can play an Azure Drake on turn 3. And when you think about it, it's a very powerful play because of the fact that a 4/4 minion is not really easily, killed by the
you're
Priest,
absolutely
right?
It's like the modern day coin Wild Growth into Shade of Naxxramas. It's coin Wild Growth into Jade Blossom. It's so strong, it ramps you up even more as well. And you're right, Drake's coming down next turn, and Thijs, it doesn't look like he's going to be able to deal with it.
But look at that. Thijs is curving out beautifully. He just needs to draw a dragon for the next turn, so you can play a Twilight Guardian as well.
Yep.
But in this situation, this is pretty damn sweet. You can just play Talon on the Vermis Agent, so it becomes a 2/7, which is a huge pain in the back for the Druid player, because there's no straight out removal for him. He needs to dish out just the damage from cards. So a Rav and a Swipe, multiple attacks, and that is really annoying. Okay, Thijs opts to buff the Cleric.
Okay, it means he gets infinite card draws, I
Yeah,
guess.
he just wants to say, yeah, I'm not gonna run the gas, but slightly moving the mouse over the other minion.
Which is it gonna be? Cleric, okay.
He goes for the Cleric, okay.
Not an easy decision, though.
Makes sense, though, because if you lose the Cleric, your hand becomes more clunky.
Yes.
So if you can get draws basically from turn 5+, or even turn 4+, because if you don't get a dragon for the next turn, then you don't want to play the Twilight Guardian anymore.
No. Interesting that RD's now picked up the Innovate. I wonder if he's ever considering holding on to his Urdrake to play it with Innovate in a few turns' time.
Well, he can play it on turn 7 with the Swipe, right?
Exactly, yeah.
He doesn't wait for it.
Yeah. No, you can't really, as you said.
There's a Mulch! So RTU is playing a Mulch in his Druid. So he has some means against big, bad minions with a lot of health. But it's still not easy for him. And to be honest, Thijs just went nuts with his curve.
Yeah.
It stopped right now, but it's still not bad. He can draw another card from Cleric power with the Hero power. Combined of those two.
Yeah, just look how buffed up everything's getting. All of the extra health. The fact that Northshire Cleric can now trade in and survive and then get healed is completely crazy. Thijs actually opting to heal up the Talon Priest. Is he maybe going to trade in the Wormer Station instead? No, okay.
So this is kind of weaker to Swipe.
Yeah.
But he got a lot of value from the Cleric already.
Sure.
So maybe he's just saying, yeah, that's enough. Maybe if he doesn't have a Swipe, I'm still ahead.
I guess it is a one-mana minion that's already caused a lot of damage to RDU. I think it probably is enough.
The Rav finishes up the Wormerous Agent, so board is cleared, but Thijs still has 6 cards in the hand. And this means turn 5 as a Drake or play the Twilight Guardian for the effect right now. But he got the second one.
Yeah.
So they still have the synergy.
Very, very soon, you've got the Bran Twilight Guardian, which isn't great. It's just an extra attack. I guess.
And double taunt.
And double taunt, if there were such a thing.
Yeah. You need to attack it twice. Yeah, with each minion.
Okay, sure. You should definitely speak to Blizzard about that one. See if we can get that going.
Sounds like a really bad mechanic.
Bran into Draken Operative might be a little bit better for Thijs, though. A little bit later. Do you think he needs to hold on to it?
I don't think so. If you can get value out of the brand right away, I mean value not by playing Twilight Guardian, but an example, Historian would have been amazing.
Yes.
With the brand, or maybe even Talon Priest just to get plus 6 HP, because in this matchup, the HP stats on the minions are really impactful.
Right.
Molten Asa Drake, look at that. How desperate is RDU that he has to make a move like that? Now, this is a minion that you usually don't want to play at all.
We haven't seen a single Yogg-Saron this tournament.
But he thinks actually about playing it. The 7 of the Yogg-Saron, it has only one random spell. It can be anything. It can be...
Anything 5 or less, right? 5 mana or less, I think.
Is it? I think
so.
Oh, okay. Then never mind. Then,
I mean, the only bad outcome really is Astral Communion. That's the worst thing that can happen.
Yeah, well, if you play that and you get Astral Communion, then you lose this matchup most likely. So I would rather not do that.
No.
You're definitely correct.
Then there are the upside. You can get Force of Nature. That's one of the best things you can get from it. But it's not worth the risk unless... If Thijs becomes... finds himself in a really desperate situation a little bit later, then maybe it's a possible out. But yeah. No, I definitely agree with not playing it here. And if he's really desperate, Bran into Servant of Yogg-Saron.
Oh, wow.
2 possible outs.
That's nuts. If you would like to do that.
I wonder if it works the same way as Yogg used to work or Yogg works now. So if Servant of Yogg-Saron kills itself with the first battle cry, does the second one still go off?
I think they go off because they are separate battle cries.
Right.
That are being queued like at the same time, basically. But you know what I had last time? It's something I didn't test at all before. And I just got it by accident because of random minions. You can use the Void Terror, the minion that eats other minions on the sides, with Bran, and he eats the same minion twice, and it gets stats twice.
Yeah, it does.
It's like,
right.
wow, okay, I didn't know how that worked, but I guess kind of makes sense.
Pretty complicated mechanics going on here. Thijs picks up the Draconid Operative, and so I really like playing Bran now. First, it does get the slightly bigger Twilight Guardian, but it's likely that the Bran survives, and therefore next turn, the Draconid Operative still does get the 2 Discovers.
I mean, for RDU, this is really looking grim. When you're playing a Druid class deck and your opponent has already a huge board, like you're so behind. A 4/6, even if those minions were all blanks,
right?
They don't do anything. That's still a horrible situation,
Yeah.
because you just can't deal with those minions. And look what RDU is drawing. Basically, no minions at all. That's just only Aya, and he can play her next turn with Bran, but it's already too late.
Yeah, he's already going to be starting to take a lot of damage at that stage. RDU does need to build up these Jade Golems as soon as he possibly can. I think there's still only 2/2s at the moment, though, so Aya gets him a 3/3 and then a 4/4 when it dies. It doesn't seem good enough for kind of turn 7 for Thijs, turn 8, this stage of the game.
Double cards to kill the Bran. I mean, he needs to be killed. If next turn a Battlecry would have happened, it's terrible for RDU. Basically, like a lost game already, because he loses the value game every single turn. And now with that, it will be even worse.
Feral Rage is definitely an interesting...
Feral Rage. Why Feral Rage? I mean, from all those picks, probably the best one, unless you just want to have a minion, basically, right? It's a 3/5 minion for 4 mana.
Yeah.
A slightly understated for the cost.
I like Feral Rage because, again, it can take out a Zerdrake, it can take out Gadgetzan Auctioneer. Jade Behemoth gets him a Jade Golem. Probably not very well statted. The 6
Most
mana
likely
3/6 with a 1/1, not really worth it. So I definitely liked the decision there. Either way, Thijs is very, very ahead here. As you predicted, RDU's going to go with the Golems here. 3/3, 4/4, 5/5 when Aya dies. That is actually a lot of stats.
It is a lot of stats, but now look at this. Is it lethal? 5, 8, 12, 14 damage, and Feral Rage. That's end of the game. Basically, if RDU doesn't kill anything.
Was almost end of the game, but assuming he's armoring up here, yep. Well, Servant of Yogg-Saron could still end the game.
He can take Brand on his side to deal additional 2 damage, so that's 5, 8, 10, 14, 16, 20 damage. Still short.
I guess he's going to go with it just to...
Sure,
just
why
to
not?
trade something? Or does he have a Battlecry he can activate now? Okay, Twilight Guardian.
Right. I forgot about that.
Yeah, that's a pretty nice...
and Twilight Whelp as well. No, sorry, only one has the Battlecry. So maybe it's better to play Twilight Whelp first, and then you play Twilight Guardian if you want to play both.
Okay.
Because 4/6 with a taunt might not actually that better than a 2/5, but who knows?
It's some pretty nice synergy either way. All of that from the 1 mana spell, you steal your opponent's Bran, you use your opponent's Bran, and then you just, throw it away, suicide it.
Yep. A tough situation for RDU. It's getting worse and worse every single turn. Feral Rage used just to survive the turn it feels so bad. It's like it's desperate measures, desperate times, of course, but there's no way of finding a comeback here, to be honest.
Yeah, Jade Idol and Fandral aren't actually going to do quite enough here. I think RDU can make himself a 6/6. Yeah, I think he can get up to 6/6 this turn on the Jade Golems. But what does a single 6/6 minion do?
When it doesn't have a taunt, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't stop anything from happening on your opponent's side. And so here you can see how a Jade Golem works and is just too slow for some matchups.
Yeah.
When your opponent is playing a minion on turn 1, turn 3, turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, turn 4, and then curves out on late game minions as well, you just can't keep up because your minions are undercosted. Overcosted when it comes to the stats that they provide in the beginning, and only during the late mid game to late game you have an advantage, an edge over your opponent. So in this case, Thijs just went all in, started dealing the damage as soon as possible, and he succeeded.
Did you ever think you'd be saying the Druid is too slow for Priest? Did you ever think the Hearthstone would get to that stage?
Probably not. But at the same time, I thought that we'll never see more ramp cards because there was already Wild Growth and
Mirekeeper and Innervate, right? And I was like, yeah, or they print any auto ramp cards, right? At least there's a new
There's
new
so
mechanic.
many just in the rotation right now, because Donasa's Aspirant is still around as well.
Oh yeah, right. Completely forgot about that card.
You could just fill a deck with ramp cards. Anyway, RDU's final deck is his Dragon Warrior.
It's a deck that is capable of doing a 3-0. So
for sure,
definitely RDU is not out yet. Let's see if he can take this matchup.
We've seen that Priest is also capable of doing a 3-0 though.
Yep.
So, you know, Thijs still... Well, Thijs feeling pretty great right now. RDU counterpicked the Druid into the Priest and then lost it. So there's definitely a strong chance that Thijs does just 3-0 this series.
Look at that. Resolve first mate, turn 1. With the patches, of course. I would just know if Reynard would be around here, I would just say, wow, he thinned his deck by 1 card, increased it by 0.5%. The chances of drawing a specific card.
Oh, wow, yeah, but the Ooze countering Zoth's first mate, and then RDU saying, I don't care, Fiery War-X.
Yep.
That's pretty great for him, and kind of a waste of Thijs' Acidic Swamp Ooze, although
Yeah,
he
but
didn't
at the same
have another
time,
play, so...
At the same time, if he would have had Dragon, he would have played the Historian,
Yes,
definitely.
yeah.
But without Dragon, now he's in a pickle. Like, what do you do? If you play the Talon Priest, it just dies. Dies to the weapon, dies to the patches, or to first mate. If you play Bran, basically achieve the same, but you lose Bran in the process.
Yeah.
So the question is, what is better? Is it losing Bran better or losing Talon Priest is better?
Right.
Because playing Historian doesn't really give you anything. Thijs goes for the Bran, so gives it a value away just to secure some points, some health points.
Yeah, because Bran definitely has Taunt in this position. There's no way you can risk something ridiculous, or then Thijs following up with Twilight Guardian into Draconid Operative, or even the Blackwing Corruptor we can see in his hand.
True.
Blood to Ica, though, with the Fiery War-Axe, looks like a great method for dealing with this Bran.
Well, there's no other play, right? That was the unplayable card in RDU's hand. He can always coin out next in the Azure Drake. Now we see the other, Thijs sees the other spectrum of the game. He was always ahead on board, and this is the first time he's not.
Right.
But he drew a dragon, which is super important, because now all the minions that he has, so Historian and the Corruptor, are able to do anything.
Oh, these aren't the cards that Thijs want, though.
There's Dormal. Oh, no, wait, he's not playing against Life Coach.
Or even Super JJ. I think we can extend the meme now, actually.
That's a really odd choice. I feel like Midnight Drake might not be that bad, but the problem is that you are curving out with Blackwing Corruptor on turn 5.
When do you play the Midnight Drake? He's going to take it anyway. It's got 4 health, so it's some damage that might need to get eaten up. Is there anything from RDU's deck that Thijs might want over the next few turns to deal with this board? I can't think of any board clears.
Maybe a weapon.
Maybe a weapon, yeah. But they don't run Ravaging Ghoul anymore. They don't run... Obviously, they don't run anything like Whirlwind or Revenge, so it's not like Thijs could take something nice and cheap to deal with RDU's minions. It's not going to happen.
That's true.
And now the Cookon Elites come down, it's even too late for Holy Nova, although Blackwing Corruptor's looking really, really good for Thijs now.
I'm kind of surprised that that RDU went with the Blackwing Corruptor instead of the Azure Drake, because he's getting punished by the exact card that was played right now, so Blackwing Corruptor. If you would have played Azure Drake, he still has Corruptor for turn 6.
Yeah.
And he can kind of maybe just wait to not wait. Maybe he will get a 1 or 2 mana card in the upcoming turn just to curve out better on that occasion. But he wouldn't lose the Azure Drake to a Corruptor, and I feel like that was very important.
Yeah, and now Thijs gets the 2-for-1 with the Corruptor, as he can just hit that into the Azure Drake, dealing with 2 pretty good minions. And also, thanks to this Cabal Talon Priest, the Blackwing Corruptor survives.
Yep. That is a lot of health. From a 5-4, it became a 5-5 even after trading with an Azure Drake. It's kind of insane.
It's completely ridiculous, yeah. It's the real... It really shows how Cabal Talon Priest is better than the Dark Cultist that it kind of replaced. The fact that you get the choice, you get to choose the exact timing, really makes situations like this amazing for Thijs.
I mean, Dark Cultist was insane, so you can now estimate
how good Talon Priest is, actually.
So are you now going to go with Malkarok? Okay.
He needs the weapon. He needs to get something on the board that will allow him to grab some tempo, and he gets a Spirit Claw. Fantastic.
With no... Oh, he's got a Zerdrake in his deck, but otherwise that's it, right? There's no other spell power in the Dragon Warrior.
Correct. No, well, he can go. He can play Finley into Shaman Hero Power.
Right, that's a very long chain of events to get to that destination, I think.
Yep. And then, even at the end, you still have to roll.
Yeah, exactly. IKEALYOU's just not going to bother trading anymore. He does have Gromash, I suppose, to fall back on in a few turns' time, but no way of activating it.
And the way to activate it would be most likely Blood to Acre, and he only has one left in his deck.
Yeah.
So that's turn 9, and he needs still to draw the Blood to Acre. I don't believe he was playing Slams at all.
Right.
So that's not a possibility.
I guess again, Finley into Ping is a possibility for turn 10.
That's true.
Although IKEALYOU has got Tice down to 14. So Tice kind of needs to heal this turn up to 16, or Draconic Crusher is a problem. And still, he needs to clear the board. So actually, looks like IKEALYOU's going to get the Draconic Crusher down next turn, whether Tice likes it or not. Although, Tice does have the Shadow of Death to deal with it, if he's not using it on Malkarok.
I think he will want to use it this turn because it's guaranteed value, and he still preserves 2 really big minions on the board. So I like the decision to use the Shadow of Death this turn, because even if your opponent plays the Crusher on turn 7, you still have minions to trade in, even if you don't play the second Shadow of Death, or you didn't draw it or whatever. Also, there's a chance that you can draw something relevant from the Dragon Operator, but stop talking about that topic. I was just mentioning that there's only 1 Blood to Acre left in the deck.
Wow, there it is.
Look at that.
So 2 more turns until IKEALYOU can actually pull off that combo. In the meantime, the Crusher can come down with, I guess, Small Time Buccaneer. Is there any reason not to play it now?
I feel like better would have been... Okay, no, I was thinking about like Straza's Champion.
Okay. But
the thing is, it needs to go face.
Yeah.
And that kinda already tells the plan to Tice. So he might be, he might might be doing a defensive move as soon as possible on turn 7 already. Sorry, on turn 8 from his side already. But he goes for it anyway. Okay, so he goes wider on the board, but charges through to the face for 3 damage, so he can set up a lethal on turn 9. And I like that.
It's really close, but also really far from IKEALYOU. He's actually going to trade.
Okay.
I guess the chance of Tice healing himself up out of range again was just a little bit too much for IKEALYOU to stomach. And now he does have the slightly better board than Tice.
But Shadow or Pain or a Bookworm is just shutting him down, you know? And I kind of didn't like the decision to trade with the Twilight Drake.
Right.
Sorry, with the
Midnight
Drake.
A new type of dragon.
Yeah, that's like every single dragon is like has such a similar name to each other.
Midnight Twilight Drake Guardian. Anyway, continue.
So in this situation, IKEALYOU has might have a hard time closing out the game.
Yeah.
Let's see what is the option for Tice. He gets a second Blackwood Corruptor, which is actually a third one. So that's pretty damn sweet, right? Unless you want to get the Fear Warax, which helps dealing with the Small Time Buccaneer, but I don't believe you want to do that.
No, Blackwood Corruptor seems absolutely fine. Tice doesn't have any reason to wait. Well, no, he kind of does need to deal with the Small Time Buccaneer. He's only got 14 health. Ragnaros and Gromash are definitely threats that Tice is considering at the moment.
He's trading. IKEALYOU needs to deal practically 6 damage this turn. Oh,
he's getting there. He's got 5 damage.
Huh.
But there doesn't seem to be a way for him to get this 6th point of damage.
So if he plays the Crusher is on 9/9. The board can trade into it. Let's think. Maybe it's just the... Even if you just play Cochrane Elite Face, and you damage him, and you put 1 damage to the opponent's face as well with the weapon. Next, then you just attack with Grom with Activator to the opponent's face as well, and just count on drawing a weapon. But
It
look
looks
at
like that would have gone better than how this has gone. Now that Thijs picks up Shadow of Death off the top.
Yep.
And RDU says goodbye to his Dragon Crusher. He's not looking very happy.
It's not looking good for RDU since there's already lethal on board. So now he needs to be defensive, or he just loses the game instantly next turn. And if Thijs just plays another minion on board right now, he basically cements on his win here.
Right.
There's no way your opponent can kill you on turn 9 with 14 health. So putting another minion on board is way better. And I would actually like to... the Cabal Talon Priest doesn't make any sense. So yeah, the Corruptor is great here, deals additional 3 damage, puts his opponent at 5, and that is a really good decision.
Yeah. Remember back when Death Spite was around? If that weapon was Death Spite with 1 charge, this would still be lethal.
Yeah, that's kind of hilarious when you think about that. The weapon was so broken.
Okay, well,
not enough 3 of lethal.
Yeah, he's just
and that's it. 3-0 for Thijs with Dragon Priest.
Wow.
Although I think that RDU didn't take his chances with the outs that he had, right? The Grommash, the Activator, everything was kind of like puzzle, right? It was coming piece by piece, and it was kind of like trying to get him the clues to seal the deal with being super overly aggressive. Just ignore the minions from the priest, just go face, deal the damage, and that's your only out of winning this game, because you will not outvalue the priest.
No. It just didn't come together for RDU, and Thijs just once again showing how powerful Priest is since the Gadget Zan expansion. We've seen several, probably 4 or 5 by now, complete sweeps with Priest.
Yep.
Rogue, obviously, also very, very strong, but Thijs banned it.
Thijs banned it, and I think that was a very good move because of the fact that, first of all, RDU is very good with Rogue.
Yep.
Second of all, Priest is really bad against Rogue.
Right, right.
Like, you don't have many options when your opponent just conceals the minion. And, well, Thijs has the Dragonfly Potion, but the Questing Adventures just go out of range. And let's see some highlights from the match, because we have some ready. This is the first game. This is the...
Names are wrong, but...
Never mind. So this is the Priest versus Druid. And that's the moment, that's the final moment, basically, when you see that Thijs is just taking insane value out of trades.
Stealing the brand, using it, and then abusing it.
This is how the entire game was practically looking, right?
Yeah.
Every single turn, Thijs was ahead on board. Even when there's a minion from RDU, Thijs had the initiative. He was taking advantage of directing the trades the way he wanted. And also because of his hero power, he can always heal back the minion, so he will never lose a minion, basically.
Yeah.
And that snowballs out of control for the druid to just too much for a druid to make a comeback.
Yeah, and having not quite made these Jade idols big enough, which is actually very, very hard for Druid to do. When we first saw the kind of Jade reveal stream with Frodan with his 10-10 and 11-11s, everyone watching thought, oh my goodness, Jade Druids are going to be completely OP. But no, it's actually difficult to make them that big.
It's just too slow.
Yeah.
I think we go into the interview right now, so let's switch to the desk.
Yeah, thanks guys, and big congrats to you, Thijs, winning 3-0 versus your teammate. Congrats.
Thank you.
I really liked your ban. You banned Rogue, and therefore like the 3-0 with Priest, or?
Yeah, well, it was really close for me what to ban, but I felt he had a lot of good momentum with Rogue. Radu is a really good Rogue player, and I prefer having him on Druid or something he is a little bit maybe less comfortable with. And I saw a lot of potential with the Rogue being out. I saw a lot of potential for my Priest and my Reno luck.
Yeah, we saw him smashing the Priest in the current matchup, so I think a recent ban. And you are heading to the finals now, and yeah, how is your feeling into the finals now?
Yeah, well, until now it all goes like planned, or like everything. Normally there is something going in the way that you didn't like, but until now, yeah, I'm super happy about my Priest. I mean, it was a deck It was actually my third deck to consider. I was pretty sure of bringing it, but that it does so well, and it beats so much at the moment. Like it really, the decks it doesn't beat are the decks that people don't bring. So it's totally in the meta. It seems to be like such a good call.
Yeah, we've seen it in the whole tournament. The upcoming match, Forsen's Pirate Power or Super JJ?
Super JJ has a little bit similar lineup, at least same classes. I have a little bit different archetypes, but it's really similar to mine, where it's more an anti-aggro. Forsen is the more aggressive player, so I think lineup-wise, I would really prefer Forsen. That will be way better for me.
Yeah, also for the priest, right?
Also for the priest, sure.
Okay, so good luck in the finals, and yeah, let's head over to our host.
Well, congratulations once again there to Thijs from the Netherlands, our first player to make it through to the finals, which means he guarantees himself now 5,000 euros. Just to remind you, that first place prize, though, is 12,500 euros. We're going to be back in just a few moments for that very next semi-final match, which is going to be Forsen versus Super JJ.
You can have.
Hello and welcome back to the final day here of Esport Superstars from Neumünster in Germany. 16 of the world's best Hearthstone players have now become just 3. Who will join Thijs from the Netherlands in the final? We are about to find out. Let's welcome to the stage. We have Forsen from Sweden and Super JJ from Germany. Forsen, let's start with you. Obviously, your last match, you tweeted before it, in fact. We've seen it. You said, if I win this, I'm probably going to win it all. No joke.
Yeah, it's happening right now, yeah.
Talk us through that last match, because you came into it, you weren't the most confident.
The match versus Pavel, I ran good. My rogue did over average, expected. So yeah.
Well, we wish you luck. And of course, Super JJ, the last match you played was a pretty long one, as expected. Talk us through how that went.
Went pretty well since I won, I guess. Yeah, it was a cool match, and now I'm looking forward to play against Forsen.
Well, there's only one winner here. Who will it be? No answer.
Me.
Okay, right. Shake hands and head to the towers. And let's head to our casters to start the match.
Now, Forsen wanted Super JJ to win the last game, I think, because he said he doesn't want to have to play against Life Coach. He knows how long Life Coach takes. He didn't want to play that matchup. But the thing is, JJ's been playing as slow as Life Coach.
Yeah, at least in the last matchup, and maybe this time it's faster, because Forsen brought all the fast decks, so he can just rush into the finals, and his handlock got banned again, so we don't see that.
Yeah. The really incredible thing is that they're pretty fast decks that Life Coach and JJ are playing against each other, yet they still ended up being really long games. You're right, this won't be as long. I am disappointed that we don't get to see Forsen's handlock again, but win or lose, we are going to see both of these players again after this game, because there will be the bronze final and then the grand final.
Yeah, right. And as you mentioned, you also can bring fast decks and play them slow, right?
Yeah, well, we've definitely seen a fair share of that today.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondered, both Warlocks are banned, so I think Super JJ is slightly favored with the Priest again.
Yeah, I agree. JJ's lineup is kind of a little bit more anti-aggro, and Forsen's lineup is very, very, very aggro. I believe he has Pirates and Patches in all three of his decks that haven't been banned, the Warrior, the Shaman, and the Rogue. And he's been performing very well with those decks before, but let's see how Super JJ, if he can put a stop to Forsen.
Okay, casting is Lothar and Eloise. Guys, take it away.
Welcome back after the 15 seconds break. I'm here with Eloise from Team Tempostone, where she became legendary. Is that correct?
Become rank 2.
Aha.
Yes.
Makes sense, right? So I guess that's like the new motto of the team. Or is it just yours?
I cannot tell you who. I don't want to get fired.
I guess, okay. Makes sense. But now we'll be jumping into the second semi-final. You lost to Forsen already in this tournament, right? How would that make you feel?
I think that was my fault. I wasn't sleeping very well. I haven't slept on a proper bed for 3 days because of traveling. And I did pretty bad, super bad actually. Yeah.
At least you're honest with yourself. That's important.
And Forsen actually brought a very cool deck.
The handlock?
Yeah, handlock.
Yeah.
And a Smoke Rogue deck. The Smoke Rogue deck actually was a top 1 legend Chinese deck.
It was like 27-1, right?
Something like that.
And it was, I saw a tweet, and then I tried the deck, and I was like, no, this is garbage. No.
Yeah, it looks clown fista.
Okay, but unfortunately, we don't start with the rogue. We will not see also the handlock from JJ because it got banned. So on the rogue, warrior and shaman available for Forsen, warrior, priest, and shaman available for JJ. So no more shenanigans with pirates in the warlock, in the arena warlock. And the first game is shaman versus priest. Eloise, what do you think? Who has the upper hand in this matchup?
Oh, of course, JJ.
Oh,
JJ is playing
just so
priest,
simple.
right?
So simple.
Yeah, I played this kind of shaman. This kind of shaman is especially weak against priest.
Mhm.
Jade Smork Shaman. Sorry, this shaman got rank 1 legend on multiple server
Yeah,
by
that's true.
multiple people, but it's pretty bad against a priest, I think.
I feel like priest is the new answer to every single aggro deck, right? But they need to get those early game minions. Without them, they are not able to stop the bleeding and the huge amount of minions, right? Ooh, but look at that. The Potion of Madness. Like the card?
Yeah, of course.
It's insane when you think about it when it comes to those matchups. Although it doesn't have the impact this turn that it usually has. It can kill Apaches with the Finley, but it's not a great deal. You just use 1 mana card to just kill 2 1/1s. It's not the best, it's not ideal, but it's not terrible. At the same time, you can take advantage of hero power this turn and kill the small-time Buccaneer, and then still get some value out of removing 1 durability from the weapon, or trading with the will trade with one of the 1/1s. I'm guessing that the durability from the weapon will be used, because that's how usually you use the weapon. But I feel like this is definitely not the turn for the potion. Forsen, as you can see, he was already going nuts when he was watching Life Code versus Super JJ, so he feels impatient.
Yeah.
JJ goes for the potion and the power shield, so it's like
I
the
think-
same thing, but for 2 mana instead,
I
right?
think he's probably looking for a 3-drop, and he get it.
He got the
looked for a
3-drop.
3-drop from the card drawer.
But the free drop will not have access to the battle cry, because the the Vermeer's agent died due to the Fire Blast hero power that was switched from Finley.
Yeah,
But it still has to be
3 mana,
played.
3/4
Yeah.
is still very good.
Still good, right?
Still very strong.
Yeah, still good. We're playing. What was his name? The mech. 3 mana, 3/4 Spider Tank.
You are asking about English question.
Oh yeah, right.
To me,
How's it called in Chinese?
蜘蛛坦克.
See, here it has a tank in the name, so it's easy.
How was that Chinese lesson? Haha.
Nice one.
Oh,
I learned something. Yeah?
Thank you. Okay, I play this shaman so much. I feel like you against priest you really need some card draw, but that's the weakness of this deck.
You don't have card draw.
There's no card draw in this deck.
So fantastic, fantastic engine to just play against control decks, right?
This version of Smork Shaman is much more slower than normal Doomhammer Shaman. But it actually wins in mirror, but is much more slower against Priest and
Doomhammer
Rhinolog.
just alone can win the game, right?
Yeah. If your opponent haven't got Ooze, but we see a lot of Rhinolog in this tournament. They bring multiple weapon remove, like for example, Life Coach. I think his Rhinolog has like 3 weapon remove.
He has the Bloodsick Corsair, a Ooze, and a Harrison
This
Jones.
is so crazy. What's wrong with this planet? Yeah. I
don't
only
know,
want to
it's
play some Smork. Why do you do this to me?
Bad placement from Forsen, by the way. You can chat is blaming him for sure. Although it's not his fault, chat.
And he's pretty unhappy because he's overloaded and he cannot play Aya next turn.
Yeah, that's kinda sad, right?
Yeah, Aya is so strong.
Strong. But the 5-drop from Super JJ will also be strong, but what did he pick up? What was the middle card? Oh, it's a Priest of the Feast, but why would you play Priest
He
of
probably
the
wants to
Feast?
save it, maybe.
Yeah, I would rather save the Priest of the Feast and just go with the Draconid Operative, because it still gets you a card, and it can be, let's say,
What
a
do you
lightning
think
bolt.
of 2 dragons? That's like 2 minions on board, and it has more health.
I would probably go with the Operative anyway, because the Operative serves the same purpose. You're very high on health, 26, right? You will not die at all. You don't need the taunt this turn. And if the Dragon Operative will die, it will take both golems with it, so it's not that terrible.
But operative, you cannot really look for very good cards
Why not?
from
You will
face shaman, because the
Lightning
best card
bolt?
is like there is no storm, so there's only portal, and portal is pretty sucks without spell power.
But at the same time, if you get a Lightning Storm, a Jade Lightning, a even the Milestone Portal, all those cards are useful. Right?
Jade Lightning is not that good actually if you haven't got Jade Synergy.
Yeah,
right?
but it's still
4 mana.
It's still a projectile, so it can still kill a minion, and basically every single minion in this shaman will be less than 4 HP. So let's see. Pharaoh Spirit is a really good option, but again, if you play the Pharaoh Spirit, you're not able to play Aya next turn.
But I think Pharaoh Spirit is much better since he has a Flame Tongue. If you haven't got Flame Tongue, if this Flame Tongue is some other kind of minion, maybe he can hold on to that. Because his Aya will summon a 3/3, and Death Rattle will provide a 4/4. That's very strong already.
That's true. That's true. I think it's even 5/5 because I already had a 3/3 on the board.
Oh, okay, okay.
But I'm not sure. We'll have to see.
Asian math.
You should be way better at this stuff than me. I was thinking about the last turn when Forsen did trade with the Golem into the Twilight Whelp, because he would have played these Pharaoh Spirits anyway, and that means that the 4/2
maybe he
Golem
want
would have been
to
protected, right?
Maybe he want to play around potion because it's turn 6. It was turn 6 last turn, so he can play around potion. And it also protects the Flame Tongue better.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Maybe. It's still value trade, you know. It's still value trade after all.
Makes sense. Another 2 Overload from Forsen this turn, but this time he will have 8 mana, so finally Aya will find some time. Second potion from Super JJ will make a huge difference in this matchup as well. Look at that. 3 health is being just taken, healed for JJ, and one of the wolves is just getting killed for
And
nothing,
next turn, JJ
right?
can play Jade Lightning into Twilight Guardian, which is a pretty good curve.
Yep. 4 damage to the face needs to be dealt with. Okay, so the golem was a 3/3. You were right, Eloise.
Agent Math, I told you.
Wow.
I told you.
Okay, so is that Holy Nova impactful this turn? Not really. You can kill just still only 1 minion with it. So Jade Lightning serves the same purpose, but at the same time it creates a minion, and you can curve out with the Twilight Guardians. Definitely a better offense. Defense against the Shaman, especially since the Guardian has 3 attack and 6 health, which makes Aya kind of like uncomfortable. Although we have to take into account there's a
the
fire
hero
blast.
power pain.
Yes.
So that's pretty awkward actually.
But it's still better than nothing, right?
Yeah, Holy Nova is also awkward because he has 3 mana. He left 3 mana doing nothing but heals.
I feel like you want to wait with the Holy Nova till turn 10, so you can play Azudric alongside it. So if you play Jade Lightning this turn and Twilight Guardian, you need to top deck something that will be playable on turn 9, basically.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of draws like that. I think Forsen just conceded now. Just camera shaking, okay. I thought for a second that he'll just, like, the portrait exploded and everything was shaking. Finally, the Flaming Totem died. Died.
Is Portal any good here?
I guess that's the best of what you can get. It's 3 damage for 2 mana, right?
Oh!
That's a good minion, but the problem is there's no way it's gonna live a turn. So it will deal exactly 0 damage. Yeah.
I think from this point you actually can go all in. So you definitely can play
there's no way
this
you
guy.
will win if you just keep the card in your hand, right? There's no way.
He can also save the weapon and save the charge for like a removal, but that's actually a bad idea.
In this case, I feel like Holy Nova has to be the play.
Yeah.
You attack into the 3/3. Holy Nova the entire board. Your Priest of the Feast heals for 3, so that's in the general 5. You kill 2 minions, so basically deny 5 damage, even 8 counting the Wind Fury. Your opponent is left with 1 small minion that can't even trade with Priest of the Feast, which is nuts.
Yeah, so this is the problem with this shaman list. Like because you haven't got Doomhammer, you can play around the ooze very well, but but you lose a lot of burst. You lose like 16 damage from Doomhammer. So that means that you need to have the perfect card draw to give you the damage.
Yeah, that's correct. And look at that, Forsen just drawing small impact impact cards that don't really do much on the board.
Yeah.
One Drake died, but that's about it. And JJ still has 4 cards in his deck, in his hand, can still cycle with the power shield. Although he's drawing dead, 2 power devs are not really something that you want to see unless your opponent gets finally a 7/7. But in this situation, it's just basically ignore the Squire, just start beating up the Shaman.
When the game come to top deck point, Priest top deck will always be better.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely will be better. Forsen knows he has no chance of winning the game anymore, concedes the game around turn 13 or something like that. So it took a while to get to that point. But that's how the matchup should look from the theory, right?
It's pretty. Priest is the hardest matchup.
It is. Okay, so it's quite lucky for JJ that he actually blind picked the Priest into the Shaman.
Priest is the best class against all Forsen's lineup. Like Forsen has aggro Pirate Warrior and what's the other class? Oh, Rogue. I think Priest is the best.
Pretty much beats every single deck, right?
Yeah,
so it might be another 3-0 with Priest. We have seen just Thijs winning 3-0, and now it will be
possible.
Forsen's Smorg Warrior. We've seen already endgame, so Arcana Reaper and Leroy Jenkins patches in the opening hand. Forsen is unlucky. What a meme. New one. I mean, actually, in this matchup, it means a lot because that basically denies him around 4 damage by drawing the patches.
Super JJ keep the operative at starting hand.
Yeah, I like keeping one big dragon just to have the synergy with all the cards that you will draw, right?
Yeah, he has to do that, which is pretty unfortunate. But Forsen has patches at starting hand.
And JJ will be quite happy about not seeing the small cannon over the deck. Look at that. He was like, aha. Aha.
But he can kill
not
this.
Bad.
He can kill this dragon.
He can, but that means he will have to upgrade. No, he will just have to. No, wait, there's a way.
He can just charge it.
But then he has only 2 damage. There's no way he can kill it. I mean, oh no, sorry, with the deck hand you meant. Yes, never mind, I'm stupid.
You math.
Yeah, my math always. Well, that was quite unfortunate for Forsen, because he had to use.
That's a nice draw. Wow, this draw is so good.
It's insane. A 1/3 minion in this case, it's just super good. And another Twilight Whelp, which will help with getting board control here.
Yeah, next turn, at least he can play something next turn now. He needs to top deck every turn to turn play.
My god, Forsen's already tilted.
Yeah. Does he really want to? This is pretty tough. I think he still wants to clear this 1/3. Is there any way he not to clear this 1/3 to win the game?
Doesn't want to clear the 1/3, then he wants to kill it with the Small Time Buccaneer next turn, and that means he doesn't play around power Shutter Ward Pain, and that will most likely happen next turn.
I think, judging from Forsen's hand, he has no Arcana Reaper in hand, even though he has upgrade.
He probably doesn't have an Arcana Reaper.
Yeah, so he definitely cannot win with weapon only. So he has to win with minion. If he wants to win with minion, then he has to have the board control. So it might be better to kill the 1/3 because this 1/3 can clear so many 1 health minion from the warrior.
But at the same time.
See,
now
it's much more awkward to clear it now.
But this version of Warrior just doesn't have the mid game, the end game that Dragon Pirate Warrior has, right? So in this case, it's like it looks like already over. Like what can you do?
Like for Pirate Warrior, normally the reason why you don't need card draw is because
You
you
just kill
just
them.
win with Arcanine Reaper. Yeah, that's the key. That's
The Arcanine Reaper is like the
key.
Doomhammer for this class,
Yeah,
right? Because
yeah,
of the
yeah.
upgrades. The upgrades are like Rock Biter weapons, basically. So because the amount of damage is insane. The amount of damage that you add is insane.
Now if oh my god, he drew it.
But still, JJ is at 28.
Yeah. So
I mean, with the
we need to
upgrade you
pray
do-
for multiple upgrade, like
So,
cultists.
Upgrade into Cultist with the Bloodsucker Corsair next turn.
Yeah.
You get 7
so
damage
much
this
condition.
turn. So you need to
Oh, he
attack
want to
for 5
play-
this turn, right? Yes.
Yeah, of course he has to hit this time. I don't think he want to play hold on to
No,
this
no,
weapon
it's
to
just
play
either
greedy.
if he trades, that's a very bad situation.
Oh
But
my
now
god,
Twilight
this is so
Guardian,
good draw.
Twilight Guardian just kind of stops another turn of attacking.
Yeah.
And ooh, Core Grenade kind of helps. You still need to keep the pirate in your hand because you want to have the pirate synergy for the cultist. You will draw it.
What do you think of playing Blood Cell here?
No, I don't like it. It just dies immediately.
And
also gives a target for Shadow or Death.
Yeah, if we judge on board, he has to trade with the Black Wing Crafter, right?
Yeah, that's true. But oh, he got an upgrade. Forsen would like to see that. And the Blood Secretors, look at that. 2 cards that Forsen would really want to see. But at the same time, he has 12 HP. And after this turn of attacks, he will be at 7. At 5, actually. Look at that.
And there's no
No
way
respect.
he can kill first in one turn.
No respect from JJ. He just knows there's literally no option for Forsen to kill him.
Yeah.
And that means he would have to take damage from the Arcanine Reaper while trading. And that means he's dead, basically. Oh, Slide BM. Tyrande attacking with a small weapon. With a hook. And another Blood Circles as well. That's about it. He can dish out 10 damage. But even with Leo Jenkins into Heroic Strike,
that's
it was
not
still
enough.
not enough. It was 1 off. 1 HP left. So has to press the button for concede. And that means that we are 2-0. Super fast games for JJ. I mean, he just crushes Forsen with his aggro lineup.
So I think Forsen probably didn't expect his handlock to be banned. If he know that his handlock will be banned, he probably will ban the priest because priest is much more scary than Renolock from Super JJ.
Yeah, the green lock just might not draw.
Yeah, Renolock is very good against some mid-range deck and face deck, but it's really unstable compared to priest
yeah?
against a smoke deck.
I agree about that. So interesting ban choice from Force. I mean, he already had his handlock banned in the previous game against Pavel, but his rogue prevailed. We'll have to see if he managed to do that again. JJ has a really good opening hand. A Whelp, a Historian, and a Cabal Talon Priest. I mean, if he gets another dragon in his hand...
He has to get a dragon. So
I mean,
I'm actually thinking, if he wants to throw away the Historic, he's
Historian?
Yes, sorry, my English is...
No, don't worry. It's very good. But look at that.
Oh,
Forcing got tilted. Turn 1 Twilight Whelp.
This top deck dragon is so important. Oh
Yeah, but even if he wouldn't have that top deck, he would have held on onto the Twilight Whelp and still have played the Historian on turn 2. It's not bad. It's still okay.
For Rogue, this kind of version of Rogue is different from Pirate Warrior. Like Pirate Warrior, there is so many 1 health minions, so his Torii is very good against Warrior, but it's not that good against Rogue this time. So it's very, very important to have a 1-drop to play on turn 1.
What do you think about Fear Dragon or Twilight Whelp here? Because you have the Talon Priest for turn 3, but if something happens and you will have to play something else on turn 3, then you can, on turn 4, you can play Twilight Whelp alongside Talon Priest, right?
I think for card quality, Dragon Priest is definitely much better. So he can just pick the small guys and wait for top decking the
Makes
big guys.
Definitely makes sense. And for Forsen, looks like a uphill battle from turn 1. Will he go just for the dagger and the backstep? What about backstep coin agent?
Then he uses all his combo activator.
Very
that
good
would be
point.
sad.
Very good point, and he actually doesn't play that many one drops, or at least doesn't have them in his hand, so he can't really combo on turn 3 with the Defiance ringleaders.
Yeah, coining out SI is pretty good because it's a 3/3 body, but it dies also Shadow or Pen, which is pretty sad.
So backstab dagger up and kill the Twilight Whelp? Nope.
Oh, he wants to save the backstab for combo. I think that makes sense.
But the problem is, if a Talon Priest will get played on turn 3, you don't really have much options.
I don't think he wants to play around that. His hand is not that good to play around that anymore.
Still, the Talon Priest will die this turn because backstab and agent kills it.
Yeah.
But a 2/6 and a 1/3 is still on the board, and that will be an insane headache for Forsen. Maybe he's actually got it from the previous two games, because he look at that, his sand is already on his forehead. And next turn, actually this is kind of slower for JJ, but he might opt for the both 1-drops and healing for one of his minions, so he can actually get card draw and still have multiple minions on the board.
Oh, he wants this 1/3 to stay on board to trading to more minions, maybe.
And he also got the potion, which is insane. The potion is insane against this deck because basically you have always minions with 2 attack.
Yeah.
Unless there's a chieftain from the South Sea the South Sea captain buffs all the minions.
Super JJ is actually drawing so perfect in these games.
True.
Yeah.
Very good draws, but also the deck is built to crush the decks like that, right?
Maybe Reno version might be better actually. Reno version is definitely better against Pirate Warrior.
You think so? Why?
Reno Priest.
Why? Because of Kazakus?
Because Reno.
Oh, but Reno's turn 6. This deck can kill you on turn 5.
I think Forsen didn't draw very well on his Pirate Warrior last game.
He actually didn't play a pirate yet. Patches is still in the deck, so I'm
that's
guessing that the next
the
draw
sad
will be
thing.
Patches. Forsen getting annoyed.
JJ probably play a Taunt and Twilight Whelp. Is that how you call it?
Yes, Twilight Whelp.
Ah, okay.
What is it called in Chinese?
YOLO.
Okay. Look at that, he's not even trading. No respect at all.
Of course.
Horse Rider and no
He
cold blood
doesn't really need
buff.
to protect this taunt, actually. He can just slam those big stuff onto Forsen's face. Yeah.
Kills the priest, but that's about it. This is the end of his possibilities and end of his options. Not really looking good for Forsen at all. The Potion of Madness is insane right now, and even getting the backstab for the future turns. Wow.
Wow.
Look at that, the beatdown is coming down. Dragonet Operative is insanely good. Insanely good in almost every single matchup. Like, I don't see a matchup that is actually bad. Even against aggro, this card is actually getting you answers against aggro, because aggro is also playing small removal.
Yes. And actually, Super JJ's Dragon Priest version is pretty anti-aggro, because normal Dragon Priest, there's only Dragon Fire Potion, there's no Holy Nova, those kind of stuff.
Yeah,
And
they
he plays
play
Holy Nova.
both Life Coach and JJ playing Holy Novas instead of Dragon Fire Potion.
Yeah, because in Last Hero Standing, you have to have specific deck to counter other decks.
Yep. And they thought that against Dragon Warrior, actually the Dragon Fire Potion is not that great. In Mirror Match, it's terrible as well.
Yeah, but there's not that many people play Dragon Warrior. And you don't need to burn Dragon Priest to counter Dragon Warrior. In Last Hero Standing, it's about countering, right?
Yep. Patches appeared on turn 6.
Super JJ, 30 point half health on turn 6. It feels good, man. Turn 7.
Backstab into Blackwing Corruptor to finish up Like so easily, the enemy just died like so easily. My God. If you trade, that's like basically you can just give up.
No, there's no way.
That's like the finishing move for Forsen, using the Leroy Jenkins, but now he's being used defensively, and that is just bad news for everyone playing a rogue. So 17 health. JJ is looking really strong to just finish the game in the upcoming turn.
Yeah, he can play whatever. He can just end turn playing nothing and he still wins.
Yeah. Sap, Deck, and Buccaneer. So I guess Sap. What was the second card?
Buccaneer.
Yeah, but no, but he had Bran into Dragon Operator and got only one card?
Oh, I didn't see
Right?
it.
I think he played Bran after Dragon Operator. That was kind of BM. But it's 3-0 for Super JJ. We have actually seen Priest winning 6 games in a row on the stage. Would you think that would happen?
Forsen's lineup made him win that much.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But before the expansion, would you have predicted that Priest will be doing so well?
I lost a lot of games recently with Dragon Priest because I have I don't draw dragon as starting hand. So
Then it doesn't work, right?
Yeah, I don't think I want to talk about this question.
Okay. It was actually a pleasure casting with you, Eloise. So hopefully we'll do it more at Citsu Cup next week.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to help you with my mathematics. Haha.
Awesome. Anyway, let's see some highlights if we have those. Oh, actually, no highlights. We'll just go straight to the interview because the guys still need to prepare for the final. So, Cassius, please take it away.
Okay, well, I'm sitting here with our second finalist, Super JJ. Congratulations. That was significantly faster than your last series.
Yes, it was very fast, but yeah, he also had aggro decks, so it's kind of the way to go, right?
Yeah, well, this is definitely not the first time we've seen a Dragon Priest sweep over the last few days. In fact, it's more like the 6th or 7th, I think. Do you think it's one of the strongest decks right now?
Yes, it's definitely a powerhouse, especially when you can ban the Reno Warlock. That's maybe the reason why it's not that present on ladder, because we have Reno Warlocks there, but if you just ban the Warlock, or the Handlock in this case, it gets very strong.
Right, but as a counter to aggro, all of the pirates that Forsen just threw at you, Priest seems pretty strong there.
Yeah, especially with the potions, which are very nice against these pirates, because you can just trade them off, and it gives you such an insane value, and you also have like a lot of early game, and yeah, the Priest deck overall just lines up very well.
Okay, well, we're not going to waste any more time. You go and get ready for your final game against Thijs, but first, we actually have the bronze final game, which is going to be Forsen versus RDU. So I'm going to cut to the main stage, and we'll be back for that very soon.
Indeed, we will. Congratulations there to Super JJ, who makes it through to the finals now with Thijs from the Netherlands, both playing for that €12,500 first place prize. But of course, as we just heard, we will have to play another game now. We will see Forsen take on RDU to determine who will take third place here at Esport Superstars. So join us back in just a mo.
You can have.
Hello, welcome back to the coverage of esports superstars. Well, you know what? You were expecting great things from Pavel, great things from Firebat, all of these world-class Hearthstone heroes, but one man who is now famous because of this tournament is DJ Spax. How you doing, mister?
DJ Spax, SPAQZ. I'm doing really good. Having fun, basically. And you're looking nice as well.
Oh, thanks, DJ. Well, you know what? You came to this tournament. I bet you didn't expect half of the fame which you have got from all of the beloved Twitch viewers out there.
I'm very surprised because, you know, Twitch, every time I play, Twitch will just go on fire. Of course, there is positive, negative, but like I said, no publicity is bad publicity. So I love all your comments on Twitch. I love them all. Keep them coming, you know. I'm still going up. I can only go up.
For these fans, talk us through a little bit about your DJ background. When did you get into DJing? What kind of music do you like?
Okay, I started DJing because my uncle used to be a DJ. So I started DJing when I was young. And then from there, I just kept upgrading because I play different kind of music, so all kind of music. But on ELC, I have to play copyright-free music. So that's why some of the people on stream cannot understand the music that is being played. They've never heard it anywhere, but it's technically we have to play that. But I've worked with kind of big guys in the game. Like I've worked with Mobb Deep, I've worked with Drake, I've worked with Outlaws, I've worked with Exhibit, just lots of people, you know. Yeah, and there's a story about my transition on the mix as well. I just want to clarify, like, you know, I only have 3 minutes, and in that 3 minutes, I have to do a lot of different style in 3 minutes. So the transition is all gonna be perfect, like out of the world. The scratches have to be very quick because it has to fit in a very tight. So all you Twitch heads understand that. Get it?
They get it. Yeah. DJ Spax, you've been amazing. We love you. They love you. Everybody loves you. You've taken over here.
I've seen my t-shirt.
We've seen your t-shirt already.
What does it? It says, haters makes me famous.
Thank you. You guys did this. We love you. He loves you. It's time. You got to get back to the top of the castle to DJ some more. DJ Spax. Woo! and welcome back to the final day here of Esports Superstars. It's been a very exciting day of action so far. Over the last 3 days, we've seen 16 of the world's best Hearthstone players, and now there are just 2 remaining. But we first have to play another match to determine who will take the 3rd place prize before we see Thijs versus Super JJ. Here is the next game. We are introducing to the stage Forsen from Sweden versus RDU from Romania. RDU, we took a quick look at your Twitter. In fact, you weren't so happy with how you played some of the last game.
I mean, the first game of the series, I probably should have made like a different play on turn 1. I think like if I would coin ped, like I would give myself more chances if he would start with those.
And how are you feeling now for taking 3rd place?
Good, good, good. I play against one of the best streamers on Twitch, and I have to prove myself.
Indeed, you do. Well, you said Super JJ might take it by forcing you to sleep. Did that actually happen?
Yeah, in combination with a very strong aggro priest there, so yeah, it worked out.
Well, the priest, in fact, has won the last 6 games, so is anyone bringing him to the game now?
No.
No.
Well, I wish you all the best of luck with whatever cards you may have. Shake hands and head to the towers and to our casters to determine who will take.
One is certain, there will be no 3-0 with a priest this time, because they don't play priests.
Yeah, and also the 3-0 with the rogue is not possible because Forsen banned the rogue of RDU.
But this time we can actually see the handlock from Forsen because his warlock is finally, after the first initial matches, not banned anymore. So the previous 2 matches that he played, he couldn't play it. It was his innovation to bring the handlock to the tournament, but finally RDU allowed him to do that.
Yeah, especially RDU is playing also the Reno lock, so that could be interesting here in the lineup. The handlock versus the Reno lock, maybe, if you can see that. And yeah, Forsen wasn't able to play the handlock at all. He just got banned, and he had to play the 3 pirate jacks all along.
Yeah, that's true. I feel like that was the weakest line, the weakest chain in lineups for Forsen, because if he plays 3 aggro decks, then he can be easily stopped by just 1 deck, and that actually happened, right? So most of the players that we see in this tournament are playing 2 control decks and 2 aggro decks, so they're not being easily countered.
Yeah, especially the dragons are pretty strong against those pirates. We've seen Dragon Priest especially in the last match, but also like the Dragon Warriors are pretty good. So the match is ready, so we are going into the game.
All right, well, here we are in Big Baddie, ready to cast the bronze final game.
Yeah.
What do you think of this matchup, RDU and Forsen?
I like it a lot because RDU said I have to play versus one of the best streamers around there, so I have to prove myself, and he can't rely on the rogue. And yeah, the game already starts, and we can see the Warlock Sue against the rogue of Forsen against those pirates.
Yeah, but this time, you're right, RDU can't rely on the rogue, but we might see Forsen's handlock one more time.
Yeah, finally. We were looking for that moment quite some time now.
RDU starting with his Zoo, that's very interesting. Zoo, a deck which is infamous for being able to sweep and has been throughout Hearthstone's history. Just how powerful is Zoo right now? Well, technically, against Forsen's very aggressive lineup, it should be pretty good, right?
Yeah, we saw Firebird bringing Sue as well, and he thought there would be no ban in this tournament, so he brought Sue and tagged it with Ooze and the small pirates and stuff like that. And so it's a viable line against those pirates out there.
Right.
And Forsen, although it's not just the aggressive decks that RDU is going to have to come up against, because as was just mentioned, Handlock is a deck that is there and not banned. So Zoo versus Handlock, it's not a matchup that I've seen in a very, very long time, but I feel like it must be Handlock favored.
Yeah, normally yes, but yeah, I guess we'll see.
Forsen throwing down patches straight away, turn 1. Got 2 more cheap pirates in his hand. Really, really strong start. It's actually going to take a lot for RDU to defend himself from this, especially given the backstab there. But I think having 2 1/3 minions on the board is a nice way to go about doing that.
Yeah, already exchanging emotes here, just from the start.
Wait,
Let the BM begin, turn 1.
I think, I'm not completely sure, but I think RDU may have just squelched Forsen, actually.
Yeah, now he's smiling. Oh, I squelched you.
It's the small victories, right?
Yeah, it's a small victory. Turn 1, squelch Forsen.
The Eviscerate from Forsen, actually a fantastic pickup there, allowing him to completely clear the board and only sacrifice 1 of his minions. It's still not as good a position as he was in before, but 2 1/3 minions. Pretty lethal against minions that have 1 health. And so RDU's guys did do a pretty good job at least using up Forsen's removal.
Yeah, you could play Dark Peddler now into turn 3 Microsoft's Imp and Darkshire Librarian, but he decides just to go for the 1-drop here and take maybe the next good trade.
Yeah, just another powerful 1/3 minion if Forsen is using his weapon here. Yes, he gets the buff from the Buccaneer, but it still just goes into the Imp, as does the Buccaneer, unless Forsen decides to start going face hero, but that's so difficult to do against the Zoo deck because of cards like Defender of Argus that can just lock you down if you let a board develop.
Yeah, he needed to do that play because of the weapon, of course, and yeah, now it will trade off the 2/1 Buccaneer. Perfectly fine here.
The thing is, Forsen's rapidly running out of resources, and RDU, as the Zoo deck, is not going to run out of resources, not for a very long time.
Yeah, especially if his health count is, yeah, almost full.
Yeah.
Like Peddler.
Peddler just generates another card.
Voodoo Doctor is not too bad because it heals, of course. A power overwhelming could be possible as well. It's another creature. It will die to the weapon, that's downside here.
Is Corruption ever good enough here? Because you can't kill the small-time Buccaneer immediately, but if you play Corruption, you accept that you take some damage, but then it definitely dies next turn.
Yeah, of course. It's possible, at least. But if you just play the Voodoo Doctor, you might get the trade in. Unless there's Saucy Deckhand.
That's true, that's true. Because one of these minions takes the weapon, sure, but in theory, as far as RDU is concerned, the other one does eat up the small-time Buccaneer. But unfortunately for him, as you pointed out, there is a Saucy Deckhand in Forsen's hand.
Yeah, but it's still okay, because if you have the 2/1 Voodoo Doctor healing you up for 2 HP, and then it gets traded by the Saucy Deckhand, you still have a good trade, right?
Yep, absolutely. Swashbuckler is also capable of doing some amazing things, as we have seen in this tournament.
Here we go. Let's see.
Oh my goodness, power overwhelming. That's actually essentially a very good card.
It's basically for damage to the face, right?
Exactly. A lot of cards with charge in Forsen's deck. Leroy Jenkins just being one prime example. And RDU, despite probably being the favorite here, is facing down a big board. And Flame Imp is one of those cards that he just doesn't really want to play.
It's not that bad, because board-wise it's a good card. And he can play 1-drop, 1-drop, and a 2-drop now if he wants to. Or just the Darkshire Librarian first. Maybe he'll discard it or whatever. And yeah, so it's not so bad because his amount of health is just good enough.
Okay.
Yeah, going for the full card value here.
Yep. Forsen, kind of awkward because he wants to combo the Defias Ringleader, but he doesn't really want to use Power Overwhelming, although you can probably afford to just use it for 5 damage to the face right now, 4 damage to the face.
I feel like it's a little bit too early, right? Because you want to trade in.
Right. So I guess you have to use Defias Ringleader as just a single 2/2, unless he just holds on to it.
Yeah,
No.
I don't think there's a point in holding on to it.
No.
Because you will lose board immediately, most likely at least.
I agree with you. Obviously deciding, yeah, he needs the bodies on the board to make the trades. And now RDU is doing what Zoos do best, and that is actually making very efficient trades, using cards like Abusive Sergeant, even as a 1/1, just to buff up minions.
Oh, damn, he drew it. If he draws first, of course, he'll discard
Yeah,
it.
yeah. But you never expect that, right? There's two cards that benefit you by drawing them first. And
yeah, of course.
Probability-wise, he had to
never
play.
go for that one.
No. So, I feel like RDU Forsen has to play the Power Overwhelming this turn, because the SI7 agent combo is just too good.
Yeah, but then you just... I'm not sure.
So it's 6 damage, puts RDU down to 9. If the SI7 agent goes face, puts him down to 7. Weapon goes face, that's 6. Leroy Jenkins is 6 damage.
Yeah, but Defender of Argus is a card in this world of Hearthstone, so...
Okay.
Yeah, I can see that.
So maybe he's just holding on to both cards. I guess his Defias Ringleader does trade very well with the current board.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe Doom the top deck or stuff like that now. Nope. Just an Imp Gang boss. But you can develop both minions. Maybe you can trade in first. Yeah. Exactly.
Oh, that's not good for
Flame
RDU.
Imp.
Now he can't play the Flame Imp, really.
No, it's just like...
But like...
Although, what should happen, right? You just... you try to get the Defender of Argus and then you win, right?
Yeah. Double SI7 agent.
Another SI. Yeah, at least one of those is yellow, so...
Yeah, and it clears up the Silverware Golem with Forsen's weapon as well. It's so awkward because you know he wants to go face. But again, he set up a board where Imp Gang Boss doesn't do much, but Defender of Argus is pretty brutal. Soulfire also pretty brutal in this position, allowing RDU to almost entirely clear the board.
Yeah. I think he will tap first and try to discard.
But he taps into Doomguard, maybe. Oh, he did! Yes! I done it again! I'm sorry.
Yeah. Good card, right?
Oh, no. I mean, okay, at the end of the day, it's still a Doomguard.
Yeah.
It's like a Soulfire, but you have a 5/4 body on the board at the end of it. So it's not actually the worst.
Oh, it's 12 damage here. He's 1 off lethal, actually. And he goes for it because, he still got the hero power, so he can finish him off next turn.
So if RDU's next...
is no taunt.
Yeah, if RDU's next draw is not Defender of Argus or Voidwalker or another taunt...
Or Peddler into taunt.
Right. Or Peddler into heal. then...
And he's just like well played into a Happy Beast of Winter Veil.
No good. Doomguard, usually one of the best draws in the deck.
Tap into... Die.
There is a certain amount of irony to that final draw. RDU down to his Druid and his Warrior.
Yes. Pirate's strong, huh?
Pirate's definitely strong. What is the counter? RDU's Warrior, it was more of a Dragon-style Warrior.
Yep.
I guess that could essentially counter the Pirate Warrior.
Yeah. RDU, the problem for RDU is he doesn't have the Dragon Priest other lineups had. Especially like Thijs beat Forsen 3-0 with the Dragon Priest.
Right.
Because pirates, dragons bigger than pirates.
Dragons are definitely bigger than pirates. And the deck works in a very similar way. They've got their own, or RDU's got his own patches that can come out and deal with Forsen's early aggression. So it's a pretty good matchup. I assume that is what RDU is going to, because the Druid, I think the Druid is going to struggle against these aggressive decks. I really do.
Yeah. It's the Warrior, because, the dragons,
Yeah.
Small Time Buccaneer. Good card here. Do you hold backstab? He thinks about it. Could stop early aggression. But on the other hand, you really want to do damage. I like the keep, actually. Yeah. Okay. And the emotes are going here.
Oh man, it's the battle for third place. It is an important one. There is a difference in the prize pool between third and fourth, but it's also a little bit of a fun one, I think, for these guys.
Yeah. Yeah, Patches. Such a strong card.
Yeah, apparently so. Huh.
Yeah. Do you go for the Fiery Walks just because you have two of them, or just the Small-Time Buccaneer and the Blood to Ichor? Together with Patches, you can clear off the Small-Time Buccaneer of Forsen.
I feel like the Small-Time Buccaneer and Blood to Ichor is actually a more powerful play because you end up with a 2-2 and your own Small-Time Buccaneer against only Forsen's Patches. But you're right, there are two Fiery Warxes there, and RDU is going to want to get the value out of those sooner rather than later. So it gets equipped, deals with the Small-Time Buccaneer.
Yep.
Next turn, he's free to play the Pirates.
Yeah, and those cards won't get worse, I guess, because he saw Forsen just holding 3 cards in his starting hand.
Yep.
So he assumes that it's a quite fast hand here.
Yeah. Well, the only way that RDU gets punished by not making the Pirate play is if, obviously, now he draws Patches.
Yes. Are you trying to set
No,
it up?
now I'm really scared it's going to happen again. All right, we're good.
Oh, yeah.
We're good.
Yeah, okay.
Crisis averted because Fairy Dragon's not so bad, actually. It does allow RDU to play the Small-Time Buccaneer, and if he wants to, hit with the weapon, hit with the Patches, make the trades, and actually control the board.
Yeah, board control seems fine in turn 3 against Pirates.
Yeah.
Yeah. 2 guys in charge, trading each other off the board.
I don't think neither of them are in charge.
No. Next level in charge, which means dead.
Buccaneer, pretty nice pickup there, as dealing with that Fairy Dragon with the 2 backstabs and the sap was not going to happen. So Buccaneer, weapon, dealing with Fairy Dragon seems really strong.
Yeah, a second backstab here.
And now RDU doesn't have the board anymore.
Yeah, but...
And
that's actually not too good here, right?
There's no way of getting it back.
Yeah. He just kind of gets it back because he has the weapon equipped, but...
the problem is Forsen also has this this 2-1 weapon, and now he's got the initiative. He can spam the board now, and RDU's going to have to react to it. Although Blood to Ichor is a pretty great counter to the Argent Horse Rider.
Yeah, but then you can't play Azure Drake. Oh, another one. Yeah, you have to play the Azure Drake here. There's
Okay.
no world where you just play Blood to Ichor and armor up. Won't happen. He's just always grabbing the top deck card so far. Okay, Small-Time Buccaneer.
Huh.
Weapon, no.
Looks like King's Defender. I guess it would allow for Forsen to clear the Azure Drake. The question is, to what extent can you actually afford to trade?
Yeah. The other question is, do you want to sap it? Because it's a tempo swing itself.
Yes.
But on the other hand, it has no taunt, right? So
Right.
you could just backstab trade.
Or could you ever just ignore it?
No.
You don't think you can ignore it?
No.
Yeah, okay. He's hovering over the backstab. King's Defender, backstab, King's Defender, King's Defender. Not one of the best weapons in the game, admittedly, but from a Swashbuckler, it's going to serve a purpose. Oh!
Okay.
Okay, backstab and trade, sure.
Yeah. I think he wasn't really sure what to do. Yeah, but the board seems okay, right?
Forsen's board certainly does.
Yeah.
That ship captain.
That's another not too good draw. It's just too slow and it's no dragon, so Alistra's champion.
The worst thing for RDU right now is that he doesn't have a dragon in his hand. That Alistra's champion can't do anything. Double Blood to Ichor could deal with the Small-Time Buccaneer and also generate an ooze.
Yeah.
So he can contest the board, make it even. Alistra's champion, it's a 2-3, but at the moment, it's a pretty vital 2-3.
Yeah, but it's kind of fun because you have turn 7, turn 8 in your hand, and maybe you can counter-raise him then if Forsen isn't able to keep the pressure up.
Right, absolutely. Malkorok can be a disaster. Obviously, Cursed Blade still is in the rotation for now.
Yes, it is.
As we've seen many a time.
Yeah, Cursed Blade would be
but so's Doomhammer, and so's Gorehound, and they're not going anywhere.
Yeah, okay. Let's see. No, it's fine.
Yeah, it's good.
We already saw this weapon in a previous game,
Yeah.
just right out of Malkarok.
Yeah, that's right. Malkarok is really liking this weapon. We're seeing it far more from Malkarok than we ever do in a Shaman deck, that's for certain.
Yeah, Rick.
Now what does Forsen do? Oh, Deadly Poison on the 3-1 weapon. If only it still had multiple charges left.
Yeah, but you can attack, re-equip. It's 5 damage to the face, so another 6 lining up.
Malkarok is another awkward minion to sap as well. He's going to do it, but he's essentially giving RDU more weapon charges.
Yeah.
Or maybe another chance at a Cursed Blade.
Yeah, he's just going for the Cursed Blade out here.
But Ragnaros seems like a pretty big play for RDU. Can he afford to not armor up this turn? I think he has to not armor up, I mean.
Yeah. He saw the rogue holding 1 card with 3 mana left, so he might assume it's a card that's pretty expensive or just a removal. Just Ragnaros maybe. Trading off the minion, but I think you really want to armor up here. Yeah. I like it way better than the Ragnaros.
Okay.
Because it's almost the same damage, right? Not in this turn, but in the next turn.
And it's just a little bit safer, I guess. I think the armoring up is important because what are we looking at? Leroy Jenkins Coldblood could have been lethal.
Actually, you need minions to trade off potential threats on the board.
Yeah, no, I do completely agree with you.
Yeah.
So many options.
Because now, how does Forsen win this? He's got 6 damage with the weapon over 2 turns, 2 with the SS7 agent combo. That's 8 damage over 2 turns.
Yeah, it's just a Leroy top deck, as you said, right?
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
Okay,
no,
okay.
you're right. Like,
Easy.
RDU doesn't have a way of gaining armor. He doesn't have a dragon in his hand, so Twilight Guardian isn't going to happen. I think he runs... Does he run Fierce Monkey?
Actually, I'm not sure, because Super Chat and Live Coach did run Fierce Monkey, but I'm not sure if Radu does it as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I guess all there is for RDU to do right now is work out which trades are the correct trades to make, because he has to armor up this turn.
Does he have to armor up this turn?
Let's see.
It's 3 damage.
Okay, so the weapon... What does he need to play around? What deals 3 damage? Eviscerate deals 2 because there's nothing to combo it with.
Yeah,
okay.
right.
Well, he did anyway. I guess there's not really any reason not to.
No.
That definitely doesn't deal 3 damage.
No, that's not 3 damage.
No, it's not 6 either.
It's no damage.
No.
He's not playing it.
What do you gain from playing it? You protect your face for a little bit longer because something has to
you
trade.
need to hold on to it just because of Eviscerate, but he will armor up, so it doesn't really matter, right?
Eviscerate isn't an out.
If you are still alive, then.
Leroy Jenkins is still the only out next turn with the weapon swing as well. But you're right, because of Ragnaros, regardless of whether that ringleader comes down or not, I'm pretty certain this is lethal for RDU.
Yeah, this is lethal here. He's just returning the favor by the emote.
Yeah, maybe RDU squelched Forsen, but did Forsen squelch RDU? We will never know.
I don't think they squashed each other. I just want to keep the chat up.
Right. Wow, well, great game. Forsen is left with his Shaman and his Handlock, I believe.
Yes. What would you play against the Dragon Warrior here?
Handlock versus Dragon Warrior is never a matchup that I've seen. Have you?
I think it's also a matchup that you don't really want to play.
For the Handlock?
Yeah, for the Handlock.
Okay. Because Dragon Warrior obviously came to fame since Handlock's demise. So the closest I've ever seen is Reno Lock, and I think the Dragon Warrior is pretty good against the Reno lock. Just because the fact that it deals so much damage early and then continues to pressure way into the late game with the 6-mana 9/9s, Grommash, Ragnaros, etc.
Yeah, but he took his Shaman and yeah, Small-Time Buccaneer. Good card.
So many pirates in this tournament
Yes.
over this weekend.
Yeah, those are most likely the archetypes you would have expect before the expansion came out.
Yeah.
Like the Pirates, Reno, of course, and Jade. We haven't seen so many Jade decks.
No, you're right. We haven't. I feel like Pirate 2 months ago, if I told you that Pirate Shaman would be like a top tier meta deck, you wouldn't believe me.
I'm not too sure because patches seemed so.
No,
OP.
I mean before it was announced. Like,
yeah. Yeah. I wanted to play Dragon Warrior with the Pirates since like 2 years.
Yeah.
Or for the last 2 years.
Oh yeah. Well, it definitely works now.
Yeah, you just have to wait.
Okay, you're right. There's no squelching. Forsen kind of distracting RDU there, it looks like. I guess the question is Fiery Works or Fairy Dragon. No, Blood to Ica. Okay, sure. It still essentially deals with Finley. Over 2 turns.
Yeah, Small-Time Buccaneer. And first patch is coming.
Yeah, I like these trades very much. If Forsen can pick up a weapon in the next few turns, RDU gets patches.
Gosh. Yeah, that patches.
Thing is, patches is so bad because on one hand it's like drawing a Stone Tusk Boar, and then on the other hand it's like you just draw one less card from your deck. It's like you've given up your draw because you were going to get patches anyway.
It's like a free card draw.
Yeah, right. Usually, and that's why you put it in the deck. So when you don't get the free card draw, it's a bit of a disaster. Frothing seems good, right?
But it's still kind of fun because if you're playing against an aggressive deck, a boar isn't the worst card.
Right.
It's not good. Okay.
Yeah, we can agree on that. Gonna go with the slightly wider play. I don't think there's much choices here for Boston to make. Go with the 7/7 every time.
He didn't play Frozen Berserker. I kind of liked it.
Yeah, I was thinking that. I guess maybe RDU was a little bit afraid of Jade Lightning.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure he will play it now. And yeah, trade off the 7/7 maybe, and then Frozen Berserker gets buffed by 6/6, right? Yep. Here we go. So it's 8/4. And suddenly he could raise Forsen here.
Yeah, I mean, Forsen only has 3 mana to play with this turn. How does he ever deal with this Frothing Berserker? That was pretty well executed by RDU.
Yeah, exactly. And he's not running any hacks. Oh, Jade.
We're in this situation again that we've seen so many times where the Shaman just gets a handful of weapons that he can't do anything with. You can't play Jade Claws and waste the Spirit Claws. Or, well, I guess you've got to.
Yeah, and hitting the Frozen Berserker like twice or 3 times with your weapons, it's not gonna happen.
Well, yeah, you just can't. You just lose if that happens. So Forsen is going to have to hope to pick up a card that actually deals with Frothing Berserker. But look at how strong patches can be, even as a Stone Tusk Boar. Frothing Berserker is now a 10/4. Not a 10/10, that would be ridiculous.
Yeah, it's just Frozen Berserker.
Yeah.
It's just like, yeah, maybe you're gonna clear next turn. So he really needs something. And?
What is it?
Okay. Oh, it's just a Totem Golem. Oh, damn. I'm pretty sure RDU will start spamming emotes soon.
He's too lost in thought right now by the looks of it.
Should I go face here? Oh,
Wait.
yeah, and that's it.
Yeah, that's it. That's just lethal. RDU actually taking the 2nd game in a row, meaning that Forsen is stuck with just his handlock deck. This is what we've all been waiting for.
Yeah, the handlock finally, and man, that was a fast game.
It was. We've actually had a couple fast series, one after the other, since the incredibly long one. We're trying to make up for time here. But handlock, This can't be good for Forsen, can it?
Actually, maybe better than the last one.
Well,
it can't get worse than that frozen berserker here, right?
That is a fair point. It sounds like we're diving straight into the next game.
Yeah, here we go.
Mixtures of Mixtures and Doomsayer is a good set of cards to start off with.
Yeah, exactly. Combined by the 3-drop. Last ring fast 0 here. But on the other hand, yeah, we can see Alex Strasser's champion, Fairy Dragon. It's kind of sad that he doesn't have the coin. Blood to Ikura. Yeah, trading it off, perfectly fine. No mortal coil in hand yet. But I'm pretty sure he will just play, yeah, the Doomsayer.
It's a safe bet. He can coin out the Twilight Drake next turn if he wants to, or just stay on curve, maybe even play Elden Ring Farseer. RDU doesn't appear to have a way of getting rid of the Doomsayer. In fact, I think the only card that would have done that is the second Alex Strasser champion or a Fiery Works.
Yeah, exactly.
With Blood Ticker, obviously.
Just armoring up. Yeah, an early Doomsayer against tempo decks or aggressive decks is so important. First Drake, he just drew the second one, so...
Right.
It's just basically to take the board in the early game. It's kind of sad that...
It's a Chillwind Yeti.
Yeah.
No, I haven't
Good
seen one of
card.
those in a while.
Good card.
I mean, it's only slightly worse than it needs to be to see play. As we're seeing from Forsen's Twilight Drake here. Like, this isn't bad. 4-5 stats is really frustrating for RDU. His core Chrono Elite doesn't quite topple it, and he doesn't have the mana to play Blood to Icar as well this turn.
Yeah, so what could you play? Maybe someone is in charge, but that doesn't really help yet.
No, but if
Next turn.
if Forsen were to make this trade, then yeah, next turn, Patch is appearing. Again, in theory, would be great for RDU, but actually the Elden Ring Farseer is there. Although it looks like Forsen's just going to play another 4-5. Why not? First one's doing a good job.
Yeah, Chillwind Yeti army attacking.
Right. Now I guess Patches has to come down.
Yeah.
RDU does not want to draw it at him again.
And do you play both Fairy Dragons along that? Because then the top deck Demon Fire, ooh, that's a good card then.
Yeah,
Yeah, you
I
can
guess.
see that, right?
I think you have to.
Yeah, you kind of have to.
Or, if you want to be conservative, you could play one, but I don't know exactly what that achieves for you unless you are specifically playing around that card, or Hellfire, I guess.
Yeah. And maybe he just plays one just to hold one dragon in his hand.
Oh, yeah.
We
That's
saw
good
it
too.
in the game between Life Coach and Super JJ. No.
Oh.
No.
This is a
And
decision.
the rope hits.
This is a decision that RDU is very soon to regret. There's the thank you emote.
And Radu, I think he knows what's next, right? Demon Rise. And Forsen is just like, yeah, the handlock. Didn't ban it.
Oh man, Frothing Berserker doesn't do anything. It just trades with the Twilight Drake, which is not a very good trade, considering how powerful the Frothing Berserker has the potential to be.
Yeah. Yeah, like last game, right?
Yeah, just like last game.
And he doesn't play it, therefore.
No, okay. He's hoping that the slime trades into it, but that Elden Ring Farseer is still sitting there, ready to heal up the Twilight Drake for it to make more trades.
Yeah, healing up. And just trading, because you can afford trading here. You're the slow deck. Yeah. Yes.
he needs one more mana. Like next turn, he's got Grom or Rag, and then the following turn, he's got Grom or Rag. But on 7 mana.
7 mana.
He doesn't have Grom or Rag.
Against the handlock. Like, seriously? Oh, man.
Ragnaros could be MVP here, though.
Yeah, do you go for the gamble? How far behind are you exactly? Oh, yes. Okay, I will crush you into Ragnaros, into hoping for the hit on the 8-8. And
He didn't get it. And Faceless Manipulator sitting there in Forson's hand. This could be the time to use it.
Yes.
Yep, he's hovering over it. A 5-mana 8/8. Druids can tell us that that's pretty good. But he's using it on Ragnaros instead, of course.
Yeah, of course.
Oh.
Do you go for the 50-50 here, or do you just trade it off the board?
I think you go. I think you just trade it. You're against the aggressive deck. You're not the aggressor. You can play Mistress of Mixtures, Earthen Ring Farseer, heal yourself up. Are you kidding me?
He's just okay. That red. No, he's
got to trade it. He's got to.
But it's just extended BM here, right? Oh yes.
Oh.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Do you actually look surprised?
He was just like,
himself?
are you sure, mate?
Yeah, like Grommash. Okay.
Right.
Grommash could have just won the game potentially if that were to happen.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
I would really love to see that play. It's just not good, but.
Right now, because Forsen made the trade, what is Ragnaros? Sorry, what is RDU to do against this Ragnaros?
What is Ragnaros to do? You just hit face, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, what now? Just an unpleasant situation. Your opponent just played Ragnaros for 5 mana, beside killing your own Ragnaros. I think basically was the game when Ragnaros didn't hit the giant, right?
You have a very nice way of putting things there, CAMLANN. Yeah, that Ragnaros is a little bit of a disaster for RDU. He can go wide, he can play 3 minions, though 2 of them just get traded into, and then Ragnaros potentially hits the 3rd. Gonna go with a hero power. I guess.
It's
okay.
a steady shot. It's FaceTime now.
I wondered if he was going to go with a Totemic Call just to make his board a little bit wider, but no, you're right. You're right.
Just small.
I think it goes into the Mistress of Mixtures. He needs to heal himself. No?
Maybe.
Yeah.
And he has to prevent the good trade. So.
Yeah, for sure. Ragnaros, obviously, one method that Forsen has to snipe off that Frothing Berserker. Shadow Bolt, another.
Hey, he could also silence it if he wants to.
Yeah, so three methods of getting rid of the Frothing Berserker. Taunting at Ragnaros also isn't the worst play in the world, right? Just protecting the face does mean that RDU will not win the game.
Destroying the weapon is also a good play, and I think that's a problem because you're way ahead and you just have so many good options.
Which way do I want to win this game is what Forsen is thinking right now.
Which emote do I use next? Yeah, just playing all of them, I guess.
Your magic shall not save.
Yes. And Ragnaros can move into the face now, hitting Radu for 8 damage. And yeah, that's basically it. Well played.
Okay,
And
well,
good pleasant feast of Winterwell, of course.
after what has been a very entertaining, very fast series of games, it's all going to come down to RDU's Druid versus Forsen's Handlock, and that should not be a good matchup for RDU.
I'm not completely sure. He's playing the OTK version.
Yeah, that changes things.
So
that does change things.
I think he's kind of ahead. Although I've never played the
No, you're right. I was imagining the Jade Golems being built up bit by bit, but you're right. With the Kuhn OTK version, he does have the opportunity to just snatch a win out of nowhere if he can build up the hand big enough.
Yeah.
The problem that RDU is going to face is having to deal with all of the huge minions that Forsen play in the early game. The 4-mana 8/8 Mountain Giant being a prime example, and we can see it's there in Forsen's hand. I don't see him mulliganing that away.
Oh wait, was I wrong? He's playing Jade.
Oh, he's Jade.
I thought he was Khan.
Well,
I might have mixed it up. I'm sorry, guys.
That's okay. So, on top of RDU having to deal with all of these early game threats, the problem is the Jade Golems do climb up so slowly. I believe that Forsen is very favoured here lineup wise.
Yeah, if it's Jade, of course, then yes.
RDU though, he can coin Wild Growth into Jade Blossom, giving him 5 mana the following turn if he picks up an Azure Drake by then. Or even a Jade Idol to play with his Jade Spirit. He's got a really good amount of ramp going.
Yeah, it's so strong to coin out the Wild Growth nowadays because suddenly after the expansion you now have a 3-drop. You had like almost no possibilities to do that play before the expansion.
Ever since Shade of Naxxramas.
Yeah,
right?
ever since the good old Shade.
Adi, you would have loved Jade Idol here, though. Can you imagine that? 3-3 Jade Golem already?
Yes. But his draw is quite insane. Aya, Black Paw next turn. And he already got the Get-Gatchen Auctioneer in his hand, so he can start cycling later on.
Yep. Aya is a no-brainer here, I imagine. Unless he wants to clear this Twilight Drake, but I think that you don't need to play around like something like Shadow Flame or anything.
Flame would be brutal.
Well, it would be. It depends exactly what Adi is playing around, because Shadow Flame on its own at least would kill the Aya and you get the Death Rattle, but there is a Spellbreaker in Forsen's hand, but he can't play Spellbreaker and Shadow Flame.
Yeah, how afraid is he of the Shadow Flame? Can he afford playing around it? That's the next question. Even if he's afraid. But Aya just seems to be so smooth here.
Okay, no, RDU disagrees with us. He's going to clear the Twilight Drake. Pretty scary position to be in, because the Handlock is just better at coming up with early game threats. He's putting out Brand there, hoping that he can get the double Battle Cry next turn with Aya.
Yeah.
And actually, unless...
the Shadow Flame, he top-decked it.
He did get it, but it's no good now. And unless Forsen were to play Spellbreaker, RDU could actually play the double Aya. Doomsayer is a problem as well, but I'm wondering if you still play it. Because you build up the Jade Golems, and then you still get another Jade Golem. I think you play it.
What's your next turn afterwards? Like maybe the Get-Gatchen. Maybe it's not too bad, because you need your golems.
You need them as big as possible.
Yeah, you need them as big as possible, as fast as possible.
So that they can survive the Shadow Flames and survive the cards like that?
Yeah, exactly. Having them at 6-6 or 7-7 or maybe even 5-5, it's so important here. And he's still got board control now, after the AoE come down, after the Doomsayer gone off.
Okay, Forsen drawing, using his life tap ability, something that handlocks do tend to do quite often, and just gonna plonk an 8/8 down. Mulch, the perfect pickup. Unfortunately, it doesn't allow him to play Gadgetzan Auctioneer as well.
Yeah, natural mistake. Playing a 8/8 for.
Wait, I think Forsen even overdraws?
Yeah, but playing around Marsh.
Wait, that's probably not relevant in this matchup.
No, it's not.
Okay, alright, let's calm down. But usually that would be insane.
Yeah, but you're not playing around Marsh here, right?
No.
For the draw.
No.
Mountain Giant, 3 mana only. 4. Okay, there's a staff member in front of him. I think it's just a cameraman, right? Oh no.
I can't see Forsen.
3/5. What else can he do?
He's hovering over the life tap ability. I do like playing the 4/5 here. Just a nice 4-mana minion, fits the curve, doesn't waste Spellbreaker.
3/5, you mean?
Sorry, yeah, 3/5.
Yeah, okay.
And now, RDU. The Jade Blossom is a big minion.
Yeah, it's 6/6 for 3 mana. Fair enough.
On the other hand, Gadgetzan Wrath trade with the Mountain Giant is worth considering.
Maybe you just Wrath and play Jade Blossom. It's also a possibility to cycle, but I'm not too sure.
I don't like using up all of the spells without the Auctioneer. Yeah. Oh, okay. Alchemist Living Roots actually still allows him to...
to finish it off.
I like that a lot. He's going to want the second Auctioneer. I assume there is a second Auctioneer. He's going to want that soon to play combo with Wild Growth. As the first Auctioneer, there's no way it's surviving this turn.
Yeah. He needs more Jade cards, so that's his basically his win condition. And yeah, he got another one. And Azure will draw another card, as well as Wild Growth, so he can cycle pretty fast.
Yeah, I mean, it's up to him, really. He could play 2 Jade Golems next turn and Wild Growth to draw a single card. Or he could, as you say, play a Zerdrake and Jade Spirit. There are several good options for RDU next turn. He's starting to look at a lot of pressure, though, as Forsen isn't even going to deal with this Gadgetzan Auctioneer. He's actually just going to start smacking RDU in the face.
Yeah, it's time to do something in your face, right?
Yeah, it seems like that is the time. So...
Yeah.
This is awkward.
Yeah, you can kill it off, right? You could cycle also and kill the 3-5, the trade together.
Yes, cycling seems okay. You kind of wish the Gadgetzan Auctioneer had one more attack so you could nicely trade with a dragon and then just Wrath the 4-3 and be done with it.
No, Living Roots.
Does that make it better?
Yeah, Zudrak Living Roots for the 4-3 is possible, but I don't think he's going for that one.
Just hero power, I guess. Oh, and you can squeeze in the Jade Spirit.
Yeah, perfectly fine. And it's 6-6 here. Did he pass the turn? Oh yeah, okay, he did. It just looked awkward because it didn't turn.
Acidic Swampu's not going to do all that much for Forsen. And RDU actually starting to get ahead here with the Jade Druid, which we're both certain is unfavored against the handlock.
Yeah, it's still a Druid, but he got quite a good hand because if I assume it plays kind of the same, then the Renolock maybe, or like a little bit like that. And it's so important to get your Jade synergies running, and that's just what he did. And he ramped up Wild Growth into Blossom, pretty strong.
Second Ray Bruiser, a very, very, very strong card in this expansion, although not everyone expected it to be. Wow.
Doomsayer, just to clear off the board.
This is the thing that's so great about having as many resources as Forsen had just there. He's able to go as wide as he wants without actually wasting anything too important. And he set up the Doomsayer in such a way where even if RDU deals with it, he's still got other threats on the board. However, if Doomsayer does proc, Forsen loses all his minions, but doesn't care, because he still has a hand full of really high-value cards.
Yeah, I think he'll trade it off, right? So there's no point in letting Doomsayer live here. Raven Idol. He already played one Gadgetzan, so many spells in his hand.
Yeah, I assume he runs 2, but I know of some players that are only running 1 in builds of this deck.
Yeah, it's still kind of undecided. Oh, Nourish is good.
Nourish is really good and necessary, I think. He needs to try and catch up in hand size to the handlock. Okay, so able to deal with the second rate Bruiser, hero power, kill the Doomsayer. Leaving just Acidic Swampoos, that's not so bad.
Yeah, Jade Idol. Yes, he's gonna play it 1 mana, 7/7. And it's his first Jade Idol, so he still got another one. If I'm not mistaken here. I think we haven't seen one yet.
We haven't seen one, no. You're right. Is Forsen coming anywhere near to actually winning the game? Leroy combo just isn't going to happen, is it?
Yeah, just... You could Leroy board clear here.
Well, he was hovering over it a lot as if that was the intention. Then you've still got Siphon Soul for the next Jade Golem, which doesn't seem so bad, actually.
Yeah, you have to do something. You're down to 13 HP.
Oh, he's not actually going to play the Leroy with the Shadow Flame.
No, Siphon Soul then, most likely.
He's thinking, where's my Reno?
Has to be somewhere here. No, it's a handlock. Okay. So Siphon Soul for sure now. Yeah, another taunt. Seems to be quite a good idea.
Forsen is so close to just being dead.
Yeah, 10.
That'll do it.
Oh, yes!
That'll do it! RDU picks up the swipe.
Oh, damn.
After
he could have cleared the board.
After a long grueling series of games right down to the wire. It looked really bad for RDU earlier, but with that final pickup of the swipe, he's going to take the series and therefore third place in the tournament.
Yeah, congrats RDU, but also congrats to Forsen to make it out of the groups. With all the pirates, he said like, okay, I'm gonna play the pirate rogue just because I have to bring a fourth deck. And he immediately started saying, oh, it's bad. But he did manage to win so many games with it.
Yeah, I mean, throughout the day, actually, Forsen, I believe earlier on, he won 2 games in a series with the Pirate Rogue as well. So maybe it's not quite as bad as as Forsen thought it was, and as others backstage here have been saying it is.
Yeah, and then additionally playing this handlock, like.
I mean, it worked. Kind of. It won the matchup that it wasn't expecting to win, and then lost the matchup that it was expecting to win.
Yeah.
Either way, that is the bronze finals out of the way. Next game is going to be the finals, but for now, let's cut to the main stage for the winners interview.
Welcome back. I'm sitting here with RDU, the third placement here at Esports Superstars in Neumünster. How do you feel, man? The basic question.
I feel decent, but I don't think I performed at my maximum potential, especially against Thijs.
Okay, so basically you're not happy about your performance.
I mean, I cannot say that I'm not happy. That would be like an insult to the other players. Every player here is like top tier, like the best in the world. So I am obviously happy, but I'm not like perfectly satisfied. Like I want to do more at the next events.
Of course, I mean, it's the third place. It's always like that, right? It's like a double feeling. That you're not sure what to think. You did well, but at the same time, you were so close of winning the tournament, right?
Yeah.
Just wanted to make you feel bad.
Thank you.
Anyway, I was appreciating your emote battle with Forsen. You actually both went the full role play and were shooting with the board. Like I guess you like that against Forsen.
Like it's a long story. Like I know Forsen for like before any of us were famous. Like we are friends for so much time, and usually I squash my opponents. But against Forsen, we just like wanted to go for the memes. This game was like for 3rd, 4th place. We just wanted to have some fun.
For sure,
or at least like I accepted his emote battle. And that map is OP at BM with like the rifle.
I think that chat did appreciate that as well.
Yeah.
Anyway, any last shoutouts during the tournament?
Shout out to G2 Esports and to Thijs for being my practice partner.
Awesome. Congratulations again. 3rd place, nothing to scoff on. I mean, it's a placement on the podium, so definitely an achievement, especially in such a stacked lineup.
Yeah. Expect more from me in the next tournaments. I will try to play better.
Well, Sitsori Cup next week, right?
Yeah. Hopefully I will improve my lineup and my play. My lineup was a bit sketchy. Can I talk a bit about it, or
sure,
are we out of time? Like, the reason why I brought Zoo was only because like most of the people are going to ban Warlock, and then there's going to be like one guy that doesn't ban it, and he has Druid and Rogue. And then I wanted to like surprise him, and I played against Strifecrow and ECOP, and they left my Warlock not banned while having Druid. And if I would be put in a bad spot, a spot that they think is good, where they have like the Druid against my Warlock, then I would surprise them with the Zoo. And it would have worked, but Thijs being my practice partner, he knew that I had the Zoo, so he just let it open instead of banning it, because like all the tournament he banned Warlock, so that was quite unfortunate, but yeah.
Kind of unlucky that it was Thijs, but that stuff happens, especially when the team is so good that everyone performs well and you just hit the practice partner.
Best team in Hearthstone.
See, complexity?
Shots fired.
Thank you very much for the interview and congratulations again. Now we go back to the stage.
Well, congratulations to our 4th and 3rd place winners here at the Esports Superstars. 4th place, Forsen, for €2,500. And there we just saw him. 3rd place was RDU from Romania for €3,000. We'll be coming up very soon with our final here, and we will crown a winner of the Hearthstone Esports Superstars. So do stay with us as Thijs will take on Super JJ. In the meantime, though, I am going to welcome up onto the stage, Gara! Gara, we wanted to come and have a chat with you because we missed you yesterday. You weren't very well. Tell us, are you feeling better now?
Yeah, I'm feeling definitely much better than yesterday.
What happened?
I was super sick. I had high fever, chills, and yeah, was just doing bad.
Well, at least you still had the opportunity to play from the hotel room. Talk us through how the games went. Obviously, not so great because you're not in the final, but talk us in a little bit more detail. You played Life Coach and IKEALYOU.
I prepared an insane amount for this tournament, especially for Life Coach. I knew exactly what he's going to bring, like every single card. I knew what he's going to ban, and even the deck he's going to open on. And I practiced with a lot of different people exactly against the lineup he brought, and I managed to win every single game, and so I thought I was very well prepared. I ended up losing to him 2-3, and yeah, it's just how it goes sometimes. I was really sick, so I probably didn't play at 100%, but I still wanted to play because I prepared so much. I put so much time into it, so I didn't want this all to go to waste. I was like very down after I lost because I focused so much on beating Life Coach and then being in winner's bracket, and then I had to play IKEALYOU. And yeah, I just didn't feel well, so it was very close series. All the players here are very top tier, and it's Hearthstone. I hope I will do well or better at Seed Story next week.
Well, we hope to see you there as well. I'm sure if you're feeling better, then you will play better as well. But talk us through your experience here at the Hearthstone. Is it the first time you've been here? What do you think to the show that we've put on?
It's the first time that I'm in the north of Germany, and it's amazing. This whole venue is great. All the people are super nice. The food is great. The hotel is even nice.
I haven't eaten yet. Can you not say that?
Oh, they just brought food, so the truck is super cool. The idea behind the whole Esport truck is amazing. I'm really enjoying this event, and I was also following the event from the hotel while I was sick because I couldn't be here. It's a really awesome event.
Well, thank you so much for chatting with us. We hope the next time it goes a little bit better for you, and I'm glad you feel better as well. Let's hear it for Gara, and we will be back here very soon with that final that you are all waiting for. The winner will take the prestigious Big Betty wheel, and of course, €12,500. Stay right here. Hello and welcome back to Neumünster in Germany. This is the final day of the Esports Superstars, the day of recognition. 16 players have now become just 2. This is the final, and 2 of these players will be playing for 12,500 euros along with the prestigious trophy, one of the wheels from Big Betty, our truck. So without further ado, let's welcome our 2 finalists to the stage. For the Netherlands, it's Thijs, and for Germany, it's Super JJ. Thijs, you still remain undefeated. We talked about the group of death, and in fact, Super JJ was the only player in that group that you have not played.
It's true. So now we play, I guess.
And are you pumped up and feeling confident after so many wins?
Yeah, I'm really motivated. I really would like to take the win here.
Super JJ, you, I've heard, have put a lot of work into this tournament, so you must be pretty pumped and happy to be in this spot right now.
Yes, I'm always putting in a lot of work. Now it's just a good result, I guess.
And you feeling confident?
I'm feeling good.
All right, well, this is the moment we've all been waiting for. We will crown a champion. Guys, time to shake hands, head to the towers.
Good luck, man.
And I wish you all the best of luck. Time to head to the casters and get to this game.
Let's kind of insane that they both are coming from the same group, right?
Well, you know, we jokingly referred to it as the group of death. And you can see why now. The two people that got through, who knows? If Ostkaka or Zixo got through the Group A, it could have been them against Thijs or JJ in the finals here.
For sure, but now we have Thijs and JJ both with multiple titles already on their resume, right? They had won so many tournaments, but now one more will be added to one of them, their CV. So it's kind of exciting because those players are really consistent. Their lineups are very similar, but at the same time, there are some major key differences, especially in the Priest, because Thijs is playing Bookworm, which can like turn the tide in the game, while the both Warlocks are banned, by the way. So the match will be very interesting from this standpoint.
Yeah, it's crazy though, because like you said, the lineups are very similar, and it goes to show that these guys must have done their research before coming here and really tested the meta. I mean, I know from conversations backstage and from seeing the vlogs and things that JJ and Life Coach really have practiced hard for this. JJ representing complexity, and of course Thijs here representing G2. You must be proud.
Yeah, of course I'm proud. And it's actually also very interesting rivalry right now between G2 Esports and Complexity.
Right.
Both teams are naming themselves as the best teams in Hearthstone right now, so we'll see which team wins now.
Yeah, it's I don't even know what else to say. I just want the game to start. You're fully behind your boy Thijs, aren't you?
Yes, I am, but at the same time I'm not casting this, so...
That's probably a good thing?
Yeah, probably a good thing, but at the same time maybe a little bit less exciting for me. Would love to cast this game, but I have to make the interview with the winner.
Yeah, I was going to say you've got that to look forward to, hopefully. I'm being given the signal, so the game is almost ready. I'm going to go and join CAMLANN and cast it.
Yeah, and this will be a super exciting match, so let's just cut to a short break. It will like take 10 seconds, and we start with the final match of Esports Superstars.
Think you can have.
Yeah, here we go.
Here we go. There's not much more to be said than what me and Lothar were talking about, but Lothar very much behind Thijs. Do you have a favorite for this game?
Both players are exceptional players, so I would go for Super JJ.
JJ. Any reason for that, or are you just trying to be neutral? So Lothar backs Thijs, you back JJ, I'll sit somewhere in the middle, and one of us will get what we want.
Yeah, but I think it's just about get started. The grand finals, and both players playing Priest. We've heard the Warlocks are getting banned, right?
Yes, that's right. Double Warlock ban. Reno Lock, clearly a favourite amongst the players in this tournament, and definitely been a favourite amongst the bans, especially if we think back to Group A on Friday. The Reno Locks were being banned constantly. I think we saw one in the whole group, or possibly two, because they were just being banned so often.
Yeah. And we can see the Dragon Warrior versus...
we can't actually make out what class this is. So it's a warrior class on the top. Sorry, a dragon class at the top. Dragon warrior or dragon priest. Alright, there we are. It's actually the priest. Could have been warrior or priest. The fact that the decks are on so many similar cards makes it pretty difficult to tell in that mulligan screen. But look at this. Thijs straight away throwing down Buccaneer, throwing down Patches.
Okay, so it's up to Super JJ now. There are no early minions in his hand. That's pretty bad, actually.
Yeah, it's not going to make it easy for JJ to come back from what is actually a really strong start from Thijs. Thijs can now throw down the Fairy Dragon as well, which with Patches and Small Time Buccaneer is... the Buccaneer is only dealing 1 damage a turn, so that was another 2 damage. But the problem is Fairy Dragon is so hard to deal with.
Yeah, no weapon yet, but yeah, the Fairy Dragon, a pretty good card here. And Is it? What shall you do? Shall you just coin out the 3-drop? That's just bad.
Oh, but it's the only play. But then if you do that, what do you play next turn? I guess by next turn you hope there's a better Shadow Word Pain target.
Yeah.
But it's so tricky. Or do you just Shadow Word Pain the Small Time Buccaneer now because it's the only way you can play and stay on curve? Next turn you can coin out the Twilight Guardian, maybe.
Yeah, it just feels bad to play a spell on curve on turn 2, but Small Time Buccaneer could be the target here. Yeah, because he's small.
Because he's small. Before he gets big, Small Time Buccaneer can pack a lot of punch. In fact, it's pretty much the same as a Flame Imp most of the time in these decks.
Yeah, right. And it's a really tough call here, because it's just the first few seconds of the grand final, and you're already behind, right?
It's turn 2, and JJ, living up to his mentor's namesake, going to be taking his time here, ends up just healing the face. Okay, sure.
Yeah,
he's going to take another 4 damage, but the next turn he can start making the plays.
Yeah, and it's Dragon Pirate Warrior, so it's not the pure aggressive warrior. Although this looks kind of grim, but the hero power comes in 4 ties, and that's not good either. Oh man, it's just not getting better, right?
So let's think about this. What happens if JJ coins out the Guardian? It actually does soak up all of the damage, because we can see right now Thijs has no weapon in hand.
Yeah.
The problem is, if Thijs were to now pick up a weapon,
oh
the
damn.
Fiery War Axe, for example, plus 1 Small Time Buccaneer would just deal with the Guardian, and then 7 damage would also be pushed forward into the face.
Yeah, down to 17 then, but I think he assumes that there's no weapon, because like hero power in turn 3, yeah.
Yeah. Very, very true. So I guess, I mean, I'm thinking it's the only decent play this turn. However, JJ doesn't have a follow-up turn 4 play. Yeah. So you could definitely consider going with the Cabal card instead.
Yeah, he drew so many 5-drops that maybe he just top decks a play, but he's just going for the option with the 3-4 here.
The plus side about playing this now is that next turn he can coin out Blackwing Corruptor, and then play Blackwing Corruptor the turn after that as well. And that will be removing a lot of damage from Thijs' side of the board. The first Blackwing Corruptor looks like it's going to have to deal with this Twilight Guardian, though, meaning that both Buccaneers, Fairy Dragon and Patches are going to continue hitting the Fae. Oh!
Yeah, he's holding the coin, so that might be an indicator for an AoE removal, right?
Okay. Or maybe, yeah, I guess actually this is a good way of Thijs playing around Blackwing Corruptor as well, by trading the Fairy Dragon in, which is the best target for it.
Yeah, right.
Potion of Madness.
And he's ahead in tempo, so he can afford to do the trade here.
Absolutely. Drake into Draco Crusher for Thijs over the next few turns could easily lead to a 6-mana 9/9. It's possible. JJ, he has Shadow Word Pain to play on this Twilight Guardian, which, I mean, that's incredible value for the 2-mana card. Exactly. Problem is, that's his whole turn. I guess he heals his face as well.
Yeah, healing face, fine. Because you will outvalue the warrior anyhow,
yeah.
So...
Oh, there's the Fiery War Axe, but it's so poorly timed.
Yes.
Fiery War Axe is 9 damage. Well, no, it's 7 extra damage, but 9 damage in total.
Yeah, 7 extra damage, but I think he's going for the Azure Drake, just because I think he has to do it. Frozen Berserker, off the top. So next turn, it's 6 damage. Yeah, not enough yet to activate the 9/9. Potion of Madness into Suicide, the Small Time Buccaneer. Yeah, Blackwing Corruptor, and yeah, suddenly it turns around, and he's still got the coin, and now he catches up on board. Still being at 22 health, that's pretty good.
It's not bad, but this Frothing Berserker is pretty brutal
yes.
for Thijs here, with the Fiery War Axe pickup from last turn now coming in very handy.
Yeah.
Small
No
toe
answer
pumpkin
yet.
is pushing the damage. Frothing Berserker is now a 4/4, which Priests can't deal with.
Yes. Oh, damn. But he won't be 4/4 next turn, most likely.
Tice knows that there's no Dragonfire Potion in JJ's Priest, so this is very, very... How does he get rid of it?
Yeah, the AoE would have been fine, but just buffing the Frozen Berserker up to 7 attack, together with the Fireworks, which means 10 damage to the face. So, can't really clear it. What's your option?
Blackwing Corruptor deals with the 3/2. Leaves the Frothing Berserker as a 5/4.
Yeah, but...
But then the Slime and the Weapon trade, so that's
Yeah,
no
exactly.
good. I guess you play Dragonkin Operative and...
Hope for the best.
Try and get what? What 1-drops are there in Tice's deck that would actually come in handy for JJ right now? Blood
Yes,
to
so many.
No, but that's not doesn't help actually.
Patches, maybe?
Yeah, right, as if that hadn't been used up on turn 1.
Yes.
That's cards remaining in the deck then.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. No, nothing really that helps him. He's going for the Holy Nova just to get the option to clear off the Frozen Berserker with the Black Corruptor next turn.
Yep. It looks good, right? You can't deal with it this turn, so set up a guarantee. It's like setting up a guaranteed lethal in 2 turns' time, but it's so important to kill this Frothing Berserker. You guarantee the death of that in 2 turns' time.
Yeah, but he's just playing on curve, maybe. But Draconic Crusher is an option here, because you know your opponent will kill the Berserker next turn.
Right.
So what kind of options are there? It's the second Blackwing Corruptor, or it's Shadow Word Death.
Yeah.
So the 9/9 could protect the Berserker and the other way around, in case of the Shadow Word Death.
Tice digging into the menagerie. Fierce Monkey, Twilight Guardian, and Finley.
the Finley.
That is a pretty great turn. Way to restock your hand.
Yes.
And deal 8 damage to the face.
A little bit of damage.
Can't really complain if you're Tice right now.
No. Yeah, Blackwing Corruptor has to be played here.
It's necessary.
It's just a no-brainer.
So this turn not going to take so long. Northshire Cleric coming down as well by the looks of things, because he's not going to get better use of the card.
Nope.
He needs to play Operative or Twilight Guardian next turn for certain. And now Draconid Crusher is probably going to ruin JJ's day.
Yeah, 10 damage here. But he will, of course, trade. So many good turns here, actually.
Priest isn't necessarily even a class you get to play the Draconid Crusher as a 9/9 against, because they can just heal themselves up. So I do like Tice. I like the idea of taking the opportunity to play this now, and then you can develop Fiery War Axe and kill the Cleric as well.
Yeah.
Or just go face.
Yeah, because he had basically 2 draws into Shadow with Death.
Right.
Do not touch.
Oh.
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 But then I guess...
Yeah, Blackwing Corruptor.
Why does he need to
No,
trade?
yeah, the weapon on... Yeah, exactly. The weapon on the Northshire Cleric.
Protect the Curator. And the Curator, how much attack does the Curator have, CAMLANN?
4.
It has 4
Oh.
attack. Lol. So that's not going anywhere anytime soon. We've seen one Holy Nova from JJ. Second one would actually do the job, but it's not in his hand right now.
Yeah. You could taunt up, but damn, it's just grim. That's just a 9/9 guy.
Yep.
On the other side of the table. Another Spite. Nope.
Ysera is no good.
Yeah.
Operative is like the best card in the game, but you're already holding 2 of them.
Yeah, just get another one of them.
Twilight
Whelp is the fastest card, but
I guess he needs it just to squeeze it into the curve. Isn't it funny how the people are praising Draconid Operative like crazy, but JJ doesn't have the time to play it.
yeah, because he gets out-tempoed, and Curator was also pretty important because he just refilled his hand, drawing 3 cards. And yeah, that's it.
That is it. Tice's Warrior taking game number 1, leaving JJ with his Warrior and his Shaman.
Yeah, I think the Warrior was kind of slightly favored maybe because he can out-tempo if it comes down to that. And it came down to that. So no value game here.
Yeah, it seems like the Priest is quite good against control because it outspeeds them, out-tempos them. And also quite good against aggro because it's good at putting down the Twilight Whelp straight away and putting a stop. But the Dragon Pirate Warrior is more mid-range. It's probably the most mid-range deck we have right now, and that's where the Priest struggles.
Yeah, but Super JJ, or the Priest in this case, he just struggled in drawing early game, right?
Yeah.
That's basically it.
And it's bad news for JJ because we've seen so many Priest sweeps in this tournament. Like
so many 3-0s.
Like 5 or 6 Priest sweep. Not even 3-0s, but like the other guy wins one game, and then the other switches into Priest and just wins 3 in a row.
And just like, yeah, see you next time.
Yeah, right. Like, but now JJ doesn't have the Priest to fall back on, but Thijs does.
Oh, just look at this hand. He got everything beside a weapon.
Anything? Everything.
Oh, yeah,
So-
a weapon would be okay.
Yeah, no,
but,
Alex Shell's champion's pretty great though.
Yeah, that's fine.
it's okay.
We'll
Deals
play
with
again.
JJ's threat, leaves him with nothing to do, and allows Thijs to play 3 pirates next turn if we're including patches.
Yeah, Super JJ. Basically, no follow-up yet. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Not yet, but yeah, just okay. Just go for it. Oh, there's the weapon. I was wondering when he will draw it.
Thijs picking up every early game card he could possibly dream of. Maybe not Nazoth's first mate, but otherwise he's pretty happy.
So now he just needs to top deck a 1-drop, so he can play Fiery Warx into 1-drop next turn. So that he doesn't have to stay on curve.
Right, well unfortunately for Thijs, this Jade Claws is actually going to deal some damage by dealing with one of these small-time Buccaneers.
Yeah.
The other one is going to get to live and maybe push 3 damage into the face.
Yeah, let's see what he draws, because I feel like Fierce Monkey itself into, is just better. He can still play Twilight Guardian next turn, or just do Fiery Warx. Whatever he draws.
Yeah. Oh, wow, this hand though.
Yeah, Spell Totem.
Okay, so Maelstrom Portal Lightning Bolt clears the monkey. But that's a lot of resources.
Yeah, and what do you play next turn then?
Yeah, good point.
Like
You have 4
the
mana
Hex, right? the Hex on the Twilight Guardian, which is played on curve.
I wonder if he's ever considering playing Hex on the 3/4 monkey here. It's like you do that, or you just totem pass.
The problem with the Hex played in the early game in this matchup, we saw it in some series in turn 3 because there was another option besides hero powering, and then it's kind of tempo card or tempo swing.
Yeah.
And just playing a tempo swing Hex on turn 4, it's just not tempo, right?
Right, yeah. I guess if he gets Spell Power Totem, the Maelstrom Portal's okay-ish.
No!
Not even getting it.
It doesn't.
Not even getting it. Thijs must be feeling pretty good when he sees the conclusion of this turn. I think he just mouthed.
Oh,
wow.
the
What is
weasel.
this? This is the first time, I think, in the whole tournament. Have you casted a game where he's appeared?
No weasels yet.
So this, for those of you that don't know what this card does, when he dies, he gets shuffled into the opponent's deck, meaning that Thijs is going to get a dead draw at some point.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny because Super JJ played under the synonym Weasel for the past half year, I guess.
Right. Okay. So, I don't know if it's going to do that much, but like I said, it might kill one of Thijs' draws later.
Yeah, maybe it sneaks into his hand.
Is it a beast as well?
I'm not
It
too
looks
sure.
like one.
It has a head. It can't be a beast, right?
I mean, I don't know. Those explorers' hats get around.
I'm not too sure.
Because the reason I asked is because if it's a beast, then obviously Thijs can pick it up with the curator. Oh.
Oh.
We're not going to find out if it's a beast or not.
Yeah.
Oh, in it goes.
Not unless Curator is drawn, or the Weasel is drawn itself.
Yeah. Thijs has that to worry about a little bit later.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, JJ can actually play his cards now.
Yay! Finally.
Think from below, Lightning Bolt seems okay.
Yep. But
Drake also isn't horrible because Thijs's cards all deal 3 damage.
yeah.
Azure Drake has 4 health.
Yeah, the problem with Lightning Bolt and Thing from Below is that you can play the Drake next turn, but not the weapon alongside.
The more I think about it, the more I'm liking the Drake, just because it still takes 2 of Theis' resources to kill it. But Theis... Okay, gonna play the weapon as well. That's a really strong turn.
Yeah.
Actually clearing everything other than the Fairy Dragon.
Yeah. Never spell Power Totem?
No, not this game.
No. No way.
And now Theis has to make the difficult decision. If he plays the Azure Drake, then he loses the Twilight Guardian activator.
Yeah, but he will draw 2 cards. Like
Yeah.
one now and one in the next turn. So it's kind of likely that he picks up another Drake. Oh, yeah. Here
That'll
we
do
go.
it.
Yeah, that's a Drake.
Didn't even let you finish the thought.
Yeah, it's a small one, but we'll do the job. Trade or no trade? Flame Tank Totems are played twice. So he could do the trade. But then he hasn't seen any spell damage yet. He might think there is no spell damage in the hand of Super JJ. Because he was gambling for those totems all the time.
That's
Never
true.
got it.
That's true. Yeah, JJ's been a little bit unfortunate this game when it comes to spell power totems, but it's still like
When
Theis
it doesn't come to spell power totems.
Okay, yeah, you got me there. But Theis still, he's in an okay position, but it's not like it's one-sided by any means.
Yeah.
Especially if that Weasel card is one of the next that Theis picks up. That would be a bit of a disaster for him.
I think it's still fine because his next plays are lined up. His turn 6 and 8, so it's only turn 7, and he will draw other cards.
Okay.
Oh, Curator.
Alright, we might find out if it's a beast soon.
Yeah, soon.
I mean, we won't find out because if the monkey gets drawn, then the Weasel could still be a beast. We just, you know.
Yeah. We already saw one monkey, right?
Yes. Yeah, I think so.
Turn 3, he played it on curve.
Yep. Thunder Bluff Valiant. Not been played by many of the players at this tournament at all. They've tended to go for the Face Shaman build rather than mid-range.
Yeah, or with the Jades.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
Thunder
it's still
Bluff,
kind of Face because the Jades one's got Lava Burst in as well.
Yeah. I'm getting flashbacks when I see that card.
To the mid-range Shaman
Oh,
era.
gosh. Yeah, you said
sorry,
it.
sorry, man. Sorry.
Stop it.
Your face has gone all red.
Oh, God.
The JJ's turn now is still awkward. You can't play the Valiant. It just dies and only gives you a 2/2 totem. You could play everything else, maybe?
Yeah.
Totem 1/1/2.
I think it's time for the... Yeah. It just... Oh, suddenly!
Finally.
Yeah, finally.
Doesn't do
it's
anything.
not that good anymore, right?
Ah, that's so frustrating. The frustrations of playing Shaman. Oh, and his patches.
Yeah. Did he? No! He didn't attack!
We didn't.
Oh, no.
He didn't want to.
Oh, okay.
That's okay. That's JJ would not make a mistake. JJ's
No,
been
no,
playing
no.
really slow, and it tends to be
Yeah.
fast players that make that mistake. So
Yeah, exactly. I saw it so many times on ladder that I'm just used to it.
I did it this morning.
Oh, you did?
I don't know why I just admitted that in front of 30,000 people, but yeah.
Yeah, it's Falcon Punch. I'm sorry.
Okay, Fairy Dragon and the Twilight Guardian. Looks like he's considering trading those in. I think it seems pretty great. You've still got the Curator on the board as a taunt. Thunderbluff Valiant, though, is actually going to start to pick up some value soon.
Yeah. The board is pretty wide, so... Yeah. I think he just has to trade here. Okay, Jade Lightning.
Jade Lightning is a really strong card. How good is it here, though?
It's 5 damage at least, so together with the patches you can... But you need patches to kill off the Drake, so...
Okay, well look, JJ's decided that this warrior doesn't have any board clears. This is the best chance he's going to get
to get Thunderbluff Valiant going. And he might be right. If Thijs plays Ragnaros next turn, it's got such a small chance of actually dealing with the Valiant. This could be JJ's big swing.
Yeah, exactly. And suddenly the weapon will deal with the Curator.
Oh no!
Oh!
JJ
No!
making the same mistake that we saw Eloise make yesterday, and
Oh,
really not
man.
looking happy about it. Oh, maybe he forgot that the Spirit Claws only had one
And we were just joking about
duration left.
Oh, Patches,
Maybe
man.
he forgot about the interaction, which is so easy to do. You've got to remember, we're still immediately after the expansion came out, and it's so easy to make these mistakes.
Yeah, and he's just like with his hand, yeah, focus, man, focus.
Yeah, but now JJ is going to find it all the more difficult to focus, having made that mistake, which I'm sure is well, to put it plainly, really tilting him right now.
Yeah, actually, that's the worst part because he's kind of unaffected most of the time by RNG, unless he's streaming.
Yeah.
But I know that he's really getting upset by his own mistakes. So.
Okay, Ragnar's going face.
and
Thijs doesn't have a way of finishing JJ off right now, apart from maybe Finley into Smork.
Smoke. Ah. Okay. Oh man, that spell power totem is missing here.
He's not got it when he wants it. Well, actually, he doesn't particularly want it here. I guess, yeah, he does, actually. It would deal with Ragnaros easily. But Hex also deals with Ragnaros easily.
Yeah, but he's just missing the 4 damage as well as a 6/2 minion next turn.
Oh, that's so close. The Taunt Totem. Okay, maybe it's not Spell Power Totem, but if it wasn't...
Yeah, but you got Sir Finley, right? Sir Finley into any hero power almost.
That's a good
Beside
point.
Priest and Rogue.
But Thijs really needs to think about this, because if he misses, if he gets Rogue or Priest or
Druid.
Or Druid or Shaman...
Okay,
right?
maybe it's not any, but...
It's like 50%, and given that you choose between 3, it's very likely. But if he misses it, does he screw up the entire game by going for it here? Nope, he's going for it now.
Go for it. Yes,
Fire Blast will do it.
Yeah.
Thijs is going to take game number 2 of the series, leaving JJ with just his warrior.
And
wow.
His bad feelings.
And his bad feelings, yeah. Thijs also obviously knows JJ made the mistake. He saw it happen.
Yeah, of course.
And JJ might even take a moment here after this game. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't jump into the next game straight away. He might want to just take a moment, cool down. But that's, it's exactly like you said. The worst thing about that mistake is how it's going to affect JJ now.
Yeah, especially after having this missed lethal in ATLC. And I know it affects him a lot.
Yeah. Okay, well, we are jumping in.
We are just into the next game.
What could be the final game of the day.
So 2-0 for Thijs, and it's down to the mirror match. And so its first mate is a pretty good card in this. Oh man, and Fierce Monkey.
Oh, these hands, man.
Ooh.
No pirates for JJ though. He's got the actual slower start here. Fairy Dragon, not much good at all.
Yeah, not only Polly is flying, also Patches is flying.
Oh my goodness.
What? Oh, did I just say that?
Yeah, okay, so it looks like JJ has to play the poly joke, okay? It got me. Right, Fairy Dragon coming down from JJ. He knows that probably Patches and the weapon is just going to deal with this.
Yeah, Fairy Dragon, here we go. Small Town Buccaneer.
No, even just Fiery Works. Could be fine. Sets up for Frothing Berserker well.
Why?
Why?
Why? You can just trade it off cheap, right?
True. If Thijs had 3 mana now, Frothing Berserker would just be ridiculous. But yeah, okay, sure. Floating 1 mana, but that's not the most important thing here. Obviously, some players like floating mana more than others do. But actually, JJ has a way back onto the board here with this Fiery Works.
Yeah, especially with the Frozen Berserker next turn.
But if Thijs decides to play his Frothing Berserker this turn, it's not going to work out so well for JJ. But then again, Thijs might expect the Blood to Ichor from JJ. We know he runs 2 of them.
Yeah.
And therefore, he might actually go for the Monkey instead, which would be better for JJ.
Yeah, so it's either doing the safer play.
Which backfires. Or the
Which
riskier
backfires?
play, which won't backfire.
Yeah, exactly.
But Thijs, he's a gambling man.
I think it's the right decision because it's a tempo matchup. So your opponent doesn't have so many answers. You just push for it, right?
Yep. And now what does JJ, what does he do about this? Frothing Berserker
Into sad face.
into sad face. I guess the War Axe goes into the Frothing Berserker now. But then...
Oh, that's just brutal.
But then Thijs' War Axe and his N'Zoth's First Mate go into JJ's Frothing Berserker.
Wait, you just stall it, right? You just do nothing. You could Cochrane Elite the Berserker next turn.
Yeah, that's true. But then you're wasting so many resources to the one card. Unless
No.
you do what you said and just pass this
You
turn.
you just pass. Next turn, Cochrane Elite, kill off the Berserker and 1/1.
Okay.
But you're afraid of the Twilight Guardian, right? On curve.
You are.
Yeah.
That is
that's
actually
the
a good point.
problem.
I hadn't thought of that. It's such a hard turn for JJ here. He's already on the back foot.
I wonder what he does.
Well,
Just
he's not got long to make his mind up. Frothing Berserker comes down.
Frothing Berserker comes down.
And the War Axe is staying right where it is. Okay.
That was a really tough turn.
Yeah.
It makes sense.
Now, Thijs, Fiery Dragon, Fiery War Axe, make the trades. Frothing Berserker goes face. Seems strong,
yes.
right?
Ah, that's so brutal. That's just brutal. At least he can trade it off now, but man. 15.
I mean, the problem is, though, you play the Cochrane Elite, you trade it off, you play the weapon, you hit the Fairy Dragon, but Thijs is still ahead on the board. He puts the Azure Drake down, and there's nothing to contest it once again.
Yeah, and you're going down to the crucial 15 HP.
Yeah.
And no board left. And it's a Sudrake and another 3-drop, so he can just play Curve next turn as well. Blood to Ichor, dealing 2 damage now, so together with the weapon, it's also pretty strong. So no matter what Super JJ plays, he's still got options next turn. Yeah, I'm not sure if the 3/4 Pirate is good in the deck itself. We've seen it being played so many times this weekend as a 3/4.
And we haven't seen it being in the sheer pirate build with no dragons.
Yeah.
We see it upgrade weapons all the time. But you're
Yeah,
right.
yeah, of course. There you play it.
In this deck, from what we've seen, it is a 3/4 most of the time. Maybe the times where the buff does go off, maybe those times are worth it. But JJ right now is probably wishing it was any other 3-drop in the... Well, no, not like an Iron Beacon or something.
Yeah. No, not the old.
But it looks like it might be the only play. You play the 3-drop, you play the 2-drop, you go wide as you can, and accept your punishment as the War Axe and Azure Drake make the trades. And Frothing Berserker comes down. Oh, okay, well, Patches makes the trade a little bit worse for Thijs.
Yeah.
Though Frothing Berserker, Fierce Monkey...
Yeah, but the second Berserker.
Yeah, it's pretty strong. And then Thijs has the Curator to refill his hand.
Mm-hmm. I'm still waiting for the Weasel.
Right. Well, it's clearly not affecting Thijs that much.
No.
Oh yeah, it wasn't even this game.
No, it was the game before.
Right.
Oh, you were waiting for it as well. Yeah, I see.
No, I forgot about it until you reminded me, and then I got confused.
Oh, okay. I didn't mean to confuse you. Okay, Frozen Berserker.
Yeah, he's come to the conclusion that we did. The Drake could go face, I guess, but I really do like the trade here.
I'm actually not too sure. What are you afraid of? It's 4 damage to the face, and you have 3 minions that are not small.
You might be right. Blowing Corruptor kills it for free, but then you don't care too much because the Frothing Berserker's still fine and the Fierce Monkey. Okay, all right.
Yeah, I like it.
Thijs really putting JJ on the clock here.
I mean, you can pressure him here. It takes away so many options for your opponent.
True. JJ didn't really have that many options to begin with, though. Nathoth's first mate doesn't seem good enough here. Small Time Buccaneer as a 1-2 minion.
Will get buffed next turn.
This is lethal.
Yeah.
This is just lethal. The Frothing Berserker gets buffed by the Blood to Ichor. 11 exact damage. Thijs is the Esport superstar. I think that's
yeah. 3-0 in the finals against Super JJ.
3-0 with Dragon Warrior, actually,
Yeah,
as well.
Dragon
Not with
Warrior.
Priest.
Hey, come with me.
Okay. So, that's the DJ.
Well, indeed, we have a champion here. It is Thijs, who is our Hearthstone esports superstar. How are you feeling?
Amazing. I think I already proved a lot during my Hearthstone career, but I had really a hard time lately, and especially for me, this means a lot. So I'm really happy with the result.
Well, you came here and you played every match. You won them all straight away. You made it look super easy. And then this final one, 3-0, just like that.
Yeah, well, it was actually, I think, the worst deck against this lineup. It was not that well. I also don't think I should have won the second game. So I'm really happy that I could still sneak the win in that game. And yeah, then the last game, the mirror, that's I had a really strong start, and I could really snowball.
Well, we are about to announce and award you with your trophy. First of all, I just want to say thank you to Anissa here as Jana Proudmore, also to DJ Spats, and I will finally hand over now to our Senior Vice President of Allied Esports, Judd Hannigan.
Thank you, Laura. On behalf of Allied Esports and everyone at ELC Gaming, we'd like to congratulate all the players for a great tournament, especially you, Thijs, for winning our first Hearthstone Esports Superstar Championship. I'm very happy to present you with the first Hearthstone Esports Superstar Championship, Big Betty Hubcap.
Amazing, really amazing.
Where are you going to put this hubcap?
Well, it's gonna be, I think, up at my. I will make some good room for this. That I will make sure in my room, and yeah.
You're going to need to because it's pretty big. Right, I'm going to send you to the desk now, and you're going to have a little chat with Forsen, go into a little bit more detail on the game. But thank you so much. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much. So Thijs now will head to the desk. He will have a little chat with Forsen about that game in a little bit more detail. And we thank you so much. We'll be back in just a moment.
It seems that another title has been added to your resume, your CV. I guess you have like an entire wall with your championship titles, right?
Yeah, it started to. I actually have 2 now because, but yeah, it's amazing. This one is really big. I'm happy I go by train. I don't know if I can even get it in the plane. So this is really.
I guess they can make an exception,
yeah.
right? When they see there's actual, prize.
So no, it's amazing. Really,
it's a cool
happy.
touch. There's an actual rim from a car, right?
Yeah, I always like when it has like something special. So it's really amazing. It's really beautiful.
Okay, but let's talk a little bit about the tournament. Like. Well, we just saw the games. It's quite obvious what happened. But what I would like to ask you is, how did your preparations look like for this tournament? Was it different? It's the new expansion. It's the new meta game. It's invited players. You know who is in the tournament, right? So did that affect your plans?
A little bit. I was really motivated after myself. Everybody knew how it went at the end at BlizzCon, and besides that, that I already proved quite some during my career. It was the biggest downfall I had, so I really wanted to show again what I had. I did a really strong preparation, also a little bit with life coach and JJ, but Radu especially. We have done a lot of matches together. Once the new expansion came out, I put a lot of time and effort in the new meta, and I played a lot of myself also on ladder, and yeah, just checking out what I see as the best potential decks. And I think all my decks have shown here. It's not that any deck was really underperforming. Maybe the Shaman, I'm not too sure about, but the other three, they were beautiful.
Okay, so I guess that was the first actually 3-0 with a Warrior, right?
In the group, I went once 2-0 with the deck, I think, but Priest has been a really big... I don't think I've lost any game with Priest.
No way, really?
I think I went 8-0 with Priest here.
Holy
so my Shaman, I don't know if it didn't do that well, besides sometimes winning a game. And yeah, my Reno log was mainly banned, and if it wasn't, I got some games with it, so yeah.
So I guess you were happy with your lineup, and well, obviously you won, so it worked beautifully, right? But now, next week you will be playing in a different tournament, in ThijsNL Cup. You think you will pick the same lineup, or very, you know, alike?
It's really looking, every tournament is a little bit different also. Like this was really last year standing with a ban. I think Conquest, I don't know if you can go with Priest, for example. Like it can be in Conquest a little bit different decks. And yeah, well, people will always adapt fast. We are just living in a new meta. So I think next week it can already be different again. But yeah, these 4 decks, as long as I can ban the Reno lock, then these 4 decks, how I tag them, can really shine.
Okay, one of the last questions. You're a really known streamer right now, right? So most of the players that are taking the route of streaming and you know having a really big audience and so on, kind of fall down from the competitive aspect. But you, again, prove that you can be both at the same time. Is it exhausting for you? Is it something that you enjoy?
It's really difficult. I faced this already many times that if you want to do 2 things well, you have to always like let one a little bit go. I'm a really competitor, so that's where it comes from me. But lately I also really enjoy streaming, and I'm getting so much support from everybody. Thank you everybody for always cheering. It's super. It really does a lot for me. So it really means a lot, and I will always combine them because I'm a really competitor. So these tournaments, I really enjoy I want to be the best. So, but streaming and being a person in the community, that really means also a lot to me, and that really keeps the motivation strong. So, as long as I can combine them both, I will.
Oh, that's awesome to hear. I guess Forsen had the same issue, right? Because now he's back in the tournament scene and he says he wants to compete more. So, that's what streaming does to you, right?
Yeah.
Last shout-outs, right? I'm sure that you have to say something to your fans, to your team, to whoever you want.
Yeah, well, first I want to, of course, thank my teammates, you, also Lothar, of course, and Radu. I've practiced a lot with Life Coach always. He has always good insight for me. G2 has been amazing. Now already 1.5 years with them, and they support us a lot, and we can just full focus on the game, and I think we show from time to time that we are a pretty good team. And the community, like they are also meaning a lot to me, my family. But yeah, the community has been, even when I was in the downfall, then like how they pick you up then, it's really amazing. So I will always like to give everything back to them what I can.
Thank you very much, Thijs. Congratulations again. It was an amazing event. So now let's close it up. Please, Laura, take it away.
Thank you so much, Lothar. I got it right this time. Apologies about that. Congratulations once again to our champion, Thijs. He's done incredibly well, and we have had a fantastic 3 days here in the most wonderful place in Germany. We've had so much fun. We hope you have had so much fun as well. We will be back to crown another esports superstar sometime very soon, so please do join us then.